Alrighty, folks. Oh, sorry for the late start. You know when you wake up with a crick in your neck? Oh, I got one. You just hate to see it. Morning, everybody. Welcome on in. We've got a lot of stories to inform you about. It's your buddy, your pal, your friend, Mike from PA, and we are live. November 19th, 2025, and the Senate has passed the bill to release the Epstein files unanimously. The House and Senate said bill to release Epstein files to Trump's desk. Will he sign? Now, chat, since Su-57 opening weapons bay Dubai Air Show, look at these wing bays, Mike. Hey, Little Bean, welcome in. Thank you, guys. Those look like anti-ship missiles to me, or extremely long-range air-to-air missiles. Those are long. Isn't it veto-proof? That's not actually how veto-proof works. In order for something to be, it is a veto-proof majority, meaning that if Donald Trump vetoed it, they could bring it back and then pass it, make it law over his veto with a 2/3 majority. However, that would need to be another vote. That would need to be another vote. And presumably some Republicans would be scared to override a Trump veto. But it looks like Trump has declared he has been defeated. Hey, Progressive Canuck, welcome to the Order of Romeo. Hell yeah, brother. What, treasure train? A treasure train to start the stream? I feel like a treasure train? All right, chat, listen, I wasn't gonna say anything, but fucking Vio got a treasure train and then went on to my Discord and did an alert just so that she could have a bigger hype train than me. I believe you. What level hype train did you get, Vio? No, you didn't get a level 22 hype train. You're lying. You're lying. I think it was a level 10, chat. So right now we have a treasure train, which is a 35% discount on all subs gifted over 5. Time to humble Vio. All right, chat, we've got a lot of really interesting stuff. Obviously, with the Epstein files, we should hop right into that. Hassan sees pandas in China, and I'm fucking malding. I am actually Lemonbro. I'm actually Lemonbro. Normally, to see a panda, you get like maybe 1 or 2 if you're lucky. There were like 4 or 5 just hanging out in a tree. He saw panda cubs. What the fuck? Did you watch Chinese theater? No, I didn't. Again, I haven't been watching much of the China streams, chat. It sucks. I haven't had the time. It sucks. Tallyhoo, thank you for the 10 tier 1s. I need to refresh because this thing's broken. There we are. Treasure Train, Dead Guy Drives, Onidrax, Aberrator, Battlebox Champion, Zaffy Taffy, ZXC Noob, thank you for the 10. Andermoon, the 5. Tallyhoo with the 10. Thank you guys so much. Why am I excited about this? The most sussy post in the history of Trump. I don't care when the Senate bill passes the House bill, whether tonight or at some other time in the near future. I just don't want Republicans to take their eyes off the great victories we've had, including the great big beautiful bill, closed borders, no men and women's sports or transgender for everyone, ending DEI, stopping Biden's record-setting inflation, biggest tax and regulation cuts in history, stopping 8 wars, rebuilding our military, being respected by every country in the world, having trillions of dollars invested in the USA, having created the hottest country anywhere in the world, and even delivering a huge defeat to the Democrats on the shutdown. Make America great again. Chat, Trump is so fucking scared. Your Harvard prof opens class by recognizing he's in the Epstein files. Larry Summers. Get him out. All right, chat, let's get right into it. This is the biggest news. The Epstein files are finally being released. Breaking news in our politics lead, a major update on that Senate vote to release the Epstein files. Let's get right to CNN's Manu Raju on Capitol Hill. Manu, we didn't even know if the Senate was going to take up
the Epstein files bill. What is playing out right now?
Yeah, just a couple weeks ago, it seemed like this bill was dead on arrival. Just a few days ago, it seemed like it was dead on arrival in the United States Senate. But now it is on its way to the president's desk in a remarkable turnaround, in an extremely fast move here. The Senate has essentially green-lighted this bill to be approved as soon as tonight and be sent to the president's desk. Now, essentially what happened was that in the aftermath of this House vote this afternoon, 427 to 1, just one member of the entire United States House voting against it. This is now on its way to the Senate. Now, there has not been a formal process. It has to be formally sent over to the United States Senate. That process was to take some time to get through the official writing of getting the bill over across the Capitol. It's an arcane process. But once it gets over to the United States Senate, that's when the bill can be read in the Senate and essentially passed. So what we just saw moments ago, Chuck Schumer, the Senate Democratic leader, he went to the floor of the United States Senate and he said, he asked for what's known in the Senate as unanimous consent. That means that all 100 senators have to agree, or one senator could object and slow things down. He asked unanimous consent that for when the Senate receives the final paperwork of the bill.
Everyone's regular. Thanks for the 5. Holy shit. People are still going. We got level 10 height treasure train. Tallyhue, Andrew Moon, thank you guys so much for the gifts, chat. Remember, in a treasure train, gifted subs are 35% off. I don't have the ability to just cook these discounts off. This is a, we've been getting lucky. We had one recently. Now there's no better time to gift subs than right now. They are cheap and they'll never be this cheap again. At least we can't count on them becoming this cheap again. FM Masochist, thank you for the 20. If you ever want to gift subs to the stream, you should do it now because you're going to get more bang for your buck. I've had a first-hand account that ICE started a raid on Ohio University last night, is apparently targeting dorms and apartment complexes. I'm waiting to hear more from the person I know attending the university, but I made a TikTok about it and the parents of students are communicating that it's happening. Nothing from any news outlet yet, but I've called several local stations to try and get them to get eyes on the situation, not trying to distract, but bring awareness. I don't think that's distracting. That's you doing citizen journalism. Thank you for bringing me that. Do you have any sources that we can look at? Fry Guy, thank you for the 10 tier 1s. And Volcon, thank you for the 5 tier 1s. You have to understand, chat, that obviously Vio gifted a sub to no politic here, no dodge. So this is a pretty big story, chat. They passed it by unanimous consent. They passed it by unanimous consent in the Senate.
Just passed the United States House, that it would be approved by the United States Senate. Nobody objected to that, Jake. So what that means is that as soon as it is formally transmitted, this bill is formally transmitted from the House to the Senate will essentially have it approved. It will be approved in their chamber. There does not need to be a roll call vote, and then it will go to the president's desk for his signature, in which
they did a unanimous. Do you see how fast they can pass bills, by the way, chat? Do you see how fast they passed a bill? When they want to pass a bill, it goes like that. They could do it in one day. This was yesterday. This was 30 minutes after I got off my stream. The Senate said, oh yeah, we're going to do it unanimously. Do you think it really took 2 years for Obama to pass the ACA? Do you really think it should have taken over a year to pass Joe Biden's bipartisan infrastructure bill? They took time because they were running out time on the clock. Democrats like to go slow because if they go slow, it means less demands are being made that their donors are not going to like. Does Trump's green light on this seem weird to you? Why did he switch from burning bridges to say go ahead overnight? Because he was defeated. Because there was no hope of victory. And now it's about protecting the institution of the Republican Party. The Republican Party doesn't want to go down with the ship of Donald Trump being a pedophile. That's what's happening. Is they are saying the institution of this is Republicans saying the institution of the Republican Party and my job is more important than Donald Trump. That's what's happening. This is called lack of loyalty. This is a loyalty failure because he was too weak. This is what it looks like when establishment people cave. Thank you so much. Can't tab Affordia. C Go J. Thank you for the 10. RS Abscondus. Anonymous Gifter. AT Sign. Pork Chop Express. Fry Guy. Thank you so much for the 10. Volcon. Bridget Pride, Anadol, Lord Hardalock, FM Masochist with the massive 20 bomb. Thank you so much, man. Dude Control with the 5. Now remember, chat, the 35% discount is on any gifted subs greater 5 or greater.
The president has indicated that he will sign despite fighting this for months, despite the efforts by the Republican leaders, particularly in the House, to try to deny its vote. Ultimately, the president capitulated, said that he believed that the House Republicans should vote for it. Dozens were already planning to buck him, and the Speaker of the House, who did not want this bill to come to the floor, ultimately voted yes, which has been a remarkable turnaround, pushed by a handful of members in the House of Representatives, pushing their members to, pushing the leadership, circumventing the leadership, forcing this on the floor, ultimately getting the leadership behind this, and now through the Senate in a blink of an eye, and now on to
How do I convince the Quantarage, the Congress run to happen? How do I convince her to do it? Democrats are now up 14 points in the generic ballot. Electric Agenda, thank you for the 5. Tata Tuva, thank you for the 5. True Will, so true. Actually, you're right. You're actually right. Thoughts on Cameron Koski running for Congress? I don't like that guy. I don't trust him. I don't like him. He doesn't pass the vibe check. Marble Huddy, thank you for the 10 tier 1s. He's very fake. I don't trust him.
The president's desk, and within 30 days, when this becomes law, Jake, that's when the Justice Department will have to comply to release the files, the Epstein files, and if it does not comply for whatever reason, it has to explain why. But right now, a remarkable moment as the Senate greenlights passage of this bill that has dogged the House in particular over the last several months.
Will Wolker has a message concerning Caroline. This is his best character yet.
Do you know how I got this gender studies degree? I got it by going to Howard University. If you ever want to see Caroline Kwan again, you'll read the Red Book by Chairman Mao. Read literature, they say.
Okay, first of all, the Red Book is, I mean, of all the woker shit, you know, like, you should have said something like White Fragility or what's a good woker book? Franz Fanon, The Wretched of the Earth, you know, Settlers, Bell Hooks, yeah. I don't think you should be talking about like hardcore communists. The woker to me is like, should be more of an annoying character than a Marxist. I like Franz Fanon. I like a lot of those books. I'm not saying they're bad or anything. They're just, you know, they're not quite my politics. I just think they're very important as part of the leftist canon. This is my notes on the woker.
If you ever want to see Caroline Kwan again, you'll read the Red Book by Chairman Mao. Read literature, they say. Sorry,
By the way, chat, if you don't know, Howard is a historically black college and university. So Will is saying that he as a white man went to a historically black college to get a gender studies degree. So that's why he's the woker.
Come on, Will!
Oh, he airballed it! He airballed it! Who the fuck? Ball is life, honestly. I'm so happy they're having fun. I mean, I knew they would. How is Austin handling China?
Did I said my dad? No, I just didn't let him.
Oh my God! You just got woked.
I just got out-woked by chat, and I'm supposed to be the woker.
You just got woked, Christian. Okay.
Are you aware you're living on stolen land? Maybe you should do a land rights ceremony today.
Dude, that's the best.
You just got out-woke, dude.
That is the best.
The woker is the best. I actually think that is a generational character, the woker. Like, how did no one ever do that before? That's such a good fucking bit, and it's like, how did this not happen before? Speaking of really good bits, chat, we have 20 seconds left on the treasure train where you get 35% discount on 5 gifted subs or more. Now is the time to gift. It'll never be better than this. Right fucking now. If you ever wanted to support the stream, now's the fucking time. We were so close. We got to 6850. We're at 6850 sub points. And there you go, chat. The end of the treasure train. We got 60. We are cruising. We got 200 subs. Hell yeah, brother. Thank you, chat. W. Comrade, thank you for the 5 tier 1s. Mayak, thank you for the 5. Ham and Fist dropped 20 after the discount. Hopefully you got the discount. Your boy Mantop. Hopefully you guys got the discount. I hope you got it. Some would say the cheapest we've ever seen. So true. That's just fiscally irresponsible. I know. The baby panda. Okay, we got to see this. Oh my God.
She just picked him up. I got him. Oh, I got this shot, dude. Wow. Oh my God.
Pandas are so chill. They're like, yeah, you can pick up my baby. How is this animal not extinct?
I think this is the greatest content we've shot on the stream.
I think this is one of my favorite things I've ever done in my life.
Caroline's crying.
Caroline's crying?
They're so cute. The acidification guy on current affairs. Oh, somebody's trying to bring back. Oh, Mike, can we talk about politics? Stop showing us the cute pandas. Why is AOC coming out against primarying Jeffries? She's just wrong. She's just wrong. That's it. The answer is AOC wants to take over the Democratic Party. That's it. She's running for president, guys. That's what's happening. And she is saying, like, listen, if she declares war on Hakeem Jeffries, she's going to be doing that for the next. Everyone's going to be like, she's splitting the Democratic Party because it's a low probability win. Like, you know what I mean? Now, I think he's going to do it. He's going to do it. She thinks he's not. And when she ran, Bernie didn't help her. That's part of the problem with the left. Is every left-wing politician is their own individual brand. It's very annoying. We'll talk about this more. I want to make sure we make it clippable for the for YouTube. More pandas.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Look at the cool
story I want to give to everyone. Okay, I see.
Okay, I'm not doing. Okay, no, I'm not doing the joke. I'm not doing the penny panda joke. Okay, can we not do the penny panda joke? Can we not? Can we leave some things for Penny, for her tour guide? You know, she shared it with Hassan's stream. I don't want to steal her riz. Okay, like, come on. The woker I could steal. All right, let's get back to politics.
Now, Democratic Congressman of Illinois, Raja Krishnamurthy. He sits on the House Oversight and Intelligence Committees. Congressman, thanks very much for being here. The Oversight Committee, of course, has put out a lot of some of these new revelations from Jeffrey Epstein's estate. But I want to start with what this bill would do, which is to force the release of the files from the Department of Justice. And I think my top question for you is, do you trust what the DOJ will be forced to put out? Are you confident that you can trust what you see?
Not yet. I think that there's going to be a lot of pressure, however, from not only Democrats, but Republicans, members of the MAGA base, and others to release the files in full. One of the things I'm concerned about is an effort to maybe amend this particular bill to be able to have the greater ability to redact names and information, which I hear is an amendment that some Republicans want to do. And I think that will just invite monkey business, and we can't have that. I think they should just take up the bill as it is, get it passed and signed into law, and then release the files.
Do you, at this point, have reason to believe that there is more information in these files that DOJ has or in additional files from the Epstein estate about President Trump?
I think so. You know, basically, some of the files that we have right now have emails, which you are well aware of, that make reference to certain aspects of Donald Trump and his relationship to Jeffrey Epstein, but we don't necessarily understand the context. And so we're left wondering, okay, well, what else is in the files that could explain that? But if I could just step back for a second, I think the real reason why this passed with such a huge vote in the House is because of the survivors and the victims of the child sex trafficking ring. I got to tell you, I met with them for 3 hours along with a group of bipartisan members of the Oversight Committee. I think that meeting helped to stiffen the resolve of people that we have to do justice by them. We have to make sure that they're able to see these files, which in many cases detail trauma and abuse that they've long forgotten because of that abuse. And so to do justice to them and to prevent this from ever happening again, I think there's a real desire to release the files and then hold people accountable.
Yeah, no, it's very important, Senator. And we're going to have a conversation later in the hour with Gloria Allred specifically about those experiences. If you, in the committee, receive more information that also implicates Democrats, I mean, some of the revelations from the files that you all put out have resulted in Larry Summers, a longtime Democratic official, stepping.
Oh, wait. What the fuck is this video?
I'm Senator Alyssa Slotkin.
Senator Mark Kelly.
Representative Chris Deluzio.
Congresswoman Maggie Goodlander.
Representative Chrissy Houlihan.
Congressman Jason Crow. I was a captain in the United States Navy.
Former CIA officer.
Former Navy.
Former paratrooper and Army Ranger.
Former intelligence officer.
Former Air Force.
We want to speak directly to members of the military
and the intelligence community
who take risks each day
to keep Americans.
We know you are under enormous stress.
Americans trust their military.
But that trust is at risk.
This administration is pitting our uniformed military
and intelligence community professionals
against American citizens. Like us, you all swore an oath
to protect and defend this Constitution.
And right now, the threats to our Constitution aren't just coming from abroad,
but from right here at home. Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders.
You can refuse illegal orders.
You must refuse illegal orders.
No one has to carry out orders that violate the law
or our Constitution.
We know this is hard and that it's a difficult time to be a public servant.
But whether you're serving in the CIA,
the Army,
or Navy,
the Air Force,
your vigilance is critical.
And know that we have your back.
Because now, more than ever,
the American people need you.
We need you to stand up for our laws,
our Constitution,
and who we are as Americans.
Okay.
Give up.
Don't give up.
Don't give up.
Don't give up the ship.
Listen, technically this is true, but that, it raises an interesting point for me, which is, didn't Joe Biden order the military to assist Israel in illegal genocide, which is against American law? Was it helping Israel throughout the Gaza genocide illegal orders? I mean, could we have made the same video about what you were doing in Gaza? Genocide is against federal law. We signed the Genocide Convention. That's federal law. Very weird post. I mean, like, I agree with this post. This is a post that I would make, except for the whole, celebrating the military or whatever. But the idea of you have the duty to refuse. Like, this is what's interesting is Chris Deluzio said you must refuse. She said you can, and he said you must, which is weird. She says you can refuse illegal orders, which that's not what I was taught. I was taught you had to refuse illegal orders, not you can. So it's weird that he says can, and she said can, and he says you must. What the fuck? What do you mean you can refuse it? If it's an illegal order, you must refuse it. Like, wait, what?
Back from a number of his public roles because of what was exposed.
I wonder if they're I think do you guys think they're talking about Venezuela and the bombing of the boats? Do you think that's what they're talking about? The boats illegally, the bombing the boats is illegal. Here's the thing. I just don't ever see them prosecuting like low-level airmen or sailors for killing people on their orders. I don't see them ever doing that. A general resigned instead of doing this. I mean, that's, you know how hard it is to become a general in the United States of America? So a theater commander for America, first of all, that's an evil son of a bitch. Let's just leave that aside. Like, anybody who rises to the level of theater commander in America is willing to do pure evil shit. If they're like, nah, this is illegal and totally unjustified, that's crazy. The Joint Chiefs of Staff wanted to do false flag attacks against Americans so that we would declare war on Cuba, okay? These guys are fucking evil. If they're like, nah, this is illegal, I quit. That's crazy.
Are you committed to putting those emails out no matter what?
Absolutely. Nobody should be spared scrutiny as part of this particular investigation. I think that at this point, whoever emerges as having been implicated.
I like how we use the phrase theater kid as a good euphemism for narcissist. I'm in favor of this. I'm in favor of this. Let's keep doing that. Let's keep doing that. It's a wow, you're such a theater kid is such a good euphemism. Whoever came up with that, because every theater kid is like, yes, I should be on the stage. I think it's the best euphemism of all time. I love it. Thank you. Keep it up. I love it. I love it so much. Thank you. I should be the center of attention. You're right.
Needs to be held accountable.
And when do you think the public can expect to see more from Jeffrey Epstein's estate? I mean, we heard from Robert Garcia last night that there is another expected release coming.
Yeah, I think that they're going to produce it on a rolling basis. And so it could literally be any time. That being said, my hope, one issue that maybe hasn't come up is that, the president could release these files of his own volition today. He doesn't have to wait for this legislation to pass the Senate and get signed into law. He could release it today. And so that's something that I and others are also pressing for as well in response to our own subpoena from the Oversight Committee.
Let's discuss what's going on here with Miami Herald investigative reporter Julie K. Brown. Just a reminder, her reporting in 2017 and 2018 exposed so many of these horrific details of Epstein's alleged sex trafficking ring. She's also the author of a great book I recommend, Perversion of Justice, the Jeffrey Epstein story. Julie, welcome back.
Everything Japanese is really Chinese. Oh, you're going to make some weeaboos mad about that. Oh, you're going to make some weeaboos mad about that. But it's it's not completely true. Obviously not. But a lot of stuff people think is Japanese is actually Chinese. That is true.
To the show. So hours before bringing the Epstein vote to the House floor today, Speaker Mike Johnson said this. Take a listen.
The Democrats had every one of the Epstein files in their possession for the 4 long years of the Biden administration. The Biden Department of Justice had the files the entire time. And not a single one of the people who are so loud and animated right now, they never said anything about it for all those 4 years.
By the way, chat, now that Larry Summers is in the Epstein files, I want to take this to as another moment of, and in everyone, prepare yourself for Mike from PA being arrogant again. Another Mike was right moment, because I called Sam Cedar in 2020 and I said, I don't know about voting for Joe Biden because he's bringing on Larry Summers. My vibe check is immaculate. What do you think the odds of this being what happens?
These new Epstein emails that show that Trump,
yeah,
he did it. Who? Trump did it.
Did what?
He did everything you guys are thinking he did. He and Epstein?
Yeah.
You're not denying it?
Nah, fuck it.
And also we killed Epstein to keep him quiet about this whole thing, which was obviously a waste of time, but
hindsight's 2020.
Hindsight's 2020. Wow, I didn't think you'd come out and
Okay, so now that that's out of the way, we're so excited to announce that Trump is going to pardon 5 turkeys this year instead of just one.
But we were just
as a kind of joke because he's been doing so much pardoning of criminals.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's funny. That's
turkeys are funny.
Just move on.
Funny is flightless bird.
This Epstein thing.
Yeah, nothing's going to happen with that. Trust.
But this is above and beyond.
Nah, it's not. It's not.
But the Democrats, they might...
No, they won't.
Look, our people are still going to support us no matter what happens, and the Democrats, look at me, and the Democrats are still just going to do infighting about how the progressives aren't trying to understand where the right is coming from enough, and everything's going to go back to normal. So just don't worry about it, Let's just talk turkey. It's better that way. Let's all just talk turkey.
Why are you saying okay? Why are you saying okay?
Is that accurate?
Well, I honestly think that's a CIA psyop. I'm not, I know it's conspiracy theory hours, so we all let our conspiracy theorists fly for a couple days while the Epstein files are being released. But I honestly think that's a CIA animation. Nah, we're not going to go talk turkey. Nah, we're not going to let the centrist devs get away with it. Nah, if Donald Trump's a pedophile, we're going to rip him out of the White House. Okay? Nah. We're not going to let it go. You're not powerless. We are not powerless. Stop listening to liberals telling you that you're powerless. You're not. You're incredibly powerful. Donald Trump is just a fucking guy. He eats one Oreo at a time, just like you do. He's got one heart. He's got one brain. He's got one body. He's just a fucking guy. All this pomp and circumstance is all social bullshit. He's just a fucking guy. And he's gonna die one day. Just like all of us are gonna die one day. He's not magical. He doesn't have omniscience. He doesn't have all this. He's just a fucking guy. And he only stays where he is if other people back him up. Okay. And they gave up. They gave up. They unanimously passed the law. Only one Republican voted against it. They're scared. Why are you telling yourself you're going to lose when they're fucking running scared? What is wrong with you liberals? What's fucking in your head that makes you such a born pussy? It actually blows my mind. It blows my fucking mind.
Let's talk turkey. Also, Trump might have gone down on Bill Clinton. Turkey. Does the White House ever...
Yuck. I need to be the party pooper because the implicit ideas behind this shit is pussy ass shit. You can get off your couch. You can get off the phone. Oh, I know it's hard. You might have to put in some effort, but you can do it. All right? You can fucking do it. You'll be okay. You can carry your, you'll get your dopamine looking out the fucking window instead. Did you see all the people calling out Van Jones? Please do. Mike, can you stop cursing so much? I'm watching this at a full volume in the middle of a library. Hello, library patrons. All of you who are listening in the library, please go and get Ezra Klein's book, Abundance, and throw it into the nearest trash can. Thank you.
It's not only inaccurate, it's ridiculous. I mean, the case was an open criminal investigation during the Biden administration. They were pursuing charges against Ghislaine Maxwell, as we know. They obtained a conviction, and after that, she appealed. You cannot open up your criminal case files when a case is still open, and by being under appeal, the case still remained open. Also, by the way, we really don't know to what extent they were still trying to hold other people accountable in this case. They obtained a lot more information in the past couple of years from new victims who have come forward, and they may very well have still been investigating other charges against other possible people who were involved. It always kind of surprised me that one of the things the Trump administration...
Yeah, guys, it only takes 5 administrations to do an investigation on child rape. Like, were you born yesterday? Were you born yesterday? And just because investigatory files are released doesn't mean they suddenly can't be used at a trial. That's not true either. Just because it is tactically advantageous most of the time that investigative files remain quiet doesn't mean that it's like mandatory. It's not like, oh, the files got released, we can never prosecute anybody. That's not how it works. That's not how any of this works.
Never said when they came into office, or never mentioned whether the case was still an open investigation or a closed one. And so we're still left wondering what kind of case they were building possibly against some of these other wealthy and powerful people who were involved with Epstein.
On Monday, President Trump said that he would sign the Epstein bill if the Senate passes it. In the current legislation, Attorney General Pam Bondi has the right to withhold or redact any information that would, quote, jeopardize an active federal investigation or ongoing prosecution, unquote. Are you at all concerned that this vote might only be symbolic because President Trump last week ordered the Justice Department to investigate Epstein's ties with high-profile figures who are Democrat?
I'm not only concerned because of that. Of course, now they're going to use the "it's an open investigation" card to probably hold back material. But I'm also, quite frankly, concerned about the way this case has been handled from the very beginning with all these FBI agents. The New York Times reported that they were combing through these files. We had the leak of a member of the Justice Department say on camera that they were purposefully redacting the names, key figures, key Republican figures from these files. So there's going to be a lot of questions about how solid these files are when they are released. felt that part of the speaker's remarks today was an effort to sort of remind people that there's going to be things in here that they're not going to release. So he was sort of setting the stage, I think, for heavy redactions where we're going to see pages and pages of things that have 5 words on them and the rest of the page is going to be redacted. That's the way the FBI files right now look. And there's no reason for them to do those kinds of heavy redactions.
Julie K. Brown, thank you so much, and thank you for your journalism, as always. We really appreciate it.
The bill to force the Justice Department to release all its files in the Jeffrey Epstein investigation is expected to land on President Trump's desk this morning. He said he will sign it. He hasn't said exactly when. What we do know is that this is a stunning reversal for the party and the president, who had tried to block the release for months. For survivors of Epstein's abuse, who have fought for years for justice, this is an enormous victory. Still, there is skepticism about what happens after the president puts pen to paper to make the files public. With me now is attorney James Marsh. He is representing victims of Jeffrey Epstein. You represent many clients, including Maria Farmer, who was the very first person to have reported to the FBI that she suffered abuse by Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell back in 1996. I'm just curious how she is responding, seeing what is happening with Congress and the promise by the president to sign this.
Yeah, thank you for that question. It's really sort of miraculous what's happened to her in the last few days. She's had a great deal of health problems. She's been suffering physically from this for a long time. And she got a report just a few days ago that many of her test results are positive for the first time in many, many years. So this is a real manifestation not only of the toll that it takes on victims and survivors, but how, the move towards justice and accountability.
By the way, chat, I know a lot of you are like, oh, they're going to redact the files. They're going to remove all the Republicans. And that may be true. That may happen. They may attempt to do something like that. But I want you to understand something, chat. They're probably going to fail. If they do something like that, it's probably going to leak. Even a dyed-in-the-wool Republican will know, I leak the real shit, I'll become rich. I'll get to write a book. I'll be protected, probably. Maybe they'll try to take me out. But this is instant worldwide fame and stardom. There's so much incentive to betray Trump right now that I don't have faith that they could actually pull it off. Is there anybody who's really loyal to Trump? Really loyal to Trump? Really? He's a fucking dope and they all know it. So what I'm trying to say is I hear a lot of people going oh, it's going to be edited, and it very well might be. But I also doubt, and I kind of feel like we may actually get to see these files. And even if it was slightly redacted and there's a bunch of centrist Democrats in it, good. I hope they have Chuck Schumer all over the files. Please. I hope Hakeem Jeffries is in there every other email. Let's fucking go. I hope Hillary and Bill Clinton and Kamala Harris and Barack Obama and Michelle Obama. I want them all over those files. Show the files. I want every centrist Democrat to be fully exposed.
Manu appears to be talking pretty quick. Now, Manu appears to be talking to Thomas Massie. So maybe we'll just listen in to this for a second.
Right. Not just to do a discharge petition and get it passed through the House, but to get the Senate to pass it and get the White House to sign it. We're not there yet, but when we get there, this is not a subpoena. This is a law.
And so you are confident that these documents will ultimately come out, even if the president tries to fight that?
Yes, I'm confident. And that we sort of, we know when they're out because we know what some of these lists, who some of the men are. I don't have the names in my head right now. The ultimate thing that we could do is read the names on the floor of the House, and that could happen. But what needs to happen is the FBI needs to release these names.
Is that DOJ. Something you might do if he resists this, if the DOJ releases this? Could you go to the floor and read these names?
We absolutely would do that. Marjorie would do that. I would do that. There are Democrats who would do that. And but that's not the right path forward. That's the last effort if we hit all of the walls. But so far, we're making it through the walls and over the walls, and we're getting this done.
How much time are you willing to give the president and the administration to release these documents when this becomes law?
I've never set a timeline. The victims have waited a very long time to get justice, and it's really up to them.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Hey, I know that we're on with you, Casey. As I walk back to you and to talk to you about the conversation that I just had with Thomas Massey, you caught the end of it right there, but we talked a little bit beforehand. I talked to you a little about just the whiplash that we are experiencing here.
Dem fundraising group SRG reached out to Epstein in 2013 on behalf of House Minority Leader Jeffries. What's OSA? There it is.
Can really make, in this case, a physical difference on her health. So she's very.
Is this the biggest conspiracy in U.S. history? Personally, I think the businessman's plot is the biggest one. But this is certainly pretty big. Heather Cox Richardson had a really good take. If the files get redacted or scrubbed, it'll be super easy for someone to compile the information so many people, banks, airplanes were involved. I hope that's right. Thoughts on AOC not endorsing? The answer is she doesn't want to have a fight with the centrist Democrats. That's the answer. Is she, you know, Bernie Sanders didn't endorse her when she challenged what's his name? Like it's how it works. If you're going to be a progressive, expecting progressives to help you? Whoa. Crowley, thank you. I keep forgetting his name because he's so irrelevant.
Shut the fuck up! Gazans are starving! Gazans are starving! Because of people like this!
I think if someone puts their hands on me like that, like, bro, you have the right to defend yourself. Like, you really do. That's crazy.
I would like to provide a toast to Van Jones, a man who started out as a racial justice advocate and is now a stooge for corporate media and a shill for the Israeli government, making fun of dead Gazan babies.
If you are a young person, you open up your phone and all you see is dead Gaza baby, dead Gaza baby, dead Gaza baby, right. Diddy, dead Gaza baby, dead Gaza baby.
Absolutely pathetic to platform a genocide denier.
Wow, he had cops on duty there. Are you a little worried? Are you feeling a little uneasy about your genocide denial? You fucking worm. Yeah, it's only gonna get worse for you people. It's only gonna get worse. You think we're done? This is the nice shit. This is the nice stuff. You think it's gonna end? You think people are gonna let it go? I'm not gonna let it go. Never gonna let it go. These fuckers haven't even apologized. Putting stuff on, putting your hand on someone's mouth. Oh boy.
Thank you, JSF, for feeding our community. Fuck you, Van Jones, for selling out. How much have you been paid?
Oh, is it interesting?
You're standing on the wrong side of history. You will be judged harshly. You talk about food security. Gazans are starving. Gazans are starving. Shut the fuck up. Gazans are starving. Gazans are starving. Gazans are starving.
Look at these worms trying to put hands on people.
Shut the fuck up. Gazans are starving. Gazans are starving. Gazans are starving. Gazans are starving because of people like Van Jones. Thank you for
Take it down. Be quiet. It's time to go. It's time to go.
We're going. Relax.
It's time to go.
We're going.
Now feet on the curb.
Cross your legs.
Why are you guys waiting? Fucking leave. Why are they waiting? What are they being detained for? They left. What's the crime? Yelling? Listen, I think if somebody violently puts their hands on you, you have the right to defend yourself. You know, you're allowed to shout. And then they're allowed to say, hey, this is a private venue. We're revoking your invitation. Please leave, or we'll call the cops because you're trespassing. That's allowed. Like, that's the process. You're allowed to yell and be an asshole. The controller of the venue is allowed to say, hey, leave. We revoke your invitation. You're now trespassing. The cops are allowed to come and say, you've been trespassed, leave. That's all. That's the process. And then if you refuse to leave, then they can arrest you for trespassing. That's the way it goes.
Very happy for what happened yesterday, with the realization that this is really only the beginning. You said all the files. That's a big definition.
Somebody says Zoran hanging out with the cops. Okay, I seriously, I have to ask everybody about anarchist brain. You understand that when you run for president of the United States, you're running up commander-in-chief of the military, right? So when Bernie Sanders ran for president, he was running to be the commander-in-chief of the military. Therefore, if he won, he would have to interact with the military, right? Like, you know that's part of the whole thing. Like, running for mayor of New York City means you're running to be commander-in-chief of the cops. That's what the job is. Is this a surprise to anyone? Now, I think Tish is a terrible choice, personally. This is by far and away the worst choice, as far as I'm concerned. But I know why he's doing it, and we'll see what the consequences are. And if he does fucked up shit using Tish, then I will protest that. But the reality is there's a concern about NYPD mutiny. The first thing that they're going to try to do in order to undermine socialist politics is for the cops to not do their jobs, which means blue flu. And that would also mean provocateurs going and committing crimes and it being all over the media and not being punished. That's what they're worried about. They're worried about a police mutiny because public safety is not spontaneous. It requires a certain, like, crowd crush happens if you don't manage crowds. People will die. People think that just stuff works and exists because they don't understand some of the dangerous conditions that could occur without things like crowd control. So I don't know what else do you want me to say. You want me to say that I'm surprised the mayor is meeting with the police of the city he's mayor of? Like, what do you want me to say? Like, what do you want me to say? Are you like Bernie Sanders? Guys, did you see Bernie Sanders met with American military generals? It's like he ran for president. I think this is part of like the aesthetic of leftism that exists online, which is I want to make arguments that are purely based on aesthetics, not on like, okay, he won as mayor of New York. Now what should he do? What should he do? Like, what should he do? Should he refuse to be with the cops? Should he, what should he do? And one of the things you're going to see is that these people will not have any answer. They'll just ask questions of me. They'll try to like go, now he should become a centrist liberal? No, I'm asking you, what should he do as the mayor of New York City tomorrow? Your ideas are so unformed, you don't have an answer to that. Doesn't that bother you? Don't you feel like you're so emotional, but you don't have any ideas? Now, I don't like Tish. I don't like Tish. But there's very clearly we are in a fascist fucking moment in this country. And your idea is, I have an idea. Let us engage in, I don't know. The social revolution is going to happen in New York City around the elected mayor. Like, what is this shit?
And all the files.
Yes.
This is why, like, again, and there are going to be things that I am unhappy with, right? Like, I'm unhappy with Tish. I think she's a terrible choice. I understand what is going on. And as I've always said with Mamdani and any other politician, I'm going to disapprove of the shit that actually sucks. I'm not going to just say, oh, well, he brought Tish, which means he's going to do X, Y, and Z thing, which means he's no different than a Zionist. Do you understand how they did this slippery slope fallacy? They said, by picking Tish, it means this, that, and then this will happen, which means this. They do this long chain of like if-then statements that haven't actually happened yet to convince you that he's bad. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is fallacious thought. Like, that is not how you think like an actual adult. That's fallaciousness. That is stupid. It's bullshit. And the answer is they don't really even support the idea of trying to take over the state at all. They are anarchists. They believe in complete social and economic revolution now, all at once, with no transition. We press the communism button today, and we live in communism and stateless communism. That is what they believe. And if you're like, how's that going to work? They call you a fascist. That's just what it is. It's why I'm constantly kind of putting shade on it, because it's stupid. And having a conversation is about it's legitimately not worth your time to even bother with. Like, honestly. And if I see someone who calls themselves a committed anarchist, I'm like, it is what it is. A lot of people tell me, Mike, you should be nicer to anarchists. And the answer is, it's like, I want to be, but what do you want me to say? Now, as I said before, I want to criticize the Tish. I want to have a replacement for Tish. It's very clear that Mamdani winning is a surprise for a lot of people, probably including Mamdani. But we did it. So now we have the opportunity to do a lot of reforms and change. We just replaced Eric Adams with a Democratic Socialist. Do you know how much of a gap that is ideologically and in policy? So how do we transition from point A to point B without everything blowing up in our faces and our entire movement looking discredited? This is what let's bring up sewer socialism for a second, because this is what I think. You are basically doing oh my God, you're doing sewer socialism in the 21st century, which is anarchists made fun of socialists who were elected in Milwaukee because they started to just run the city better, because they wanted to show that we could run a city not for the interest of business or profit, and it would be a better city. And anarchists said, oh, you guys are nothing but sewer socialists. These guys are so proud they build a sewer. You're doing that in the 21st century. I'm the sewer socialism guy. I believe in building sewers and high-speed rail and schools and free childcare and healthcare. I believe in making people's lives better right now, not fantasizing about some dumb fucking idea of what the world is supposed to be in your imagination that has no plan to get there. That's my whole fucking brand. What, you surprised? I've been saying it for 6 fucking years. With the creation of the Socialist Party of America, this group formed the core of an element that favored reformism rather than revolution, de-emphasizing social theory and revolutionary rhetoric in favor of honest government and efforts to improve public health. The sewer socialists fought to clean up what they saw as dirty and polluted legacy of the Industrial Revolution, cleaning up neighborhoods and factories with sanitation systems, city-owned water and power systems, improved education. This is sometimes called constructive socialism. Victor L. Berger was one of the prime movers of sewer socialism, often compared to Robert La Follette in his representation of progressivism. He was an Austrian Jewish immigrant who published English and German daily newspapers, distributing free copies to every household in Milwaukee before elections. He was the best-known local leader of this tendency. He was the best-known local leader. His wife, Meta Berger, was also a prominent socialist activist. In 1910, he became the first of 2 20th century socialists elected to the House of Representatives, representing Wisconsin's 5th congressional district. The second was Meyer London of New York. Berger was reelected in 1918, but was barred from his seat at the House because of his trial and conviction under the 1917 Espionage Act for his public remarks opposing intervention in World War I. A special election was called in which Berger again emerged victorious, but he was denied the seat and was declared vacant. Berger served the 5th District again from 1923 to 1929, and during his tenure introduced proposals for numerous programs that were subsequently adopted, such as old age pensions, unemployment insurance, and public housing. So if you lose your job and you get unemployment, it's because Victor Berger did that. This is the good burger country. Positions advanced by Meta Berger, which proved successful, included penny lunches, medical exams for children, improved working conditions, and wages for teachers. In November 2025, Zohran Mamdani, a member of both the Democratic Socialist America and the Democratic Party, was elected mayor of New York City, becoming the first member of a socialist political organization to be elected mayor of a major American city since Frank Zidler in 1960. Now, I think one of the main problems we have in our political movement in general is like a lot of people that have no motion try to attach themselves to parts of the movement that have motion. And they attach themselves to part of the movement that has motion by setting themselves up as critiquers. Now, the thing about a critiquer is they don't actually have to know anything. They are just asking questions. They don't have to actually build anything. If you're not building anything and you don't know anything, go fuck yourself. Now, that being said, I'm still going to critique and argue against Tish. And what I want to find is a better alternative to Tish. Who would you like to see as commissioner of the NYPD? instead of Tish. I don't like Tish because she is a Zionist. She is a problematic figure. It's very clear that Zoran is worried about mutiny of the police, of his entire mayoral, looking like an ineffective loser and discrediting socialism in America in front of a national audience. Socialism is not accepted as a legitimate political theory by the majority of Americans. And so he's trying to lead an example of, he wants the mayoral, his job as mayor, to be successful. He wants New York City residents to say, hey, the streets are cleaner, the buses run faster, I get childcare for my kid. Maybe the socialist idea is not such a bad idea after all. He wants to show success. And your idea is, let's do social revolution now with Donald Trump in the White House. You're not really giving me anything to work with. And I'm going to alienate some people here. And my answer is good, like legitimately good. I do not, if this is bothering you and you don't have a response, I am trying to alienate you because you're annoying. It's the tyranny of the annoying. You're here to say shit, but you have no stakes. You're not trying to build anything. You're just here to lower the energy, lower the enthusiasm, and fuck us up. You don't believe in the process at all anyway. You're here to spread shit. You have no constructive approach, and you're here to wreck. That's it. Now, again, it doesn't mean you can't criticize Tish. I am right there with you. But I need you to have the constructive approach of, this is bad because of this. This is what it concerns me. This is what I'm going to be watching for, Mike. What do you think? That's constructive. Oh, he picked Tish, therefore he's really a Zionist, and you shouldn't give a fuck about Mamdani. He's actually a liberal now. That's called being a wrecker. That's not a constructive approach. That is an approach by people who, by the way, didn't even support him in the first place. They were saying he's bad before he was elected. So I don't take them seriously as left-wing critiquers of the project. Tish has a lot of fucking problems, but she did reveal all the corruption of the NYPD and tried to get rid of some of it. So I'll give her a small grade of credit in the sea of bad shit. Of course. I think it's a person yet to be identified. Leave Tish, build the public safety arm, and if that leader is successful, put them in charge of both. My thought. That's exactly right. Like, Zoran Mamdani was elected to do reformism, and people are like, I can't believe he's doing reformism. I can't believe he's taking existing structures and trying to reform them to be more socially conscious and supportive of the working class. I can't believe he's not doing immediate social revolution now. It's like, what do you think he promised to do in the first place? He's doing what he said he was going to do. And I know that Hassan would 100% agree with what I'm saying. I know he would. Like, if you're mad at me for saying this, you don't like Hassan either, because Hassan agrees with literally everything I'm saying to a T.
Finally, people should be aware the first return of socialism is not surprisingly a very moderate, very cautious, very hesitant socialism. But I can assure you, if you're wondering, that behind Mr. Mamdani and all around him are people whose notion of socialism goes well beyond what he has spoken about so far. And as he emerges and as socialism returns to the political life, those other, mostly more radical tendencies within socialism, Marxism, and so forth will also emerge here in the United States. I know that. I'm part of that myself.
Chat, this is what I'm talking about. That's the point. Zoran is creating space for us, and he's sympathetic toward us. But he's not going to do social revolution now, and he never promised to, because if he tried, he would fail. If Zoran tried to go in and dismantle the NYPD, let's just say that's what he tried to do, he would fail immediately, and he would be removed from office. And socialism would look like crank shit, and we would be fucking wrecked. And nobody would believe, no one would support it again. They'd go, look, see what happened with Zoran? He tried to get rid of the NYPD. Are you fucking stupid? Like, honestly, we are a marginalized movement that is just starting to get motion. The American people do not have socialist consciousness. They do not have class consciousness. More radical forms of socialism are not on the rise, except as they trail groups like Mamdani. Like, that is reality. And I'm sorry for being so brusque about it and so confrontational about it and calling out anarchism. There's other forms of socialist praxis that are also cringe. But we never promised you The reason why I'm saying this is I want you guys to be sane. I don't want this to be a community of people that are spinning themselves off into make-believe. I want you guys to be practical political actors. I want you to actually help me pursue socialist politics in America and make it real. I don't want you to be a clique of people that are just fucking stupid and a waste of time and lifestyleists and holier than thou and a book club. That's not my stream, and it never will be. I don't believe in that. Now, if we get to a point in 15 years where there is a serious socialist faction that is claiming 20, 30, 40% of the country, demanding revolution now, I'm in that faction. I'm leaving the sewer socialists and I'm joining the communists. If that happens, I'm going to go there. But it's not happening yet. I don't like that. But so this is just me being aware of the world and not living in a bubble. And I want you to be on that same path too with me. Just like Richard Wolff is saying. Listen to what Richard Wolff is saying. This is what I want.
Emerges, and as socialism returns to the political life, those other, mostly more radical tendencies within socialism, Marxism, and so forth will also emerge here in the United States. I know that. I'm part of that myself. And so I can assure you that's all also growing very rapidly here in the United States at this point.
Talking about the return of socialism, as you spoke, it reminded me of Ben Davis in the New York City. He was the councilman from Harlem between, I guess, 1943 and 49. He defended the Scottsboro Boys, and he was a member of the Communist Party. Comes from the radical black tradition. And Professor Gerald Horne, who has been on the show, has written a book on him describing this massive coalition or link, if you like, between the communist tradition in the United States and the black tradition. So,
which is a very important tradition that has been undermined by black liberals. That's the other thing that I think a lot of people don't understand. Is a lot of the division between socialism and the black community has been fostered by people like Barack Obama. And so we want black leadership like Summer Lee, who I've been behind since day one. I want more black radical leaders, and I support them whenever they pop up. Who was the biggest Summer Lee simp? Me. And so this, a lot of the ways that people talk about socialism in America is not real. It's not based on anything. It's just like posturing for social proof, and it's embarrassing to watch, honestly. A lot of people who are socialists that exist in socialist spaces want to pretend like we have won. How many times have you heard somebody say like, well, I don't know about unions. Trade union consciousness is, ultimately subservient to capitalism. I don't know that I care about that. Trade union consciousness builds people's ability to do direct action and use their economic power against the elite. We need as many unions as we can, and we could radicalize the unions based on conditions. We are so far behind where we need to be. And every time we take a step forward, somebody's saying, you haven't reached your destination yet. You took a step forward, but you haven't reached your destination. It's like, what use are you? What use are you? You're the are we there yet kid in the back of the car. We're not there yet. The are we there yet socialists. Now, listen, I don't want you to stop asking that question. But when we have a flat tire, could you hop out and help me change it? Can you stop sitting in the back? That's the difference. And I'm sorry if I'm getting irritated. It's just I hate having this conversation because it's a vibe killer. It's a fucking vibe killer. And a lot of anarchists are fucking cool as hell people. But this is a sewer socialism stream. This is a stream. I've told you from the beginning that I'm a centrist Marxist, which means I'm going to support reform efforts. Period. I always will. I also want revolution. I don't see it happening yet. It's unripe. And I am not talking down to against any revolutionary group that I'm aware of in America. It's just like, if I could get free childcare for all the kids in New York City, do you know how many fucking millions of people's lives are going to be dramatically improved? And they're going to say, democratic socialism did that for me. Every day they send their kid to school or to childcare. They're going to say democratic socialism did that for me. Zoran Mamdani and the socialists did that for me. They made my life better. Thank you, Zoran. I know a lot of you have kids and you're spending tens of thousands of dollars a year on childcare. I want to make that a zero. I want you to have high quality childcare with unionized teachers so that when you go to work, you know your kids are taken care of and it doesn't cost you a goddamn dime, or maybe it costs you $100 a month or something. That's what I'm aiming for. And yes, I want socialism. I want to dismantle the commodity form. Yes, I want gay space luxury communism. I want it all. There's no button that I could push to make that happen. We are fighting a real fight. And unless you have a plan to dismantle 13 carrier battle groups and the 82nd Airborne and Reaper drones and the F-22, a real revolutionary movement would have to fight F-22s. Do you have a plan for fighting F-22s? Did you see what happened in Gaza when a revolutionary movement was isolated and its population punished? We need to have a real movement. You need to study the Chinese Revolution. And I'll tell you what you're going to learn. You're going to learn that it was highly pragmatic.
A lot of people forget, or there is a lot of amnesia about the New York City's tradition with socialism. And I'm not surprised you use the word carefully about the word return. I wonder if you want to say something, but I wanted to also... Yes, go on.
I want to underscore the importance of three people. Benjamin Davis, whom you mentioned. What does he prove? He proves that at a time when Jim Crow, the anti-black mentality and practices and what we sometimes call structural racism of this country was broken. Benjamin Davis was a black communist. It was as startling an idea that he could win as it is today that Zoran Mamdani can win, right? He won repeatedly. He was extremely popular. It was a time, people might be interested to know, when you had proportional representation. And so if the Communist Party got a certain number of votes, they got a seat on the city council and they put him there. What a statement of the Communist Party, of its view about the racial conflicts. The party was way ahead of the rest of this country in opposing segregation, imposing Jim Crow, and nothing proved it more than they're putting, a black man in that position. But he was doing it in Harlem, a section in the northern.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Breaking news! Joe Biden's closest advisor sent an email to John Podesta to say, use Hakeem Jeffries to attack Bernie Sanders. John, good luck. I've been emailing a bit with Jake. A couple points for the Peanut Gallery. Sanders is now a leading candidate for the president, should be pressed, challenged, and vetted as such. This has not happened as of yet. Tonight is a good opportunity for H to advance that process. Debates have turned into mini primaries. Best opportunity to change the narrative in the race, other than winning a contest. Best opportunity to find Sanders ahead of the major events. The campaign should seek additional debates between now and March 1st. Not in H's interest to allow Sanders unpressured space between now and March 6th. I would lay down this challenge for additional debates tonight. H's tone and demeanor on Tuesday night was good, but two things. H was still too self-referential. Should not let any change in tone or fear of being seen as too aggressive keep H from keeping constant pressures on Sanders. He should be on the defensive all night. A good opportunity to separate him from the president. The last 24 hours have seen the campaign's best use of surrogates. Harold Ford and Hakeem Jeffries were quite good this morning. Here's the point. Bill Clinton should not be carrying the negative. It's not appropriate for a former president, and he complicates it. He is most credible when talking about H and the economy, two things on which he has great credibility. H is more available and effective surrogates than anyone who ever ran for the presidency. Would open up a broad and aggressive effort on Sanders' utter lack of qualifications to handle national security and foreign affairs. The fact he has given the issues almost no thought and is relying on Devine as his national security advisor. Assume someone senior is talking to Bloomberg and Sheiky. And as I said before, I'm supporting the primary of Hakeem Jeffries, but I'm also aware, and this is something you guys are going to have to get ready, you're going to have to deal with. AOC said, I don't think it's time right now. She didn't say I'm endorsing Hakeem Jeffries. She didn't say that she didn't like Shea Osei. She just said, well, I don't know if time right now is the best time. That is devastating for Hakeem Jeffries. There's two ways to interpret that. You could interpret it in the way of, oh my God, I can't believe AOC is so cowardly. She's not taking on Hakeem Jeffries right now. What a sellout. That's one way. That's what you say if you're trying to discredit AOC. And there is a point there. Like, why is it AOC taking on Hakeem Jeffries? That's a question you should ask yourself. And the answer is Hakeem Jeffries is very powerful, and it would result in AOC losing probably, you know, it would be damaging to AOC and her personal brand among Democratic primary voters. So AOC would be damaging her national voter brand. How much is that going to help Che Osei right now? So the answer is not much. And she'd be revealing her hand, and she'd be taking on water. So what's the point? Now, I personally think she should have just kept quiet about it. I think she should have just been like, look, I'm focused on the president and getting the Epstein files released. Could you stop talking to me about primaries that are not happening this year? It's fucking stupid. Shut up. That's what she should have said. But she was like, well, I don't know if that was the right time. What does that mean? The same shit happened when she ran against Crowley. Bernie didn't run in there and campaign for her. Bernie didn't run in there and endorse her and go like, I hope she beats Crowley. He kept quiet. Why? Because Crowley was part of leadership. That's just the way it is. It's our job to take out Hakeem Jeffries. And next year, if Hakeem Jeffries is winning in the polls or it's close, then we yell at AOC to endorse. But before he even gets his campaign going, to run to AOC and expect her, like, that is, you're putting the cart before the horse. We need to build up his campaign on his own. AOC endorsed a campaign for Zoran after he had a real shot of winning. It's up to us to build Mr. Osei, Councilman Osei's campaign up to the point where she's forced to endorse, just like what happened with Zoran. And if somebody is trying to discredit and attack AOC right now, I have to ask, what is your goal? What are you trying to accomplish? This is not me defending her. It's me asking you what your goal is. Do you think her and Bernie withholding support of Mamdani till the last 2 months was a good strategy? Remember you yelling at her for not doing it sooner? Once I analyzed the polls and said he was like, that's a great answer. I have no problem yelling at AOC. I yelled at her about the Iron Dome vote. She got really pissed at me for yelling at her about her vote against Marjorie Taylor Greene's amendment. Let me see if I can find it. I made a post before anybody else saying I think Zoran's winning right now. God, do you guys remember what date that was? Maybe one of you can find it for me. I don't want to get lost in my sauce of looking for my Twitter post just so I could like show my credibility. But the point is that once it became clear to me that Zoran had a real shot, I started pressuring AOC to endorse him, right? And then I was like, she's waiting too long. She's waiting too long. And then she endorsed him and she campaigned for him hard for a month or two. And he won the primary. So she likes to endorse late in the cycle. Once you demonstrate you have a shot of winning, she'll throw in with you to try to push you over the finish line. She doesn't like to endorse people very early. That's never how she's done it. And it doesn't surprise me that Zoran, as I said before, trying to transition into mayor is not trying to make enemies right now. He needs as much help as he can get in order to have the city running well. And once Zoran is in power, the city's running well. If he's refusing to challenge the centrists, well, then I will be very pissed. But he's still in the transition period. Everybody wants to rush ahead to, he's like, oh, he's super popular. And it's like, he hasn't taken the reins yet. It's still November. Do you think AOC will eventually endorse who she thinks the winner will be? No. What I'm saying is she's always endorses later in the cycle. Maybe I'm baby brained, but I think it's opportunistic on her part rather than principled. You guys got to start thinking of politics like a war. You really need to start thinking about politics like it's a war. Mike, it's very dishonorable of you having your soldiers shoot from ambush positions while we march down the middle of the road. You should march down in the middle of the road and fight us head to head. We are the insurgents. We're not the British Empire. We're not the Redcoats. We're the guys planting the the bombs on the side of the road. We are the guerrillas shooting from the trees. We are not the F-22 havers. We're not the people with the aircraft carriers and the artillery. We are the people that are fighting an insurgency against an established force. We need the element of surprise. We need to be formless. We need to be unpredictable. You are demanding that we run like we're the establishment. We're not the establishment. New York City mayoral primary, Andrew Cuomo 51, Zoran Mamdani 49. I said Zoran is going to win, folks. That was May 29th. And then I said, open presents. Thank you so much for the gifties. Based on the level of engagement that Zoran voters have, I think he may actually be ahead. Turnout is going to be relatively low. Highly active campaigns are going to have a big advantage in turnout. And this ended up not being true. Turnout ended up being crazy high because Zoran brought in a whole bunch of new voters. I knew that his campaign, his voters were going to turn out like crazy, and they were probably going to be underestimated, but he remade the electorate in a way that even I didn't think was possible. I hope AOC and Bernie endorse very soon. No excuse for letting Cuomo win. I said that May 29th, the next day. I said that May 28th, the next day. May 29th came out and showed a 50-50 poll. And when did they end up endorsing? AOC endorses Zoran. When did they end up endorsing? June 5th. So a week later. A week fucking later. I think I think I have a pretty good sense of this shit. And I think a lot of people, again, stop using the word opportunistic without understanding what it means. I legitimately stop using words just because you think they kind of mean that. You need to know what they actually mean. You need to know what they actually mean before you use them. I know that we all tend to use words that maybe we never looked up. It's not opportunistic for AOC to say, oh, I don't know that the time is right yet. That's not opportunistic. That's not opportunism. That's like, oh, come on. Jesus Christ. Now, the other thing is, I am principled, but I'm also pragmatic. And I have a sense of what I believe we can accomplish versus what I think we should accomplish. And there's a gap there. All of us have this kind of gap. We all have a thing of like, this is what I want, and this is what I think we can achieve, right? So we are in that space right now with Zoran. We are not in the space where I'm going to get everything I want. We are in the space of how much can we achieve, reasonably achieve. A lot of people think having that gap is a sign that you are that you're not principled. No, that's just called being sane and not out of touch. Where is my line in the sand? My line in the sand would be Zoran supporting Israel. My line in the sand would be Zoran going back on the things he explicitly promised. My line in the sand would be him disavowing socialism. My line in the sand would be him endorsing against the most progressive candidates. Those are the things that really would piss me off. I agree with your assertion for being pragmatic in these campaigns, but we also need to have some degree of principled leadership that doesn't have a fear of sticking their neck out and has courage of conviction. Do you think that Zoran Mamdani did not stick his neck out? We truly live in the era of instant gratification, don't we? Like if they endorsed Hakeem Jeffries, that would piss me off incredibly. That would be an example of what I'm talking about, of being unprincipled. I'm hearing people at work already try and say that Zoran is going back on campaign promises. Like, how does this propaganda spread so quickly? Because a lot of leftists don't really believe that they can win. They're doomers looking for confirmation. And doomers looking for confirmation are going to find that confirmation everywhere. Because, embarrassingly, they failed one time where they really tried hard, or they really wanted something to happen, and now they're traumatized, and they never learned to grow up. This is what I'm talking about with moral virtue. If you do not believe in resilience, if you don't have revolutionary optimism, if you do not have the ability to avoid pessimism and doomerism, you're of no use to me. My mom said that she watched a video showing that Zoran was a Nepo baby from billionaire parents. No. His mom was a decently successful filmmaker of independent films. And his father is a college professor. That's not Nepo baby to become mayor of New York City. Those are relatively successful artists and academics. Certainly they're upper middle class, but they are not, he's not a Nepo baby from that. A Nepo baby is when you get a position that you're not qualified for, or you get a position over other competition because of your relatives or friends. That's Nepo baby. A Nepo baby in politics would be, for example, Andrew Cuomo. His father was governor, and he became governor. That's nepotism, because the same donors that supported his father supported him, giving him a massive advantage based on his being a relative. He was appointed to be the Secretary of Health of HUD, which is Housing and Urban Development, because of his father. which is a cabinet secretary. He was not an expert on housing development. All right, let's get back to the Epstein shit. I'm sorry for going off on this track. It's very important that we occasionally have these conversations because I need you guys to be leftists, but I also need you to learn politics, which is AOC adores Zoran in the most critical part of the race. I asked her to do it a little bit earlier, and then she did it like a couple weeks later. If she that's how it's always going to be. We're the insurgent side. Now, if you don't want us to be insurgent, we need to win a lot more races. Why don't you help us win a lot more races? Instead of worrying about AOC endorsing Che, are you endorsing him? Did you send him money? Did you volunteer for the campaign? Are you spreading his propaganda on social media and his messaging on social media? Instead of being worried about that, worry about what you're doing to help build a movement. How much do ultras yapping do shit to the movement and hurt it? The answer is it only hurts us if you buy into it and give them positive feedback and likes. If you are incentivizing on social media dumb ultras, then you're going to get more dumb ultras. If you don't engage with it, if you think it's stupid and move on and you chuckle to yourself and you don't engage and you ignore it, then it's not that damaging. If you let it occupy all your time on stream, for example, instead of talking about the Epstein files, instead of talking about, you know, various progressive candidates running, for example, in Jersey City, Democratic Socialists running for city council in Jersey City that you brought on your stream on Monday. Do you see how I'm doing real work in politics instead of being a dumb fuck whining about AOC endorsements?
What she told our Erin Burnett. She spoke to her for the very first time publicly, and she talked about this encounter that she had after being called to Epstein's offices in New York when Donald Trump, she says, showed up. Here's what she said.
Trump's standing here, I'm here, and he walks out of his office and he goes, oh, no, no, no. He was laughing at me. And he goes, she's not here for you.
Thank you, FM Masochist. Appreciate you. It was a hoax, is what you're saying. That's why I always ask for information and I vet things before I just repeat them.
And he escorts him in to this other room. But he made a joke to Epstein. Oh, I thought she was 16.
Now, the White House...
Wait. Seth and Rosen, send me stuff on that? Can you send me a video on that? China won. Netherlands has back control of chipmaker Nexperia. Amazing. God damn. So basically Chinese goods, except for a few like cars and solar panels, have the lowest tariffs of any country, and they got their chip maker back?
House is denying all of this, saying Trump was never in Epstein's offices. He's calling the Epstein files a Democratic hoax, and he's now pushing the DOJ to investigate Democrats only and their involvement with Epstein. When you put all that together, including their denial, are your clients and you confident that you're going to see all the files? The DOJ is not going to cherry pick any of this and release them all.
No, we're not confident. I mean, that's the easy answer. Our clients are not stupid. The American people are not naive. They know that it's taken decades, in many cases, to get to this point. And a curious aside about the president, he was a Democrat at the time, if you recall, before he became a Republican. So whether or not this is a Democratic hoax, a Republican hoax, you can change your party, you can change your tune, but you can't really change what's in the files. And our clients know that, and we feel that we've jumped the first hurdle, and we're at the sort of the end of the beginning. This is no way over by any measure.
You have filed suit against the United States government, particularly in Maria's case. What is it that you are suing for against the government, and what ultimately does justice look like for your clients?
There's been a lot of budding accountability on the part of the banks. We've seen those lawsuits. We've seen the emails come out from the estate. There have been other lawsuits against private individuals. What we do not know is what is in the federal government files. It's very important to remember that the files that were released were from the estate. All those emails, all those revelations that took the world by storm, I don't know, 3 days ago, here we are. We don't know what's in the government files. So we really feel that that is the missing piece of accountability. In 1996, when Maria Farmer made her report, Jeffrey Epstein was already under investigation as part of the Tower financial scandal. He was also under investigation and was sued by the State Department that leased him the former Iranian consulate in New York City. These are facts that people have long forgotten. But we want to go back to the beginning, find out that what law enforcement knew. I'm very happy that they listened, and the U.S. Attorney in the Southern District of New York also has to release their litigation files. There's a huge record in the government files on Jeffrey Epstein, and we want to know who facilitated and who contributed to his rise to power. We think that will be found in the government files, and we hope for some government accountability and the creation of a fund or some kind of means to compensate these victims for the government's failure.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much there, and we heard from the victims with just stunningly emotional comments about how they have tried to survive all of this, and they're finally getting a little bit
it's been decades for
of
many
relief,
of them.
at least some acknowledgement here.
Yes.
James Marsh, thank you so much. I'm sure we'll be talking to you.
Thank you for your coverage, and keep on this story. I don't think we're near the end, anywhere near the end.
Thank you. We do appreciate it.
Thank
we
you.
will.
The bill to force the Justice Department to release all its Jeffrey Epstein files. It has passed both houses of Congress and will become law when the president signs it. Now, he says he will, but when and how? Unclear. Now, he does like public signings. This year, we've seen him hold signing ceremonies for such things as restoring the presidential fitness test. That's right there. He did a signing ceremony for the Genius Act, a cryptocurrency regulation law. He signed a slew of executive orders on camera on Inauguration Day, of course, including a pardon for the January 6th rioters. So, can we expect the same kind of public display when he signs the Epstein bill? Let's see. With us now, CNN political commentators Bakari Sellers and Scott Jennings. Scott is also the author of the brand new book, I mean, like out yesterday?
Yes, sir.
Oh.
A Revolution of Common Sense, How Donald Trump Stormed Washington and Fought for Westernization. Soon to be best-selling author Scott Jennings, I'll go first to you. Will the president storm into a signing ceremony for this Epstein law? Do we expect the same kind of public attention as he's given to the Fitness Act?
Yeah, great question. I don't know. I personally wouldn't expect a lot of fanfare. I mean, it feels to me like they're just in, okay, fine, let's get this over with mode. And so, but I don't really know. I haven't asked them and I haven't heard.
A revolution of common sense. A revolution of fucking underage girls. That's what this guy, Scott Jennings, represents. The Republican flack.
Why just get over it? Why not embrace it as something to shine the light on what all these women we saw yesterday were calling for?
Well, look, I think there's two things going on here. They deserve all of the justice and attention that they should want or should get because of what happened to them. I still am a little puzzled why they and the members of Congress that they've been working with haven't just told the public, you know, what they know about who was involved in this, but that's their prerogative. But at the same time, Trump, look, he thinks all of this has been ginned up to create a narrative about him that isn't true. Democrats want people to believe he had something to do with this when he had nothing to do with it. And at the same time, we are finding out that even after Trump excommunicated Jeffrey Epstein from his life, Democrats continue to remain close to Jeffrey Epstein. But in Trump's mind, the narrative is he is somehow involved in this, even though we have Democrats fundraising with Epstein, we have Epstein programming congressional Democrats like Stacey Plaskett, and on and on and on. So I think it's become a source of frustration for him on the political narrative.
But it was the Trump administration in July that decided not to release this after, of course, they said they were going to, and after President Trump was informed that his name was in the Epstein files. Bakari Sellers, to you also, Bakari, I should say, an author of, I think, at least 3 books at this point, including 1 children's book and 2 grown-up books. Great to have so many fantastic authors on the show this morning. What do you expect the president now to do with this, either publicly, and what do you expect will happen in the Justice Department in the coming days?
First of all, congratulations, Scott, on your book coming out. That's always an amazing day for authors around the country when that occurs. But getting back to Jeffrey Epstein, I don't anticipate the president doing this with much.
God, Bakari Sellers is so low energy, man. Bakari Sellers is so low energy. The guy he's in pain how low energy he is. What, you're not excited that Donald Trump is being exposed as a pedophile? Well, come on, man. Get a little bit. I think he might be in one of the files. He's got to be.
And fair. In fact, I am concerned about the the prerogative given to the Department of Justice to scrub the files and not be fully transparent. We do know that there's no daylight between Pam Bondi and the wishes of Donald Trump. And so I don't expect the full reckoning of the Epstein files. The irony is that there are two pieces of irony. The first is that the person who asked for the full release of the Epstein files on the political stage was Donald Trump back in 2015. Second, you hear the Republican talking points about Jeffrey Epstein and fundraising with Democrats and communicating with his member of Congress and Stacey Plaskett during a conference hearing. But that's vastly different, and Republicans are conflating the issue on that point, and they're hoping to muddy the water, because the question is and surrounds the untoward activity Jeffrey Epstein had with his guest on Epstein Island, the untoward activity that others may have participated in.
It was also in his Manhattan mention. Also, how did Jeffrey Epstein become rich? No, seriously, how did Jeffrey Epstein become rich? Why aren't any of these people interested in the money? Where's the money from?
The fact that he was or is the most notorious child sex offender we've had come across the stage in a very long period of time. And people,
how much counterfeit dollars do you think Israel prints per year? How many counterfeit dollars do you think they print? Like, it's got to be billions, right?
Want to know the relationships about him and with him during that time period. It's not about who he was giving money to.
They're stealing nuclear material. You don't think they're printing a couple $1 billion? You don't think they have a little printing press in Tel Aviv where they're stacking fresh bills? They got it. I mean, there's no fucking way they don't. They probably have original plates. Yeah, exactly. They're probably not even distinguishable from from the real deal.
Although that's a problem, and it's not about him communicating with a member of Congress. It's a little bit deeper than that, and they just want to muddy the.
It's known they do this. Wait, I was just saying that. An Israeli-based counterfeiting rig produced and circulated $77 million of mostly fake $100 bills for more than a decade without being discovered until now. During the 90s, ringleaders Isaac Laws and Ronan Bakiro were able to develop over 17 different $100 bills that were so well manufactured they were often discovered only after they reached a bank or the Federal Reserve. For law enforcement, it was a unique case due to the printing press's ability to emulate or closely recreate the detailed security figures of U.S. currency, including the $100 bill's 3D security ribbon. When a bill is so good that it's not discovered until it's in the banking system, that separates the passing of the note to its detection. It allows those people to operate more anonymously. Secret Service agent Adam Robb discovered 4 fake bills attempted to be passed at a North Virginia loan max. Through investigation, the agency was able to track down the suspect and convinced him to locate his supplier. The federal authorities discovered that much of the operation had moved to a New Jersey printing plant where they were able to seize over $2.5 million worth of counterfeit bills while arresting both Laws and Akiro at the site. It's rare to see that in the United States, said Special Agent Ed Lowry, who helped lead the investigation. I mean, you hear about it in training. We see them overseas, but not here. I'm very curious about these guys. I wonder what, I want to know more. I want to know more about his biography. Like a 47-year-old guy that's producing counterfeit bills that are almost indistinguishable from real money. I want to know more about his background. I want to know where he comes from.
You guys are both good strategists and authors, and I didn't even know the books were right behind you, Bakari, when I was calling you a successful author. But Bakari, just first to you, what is the risk if the Justice Department doesn't come right out with these files, if it tries to parse them out or none out? What's the political risk for them there?
And first, Mr. Berman is 2-time New York Times bestselling author. I mean, just to be completely accurate here. But the risk is, we've seen the risk. I think we've seen the risk. We've seen the GOP influencers just with the binder on Capitol Hill running out of the White House saying, we have something, we have something, we have something. And then they didn't have jack. And I think you saw the pushback from the right wing. I think you saw the pushback from the MAGA base. It appears the only thing that can separate MAGA from its leader is Jeffrey Epstein, which is kind of interesting on its face. They spent all these years just with conspiracy theories about Democrats and pizza parlors molesting children that never came to fruition. And now they refuse to actually hearken with the true issue of Jeffrey Epstein. It's rich.
There's a story I want to cover real quick about Bakari sellout. Yeah. About the UN passing the U.S. plan for Gaza.
With those in favor of the draft resolution, please raise their hand. The United States wanted the UN Security Council to endorse Donald Trump's 20-point Gaza ceasefire agreement, and that is exactly what the U.S. got.
Today's resolution represents another significant step towards a stable Gaza that will be able to prosper and an environment that will allow Israel to live in security.
Trump made his feelings on the vote clear, saying, "Congratulations to the world on the incredible vote of the United Nations Security Council. This will go down as one of the biggest approvals in the history of the United Nations." Russia and China had reservations, but both decided to abstain and not veto it.
In essence, the Council is giving its blessing to a U.S. initiative on the basis of Washington's promises, giving complete control over the Gaza Strip to the Board of Peace and the ISF, the modalities of which we know nothing about so far.
So what exactly is in the resolution now adopted? It backs the so-called Board of Peace with sweeping legal authority over Gaza governance, including reconstruction and security. The resolution also calls for an international stabilization force, notably not a UN peacekeeping force, to work in consultation with Israel and Egypt to demilitarize Gaza and train a Palestinian police force. The U.S. resolution had wide support from Arab and Muslim countries, including the Palestinian Authority. The mandate for the resolution is nearly 2 years. But the resolution makes Palestinian statehood conditional. It does not further define who will be on the Board of Peace and calls for minimal UN direct involvement. After the vote, Hamas released a statement that read in part, "Assigning the international force with tasks and roles inside the Gaza Strip, including disarming the resistance, strips it of its neutrality and turns it into a party to the conflict in favor of the occupation." Algeria's ambassador said the resolution has clear red lines Israel cannot cross.
This resolution must be read in its entirety. It clearly affirms annexation, no occupation, forced displacement.
As for the UN, the spokesperson for Secretary General Antonio Guterres said the adoption of the resolution is an important step in consolidating the ceasefire and said the UN remains committed to scaling up humanitarian aid. Gabriel Zondo, Al Jazeera at the United Nations in New York.
Let's hear now from Daniel Forti, who's a senior UN analyst with the International Crisis Group. And he says there needs to be a credible creation process for the International Stabilization Force.
The Council has in the past authorized organizations that are not the UN, whether coalitions, whether NATO, to launch military interventions with its legal blessing. And that was the basic concept of what the US put forward for the ISF. The ISF is not meant to be a UN Blue Helmet mission. It will not be led or overseen by the UN and will not follow its procedures or its rules, but it will have the Council's legitimacy and backing. What that means in practice is that first, it will be able to use force in a way that humanitarians have told Crisis Group that there is actually a need for an operation to have the permission to use force in order to maintain law and order in Gaza right now, but also that it will not be a subject to the UN's traditional practices for mobilizing troops or funding a mission. So this will very much depend on the countries that want to contribute boots on the ground and pay for the stabilization force. These concerns about accountability, about political oversight, about Palestinian participation in many of these decision-making bodies are absolutely valid, and some that Crisis Group pointed out in our recent explainer of what this resolution was meant to do. But we do see this resolution as an opportunity for the entire international community to give a bit more to the ceasefire deal at a moment when everything is quite precarious. But for us, the diplomacy doesn't stop here. There needs to be considerable attention paid now to how all of these institutions get stood up, even if the Security Council doesn't have a formal role in this, and the U.S. and its Arab partners are using both multilateral fora and bilateral channels to work out some of the finer details of this. But without more political engagement, without a process that is credible to the Palestinians, implementation of any of these provisions is going to be incredibly challenging.
Don't miss out. Get the full picture. Subscribe.
人道灾难，开启战后重建，让加沙民众重怀和平。
Sorry, Chad. I'm trying to find the Chinese statement. I'm trying to find the translation for it so I can watch it. Did you already cover the psychotic Obama speechwriter? Yeah, we talked about it yesterday, actually. I'm looking for the translation of the speech. Jeremy Scahill had a statement on it, so we can watch that.
That the United Nations did this, and it's also shameful. I think just on a moral level, Russia and China had the ability to veto this. The United States has systematically vetoed every resolution that would have endorsed a real ceasefire in this Gaza war, and Russia and China sat this out. So you have this reality now where the Palestinian people across the political spectrum are facing a continuation of the war of annihilation through a UN resolution that endorses not the US government running a private occupation force, but Donald Trump. And it endorses it through 2027. And Donald Trump is the chair of the so-called Board of Peace. It's an extraordinary moment. It's a vicious diplomatic move that was endorsed by the United Nations. I mean, this is extraordinary that the
I think the main, I agree with Jeremy completely, and I'm very concerned. And I think China should have vetoed. I think the main reason that China gives for not vetoing and just abstaining is because the Palestinian Authority endorsed it. The Algeria, who is on the Security Council this year, endorsed it. I think every Arab state endorsed it. And so there were pretty much Pakistan has endorsed it as well, but they're a U.S. puppet, as are most of these.
UN Security Council adopts U.S. peace plan for Gaza. Russia and China abstained in the vote, which provides a legal mandate for the Trump administration's vision of how to move past the ceasefire to rebuild the war-ravaged enclave after 2 years of war.
I don't think it's fair to say that China only cares about trade. I think China believes in following international organizations that represent various groups. So like if the Arab League endorses it, China is not going to veto it over that. And the problem that we have is that the Arab states in the Middle East are oftentimes either puppeted by the US or so diplomatically isolated as to be irrelevant. So I think it is a mistake on China. I think it's a major L for China because they are missing a big opportunity to be seen as a champion of a very, very popular movement. And hanging back and being neutral is not going to earn them neutrality in any kind of conflict with Taiwan. Let's get down to brass tacks. China is worried about being hemmed in at the first island chain in the South China Sea, and they want to reunify with Taiwan, and they're concerned about being diplomatically isolated in any eventuality of an intervention in Taiwan, and they're trying to head that off. That's what's happening. Let's not be confused here. They're worried about the geostrategic risk of the Malacca Strait being blockaded, of being hemmed in at the first island chain by America and its allies, and they want to be able to leave the legal, internationally available to intervene in Taiwan. That's why this is happening. That's it. And it's not good. I think it's a huge mistake. I understand, Mike, but at some point you have to have a bit of a moral stance. No, I agree. I mean, they say the right things, but when the push comes to shove, they don't do anything. They're not isolating Israel. Chinese companies are working business deals with Israel. They trade with Israel, right? Like, that's just the reality. They're not diplomatic. They may excoriate Israel. They may say Israel is guilty of all X, Y, and Z. They may say they support the Palestinian people. They may offer support to Palestinian groups. But when push comes to shove, China has not fought Israel. That's the reality. I think it's a major mistake.
More than 100 kilogram. These panda adults. It's very dangerous.
I'm more than 100 kilogram. And
but you are not bear. You are human.
Penny, I think I can vibe out a panda. Like if a panda saw me and was like, "Oh, you're kind of like me. You're like a bear as well." Like big. If I saw one in the wild, I think like we would dab it up like this, like high five, like that. No, you don't think so?
He has 6 fingers, you have 5 fingers. You guys is nothing, right? It's just a joke, right?
No, I mean,
He's gonna go home and be like, I know why socialism doesn't win in America. Their biggest influencer thinks that he could be friends with a bear. I know why socialism loses in America.
I'm being sincere.
We don't agree with what you said.
Can you pull your arm up a little bit more?
It's very dangerous.
Do you think Jackie Chan has ever hung out with a panda?
Of course he has. But also, that question is a little... We need the woker. We need the woker. All right, chat. Let us get back into the Epstein files. Has he signed it yet?
The bill forced the Justice Department to release all its files in the Jeffrey Epstein investigation is expected to land on President Trump's desk this morning. He said he will sign it. He hasn't said exactly when.
Follow Penny on Instagram for pics. I don't use Instagram. I don't use Instagram. Like I literally signed up just so I could look at Instagram, but I don't actually use it. I'm not a picture guy. I need to learn how to take more pictures. It's actually a huge L on my part. I really need to take the phone camera and start taking pictures, like at least every day. Just take a picture of something. I need to just start doing that.
We do know is that this is a stunning reversal for the party and the president, who had tried to block the release for months. For survivors of Epstein's abuse, who have fought for years for justice, this is an enormous victory. Still, there is skepticism about what happens after the president puts pen to paper to make the files public. With me now is attorney James Marsh. He is representing victims of Jeffrey Epstein. You represent many clients, including Maria Farmer, who was the very first person to have reported to the FBI that she suffered abuse by Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell back in 1996. I'm just curious how she is responding, seeing what is happening with Congress and the promise by the president to sign this.
Yeah, thank you for that question. It's really sort of miraculous what's happened to her in the last few days. She's had a great deal of health problems. She's been suffering physically from this for a long time. And she got a report just a few days ago that many of her test results are positive for the first time in many, many years. So this is a real manifestation not only of the toll that it takes on victims and survivors, but how, the move towards justice and accountability can really make, in this case, a physical difference on her health. So she's very, very happy for what happened yesterday, with the realization that this is really only the beginning. You said all the files? That's a big definition, all the files.
Yes. I do want to talk about what she told our Erin Burnett. She spoke to her for the very first time publicly, and she talked about this encounter that she had after being called to Epstein's offices in New York.
Mike, did you cover China and Russia not vetoing the Gaza revolution? I basically just did, and I said, China L, and it's my criticism of China's foreign policy is that I feel like that right now they're being like, we are pure neutral. We're just here. We're not here to interfere with anybody else. We don't want anybody interfering with us. We're not here to interfere with you. We just want to cut deals. I think that is a mistaken policy.
New York, when Donald Trump, she says, showed up. Here's what she said.
Trump's standing here, I'm here, and he walks out of his office and he goes, oh, no. He was laughing at me. And he goes, she's not here for you. Follow me. And he escorts him in to this other room. But he made a joke to Epstein. Oh, I thought she was 16.
Now, the White House is denying all of this, saying Trump was never in Epstein's offices. He's calling the Epstein files a Democratic hoax, and he's now pushing the DOJ to investigate Democrats only and their involvement with Epstein. When you put all that together, including their denial, are your clients and you confident that you're going to see all the files? The DOJ is not going to cherry pick any of this and release them all?
No, we're not confident. I mean, that's the easy answer. Our clients are not stupid. The American people are not naive. They know that it's taken decades, in many cases, to get to this point. And a curious aside about the president, he was a Democrat at the time, if you recall, before he became a Republican. So whether or not this is a Democratic hoax, a Republican hoax, you can change your party, you can change your tune, but you can't really change what's in the files. And our clients know that, and we feel that we've jumped the first hurdle, and we're at the sort of the end of the beginning. There's no way over by any measure.
You have filed suit against the United States government, particularly in Maria's case. What is it that you are suing for against the government, and what ultimately does justice look like for your clients?
There's been a lot of budding accountability on the part of the banks. We've seen those lawsuits. We've seen the emails come out from the estate. There have been other lawsuits against private individuals. What we do not know is what is in the federal government files. It's very important to remember that the files that were released were from the estate. All those emails, all those revelations that took the world by storm, I don't know, 3 days ago, here we are. We don't know what's in the government files. So we really feel that that is the missing piece of accountability. In 1996, when Maria Farmer made her report, Jeffrey Epstein was already under investigation as part of the Tower financial scandal. He was also under investigation and was sued by the State Department that leased him the former Iranian consulate in New York City. These are facts that people have long forgotten, but we want to go back to the beginning, find out that what law enforcement knew. I'm very happy that they listened, and the U.S. Attorney in the Southern District of New York also has to release their litigation files. There's a huge record in the government files on Jeffrey Epstein, and we want to know who facilitated and who contributed to his rise to power. We think that will be found in the government files, and we hope for some government accountability and the creation of a fund or some kind of means to compensate these victims for the government's failure.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much there, and we heard from the victims with just stunningly emotional comments about how they have tried to survive all of this, and they're finally getting a little bit
it's been decades for
of
many
relief,
of them.
at least some acknowledgement here.
Yes.
James Marsh, thank you so much. I'm sure we'll be talking to you.
Thank you for your coverage, and keep on this story. I don't think we're near the end, anywhere near the end.
Thank you. We do appreciate it.
Thank you.
We will.
The bill to force the Justice Department to release all its Jeffrey Epstein files, it has passed both houses of Congress and will become law when the president signs it. Now, he says he will, but when and how? Unclear. Now, he does like public signings. This year, we've seen him hold signing ceremonies for such things as restoring the presidential fitness test. That's right there. He did a signing ceremony for the Genius Act, a cryptocurrency regulation law. He signed a slew of executive orders on camera on Inauguration Day, of course, including a pardon for the January 6th.
Guys, the fact that he's such a fucking goblin and he signed shit with Sharpies because he's too stupid to use like a calligraphy pen or a fountain pen. Like, he's legitimately a fucking idiot. Like, if you want to make your signature big and bold, fine. It's a little cringe, but that's fine. But he's so dumb he has to use a Sharpie. It's so fucking embarrassing. I need the plastic pen with the big felt tip. Such a dumb fuck. God damn.
Rioters. So, can we expect the same kind of public display when he signs the Epstein bill? Let's see. With us now, CNN political commentators Bakari Sellers and Scott Jennings. Scott is also the author of the brand new book, I mean, like, out yesterday?
Yes, sir.
A Revolution of Common Sense, How Donald Trump Stormed Washington and Fought for Westernization. Soon to be best-selling author Scott Jennings, I'll go first to you. Will the president storm into a signing ceremony for this Epstein law? Do we expect the same kind of public attention as is given to the Fitness Act?
Yeah, great question. I don't know. I personally wouldn't expect a lot of fanfare. I mean, it feels to me like they're just in, okay, fine, let's get this over with mode. And so, but I don't really know. I haven't asked them and I haven't heard.
Why just get over it? Why not embrace it as something to shine the light on what all these women we saw yesterday were calling for?
Well, look, I think there's two things going on here. They deserve all of the justice and attention that they should want.
God, they're so fucked. Wait, did it replay? Wait, did we loop? Oh, I don't think this is a loop. Or maybe we watched a video on a different tab and I didn't notice. I'm so sorry, chat. I was thinking about the Zoran and the Che Ose campaigning.
As you've seen, your election has created a lot of buzz. Now that the midterms are underway, that seems to be the focus, but your name is still being dragged into the midterms, right? Let me talk about Hakeem Jeffries for a moment, who now may face a challenge from Chi Ose, who is a member of the DSA. You said that there are local issues that Mr. Ose should be focused on, maybe should remain a councilman. Are you saying he should not run against us?
No, I'm saying that I think the focus should be right here on New York City. I respect the work that Councilmember Ose has done in the council.
But what does that mean? Should he not run?
I think that right now is not the time to be engaging in that kind of a primary. I think the focus should be on delivering on the.
So, I mean, this is what I was typing. This is what I was typing and why I didn't notice it was looping. Sorry, chat. I said, it's perplexing to me that people can't be honest about the Che Ose race. Chi Ose. The people who are against it are focused on making Zoran's tenure as mayor as successful as possible by heading off an inter-party civil war before he's even sworn in. Primarying Jeffries is vital. Do it anyway. I said, just don't expect AOC and Mamdani to be against Jeffries early. We don't need them. We don't need AOC. We didn't need AOC or Bertie for Mamdani. They joined late when it looked like he might win. I expect the same. And that's that. Like, Zoran is basically saying, listen, time is not right. He's wrong. He's wrong. And I'm sure many people told him the time is not right. Like, if I had an interview with him, how many people would have said, the time is not right for you to run for mayor. It's not your turn or whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure plenty of people were like, Brad Lander is the progressive with name rack. You should support Brad Lander. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm sure. So him saying the same shit, it is what it is. I don't give a fuck. You're wrong. The time is now. And it's really, unless he lives in the district, he's just an outside observer. It's really about what the voters want. And I think the DSA, listen, I'm sure there's a lot of people at DSA in New York who are like, oh, I want Zoran's, mayoralty to be as successful as possible. That's fine. Nobody's asking for Zoran to do this campaign for him. Go off and do your mayor shit. You know what I mean? Like, go off and do your mayor shit. Now is the time to primary Hakeem Jeffries. Now, I want to say this, chat. I love this because it's going to push Jeffries to the left. It's going to force Jeffries to the left. He's the leader of the Democratic Party. He's going to be forced to the left to head off a primary challenge. This is exactly the environment we want if we're going to be pushing for a left-wing candidate in 2028. So now is the time. And if he loses, if he gets primaried in 2026, every centrist Democrat's asshole will be puckered. Every machine Democrat will be screaming to the left. So, too fucking bad. We absolutely should do it. Now, I gotta be honest, chat. If it were me, I wouldn't do it. I would be looking to win. You know what I mean? I would be looking to win. Not this. I mean, and he could win, though. That's the thing. And just like AOC didn't have a bunch of endorsements, which she primaried Crowley. She just went out and won. Like, it is what it is. And whenever you take on leadership, this is what it looks like. When you take on leadership of your own party, this is what it looks like. Everybody who's a party member, like, in the establishment, and that means people that won office, they're going to be like, he didn't say I endorsed Jeffries. He didn't say primarying him is a terrible idea. He just said the time is not ripe. All right, so here's what the right-wing Dems are saying. Okay, let's see here. I'm urging NYDSA members to vote no on endorsing Che for Congress. There are a few major reasons why. Here's the big one. Who gives a fuck what Zoran Mamdani says? Who gives a shit? Who gives a fuck? I don't give a fuck. If you're waiting for like politicians who have their own political calculus to tell you, yes, please primary this person, you're going to be waiting forever. Fuck these people. Like, I support Zoran, but like, I don't give a fuck if he doesn't like it. Not your business, bitch. People think DSA's electoral machines are a magical force that just wins. It's not. They are carefully calculated decisions. Seth was one of the guys behind the Gravel Institute. Okay, that makes Gravel Institute. That makes that's fine. You guys are allowed to disagree. But if the DSA endorses him as a DSA member, it's your job to get behind the candidate. This is an incredibly good result. Also, why is there so many not unsure? Why are there so many? There's no undecideds. Why are there no undecideds? There's no fucking way that 72% of the people living in this district know who Hakeem Jeffries is. That's not that. There's no way. There's no way. And him already getting 21%. That's amazing. That's great news. Hakeem, Che already at 21. Zoran was at 1% when he launched his campaign. He's fucking cooked. All right, let's keep rolling.
Today, the House will finally vote to force the release of the Jeffrey Epstein files from the Justice Department. President Trump now says that he will sign that bill if it reaches his desk. It is quite a 180 and reversal from the stance that he had just a few days ago and held for many, many months. Republican leaders were bracing last week for many Republican members to vote in support of the files. And now, with Trump's blessing, it's expected to receive even more Republican support. What are are the numbers behind this? CNN's Harry Anton is running the numbers for you on this. Why were Republicans willing, from the numbers that you see, on this one to go against what Donald Trump wanted?
You know, usually Donald Trump has his pulse on the Republican base, but he did not on this issue. Because what are we talking about, Kate Baldwin? Well, GOP on the Epstein files. Approve of Trump. We're used to seeing approval of Trump among Republicans being 85, 90%. But when it came to the Epstein files, look at this. Just 44%, south of 50% of Republicans actually approved on Donald Trump when it came to the Epstein files. Compare that to this. What was the percentage of Republicans that wanted all of the Epstein files released? 67%. So what we were dealing with is simple mathematics. The Republican base was against Donald Trump on the Epstein files. They were with the idea of releasing them. The Republican representatives saw that and therefore were not afraid to go against Donald Trump, because this was the rare instance in which the Republican base was not with Donald Trump. They were actually with the idea of being against Donald Trump and releasing the Epstein files.
God damn it.
And one way that you
67% of GOP want Trump to release the files, and only 44% of Republican support are endorsing Trump on his handling of the Epstein files. Oh my God, these numbers are so fucking bad. Holy shit. He's fucking cooked.
Been able to kind of gauge
Holy
at
Toledo.
least if people are really interested in something, is how you're gauging on Google searches. What has that shown over the last
Yeah, what is that showing? You know, back in July, there was this idea, there was this push, right, to release the Epstein files. And Mike Johnson said, you know what? I'm sending the House home. Adios, amigos. Goodbye. There was interest in it, but not to the degree that we're seeing right now. Okay, Google searches for Jeffrey Epstein versus a week ago, up nearly 1,200%. We have seen more searches over the last 5-day period for Jeffrey Epstein than any 5-day period this entire year, much more so than we saw even in July. And more than that, the top associated search topic with Jeffrey Epstein was Donald Trump. This problem, simply put, was not going away. So what you were dealing with was many Republicans unhappy with how Trump was dealing with the Epstein files, many Republicans wanting those Epstein files released, and more than that, it was climbing in the interest levels, so it wasn't going away. So all of a sudden, the Republican representatives are saying, jailbreak time, adios amigos, we're going to leave Donald Trump. We are going to vote to release those files long before Donald Trump even said, you know what, you should release them all.
What are you seeing in terms of what people think really are the chances that the files will be released now?
Okay, so we're going to hold this House vote, right? And we expect that a lot of House Republicans are going to say release them. But there is still a problem insofar as getting them released. That is, one of the biggest problems is the United States Senate. They may not even vote on it. And so here we go. This is, I think, a good sort of baseline understanding of, will Donald Trump actually release any more Epstein files before the end of his second term? On Saturday, it was 50%. Now Trump says, you know what, we should release them all. If a bill gets to my desk, I would sign it. But even so, it's still 72%. So majority chance that we will see more Epstein files. I think it's a good use of the prediction markets because it's a conventional wisdom baseline where people are putting their money. But
I should have played on the prediction markets on this one, chat. I was dead fucking right. God damn it.
It's still far less than 100% because, hey, look, we got to still wait and see if the United States Senate actually gets a vote on this.
They voted unanimously.
They
voted unanimously, and I told you they would. Not necessarily unanimously, but I said it was gonna be overwhelming. Remember how I predicted that, chat? Remember how I made that prediction and I would have looked like a dumb asshole if it was wrong? Remember? And how easily I turned out to be right? Even more so than I thought possible. Why the fuck is she holding a coffee cup? I guess they can because they're just chilling. God, working at CNN has got to be the easiest job on the planet. You go into office, you go into work, you read some shit for like an hour or two, and then you're done. God, and you get paid millions. And you don't actually have to be held accountable for anything. God damn it. That's crazy how well they get paid and they do nothing.
A sure thing. It's good to see you, Harry. Thank you so much. John.
All right, with us now is Lisa Bloom, a victims' rights attorney who has represented 11 Epstein survivors. Lisa, good to see you. And we are expecting to hear from a group of survivors up on Capitol Hill very shortly in advance of this House vote. Wondering if you have a sense of how the survivor community is feeling now, because a lot has happened in just the last week between the emails that came out, this sudden reversal from the president, this imminent House vote. What's the feeling in the community?
Well, thanks, John. I can tell you that the 11 very brave women who I've been representing since 2019 are really suffering as this is thrown around like a political football, and all they have ever wanted was accountability and transparency. Release the files, redact the name of the survivors, and let's have accountability for everybody who was involved with this predator.
So accountability, and you say they are still suffering because it's being used as a political football. I want to play for you how the president said he would handle it if this bill does reach his desk. Listen.
I'm all for it. You know, we've already given 50,000 pages. You do know that. They can do whatever they want. We'll give them everything. Sure, I would. Let the Senate look at it. Let the Senate look at it. Let anybody look at it. But don't talk about it too much, because honestly, I don't want to take it away from us.
But don't talk about it too much, because I don't want it to take away from us. And what struck me there is because of what you were saying before. These survivors feel like they're being dragged through a political morass right now.
I mean, look, does anyone really think that Donald Trump cares about sexual assault victims? This is a man that a jury found liable for sexual assault a few years ago. He said very recently that the release of the files was a Democratic hoax and a hostile act. He tried to get a congresswoman to flip. That didn't work. If Donald Trump really cared and really wanted the files released, he could order that on his own without Congress. But he's continuing to play political games, and the trauma of the victims continues.
The revelations, and I use that word not with a capital R, but with what has been revealed in the last week inside the emails there, you've been involved with these cases for a long time. You know, how much more information do you think there is that will come to light?
Listen, we've been surprised each time there has been a release. I mean, Epstein is now speaking from the grave and pointing a finger at Donald Trump, saying in the recent release that Trump spent time alone with one of the victims for hours, that Jeffrey Epstein could finish Donald Trump, take him down. In one of the tapes, Epstein said that he was Donald Trump's best friend for 10 years. So these are really striking revelations. We can only imagine what's going to come next. But instead of the drip, drip, drip of the release of documents that continues to re-traumatize the survivors, let's release it all. Let the advocates like me pour over it, and we can go after anybody else who is accountable. There should be congressional investigations. I mean, the release of the files is only just the beginning. That's what we, on behalf of the survivors, are.
Just in terms of the emails that were released, the name that was redacted from those files, where Jeffrey Epstein said that Donald Trump had spent a lot of time with one of the survivors. Republicans have said that redacted name was Virginia Giuffre, who has taken her own life now, but she had consistently said that Donald Trump did nothing wrong with her. That said, it was there in the emails. You used the term drip, drip, drip. Of information there. It is interesting because things continue to come out piecemeal. You think it would be different if it were all out at once. Why?
Absolutely, because again, we're talking about real human beings. I mean, the 11 victims who I represent are everyday people who are still dealing with the trauma, the substance abuse, the problems in their relationships, depression. You mentioned Virginia Giuffre, suicidality. They're trying to move on and live their lives. We were able to fight for and get for them substantial compensation against the Epstein estate and against JP Morgan, the bank that was found to have been complicit. But they can't move on. Every time they, look at the news and they see there's more information that's coming to light. So that's why we need to get this done. We need to get full accountability for anybody who's involved.
Yeah, it's real life for these women, many of whom we're going to hear from today. This isn't about scoring political points. This is about living their lives. Lisa Bloom, thanks so much for being with us this morning. I appreciate it.
Okay, Chad, I want to show you basically a very typical online leftist interaction about the Hakeem Jeffries stuff, because I think it's actually very illustrative of why so many socialists online are actually really bad at this thing called politics and very smug for no reason. And it's weird to me that people are smug when they have no W's at all next to their name. It's almost as if like they think it's offensive to be responsible for anything, right? So I tweeted this. It's perplexing to me that people can't be honest about the Chiose race. The people against it are focused on making Mamdani's tenure as mayor as successful as possible by heading off an intra-party civil war before he's even sworn in. Primarying Jeffries is vital. Do it anyway. So what I'm saying here is I see what Zoran's doing. He's saying, oh, it's not time, to make it so that national Democrats can't launch attacks on him as being a demolition agent and undermining his support among Democrats. Right now, Democrats love him. Democrats love him. He's extremely popular among Democrats. And democratic socialism and his ideology is increasing in popularity among Democrats because his vibes are good. All right. He doesn't want to be seen as taking the first shot. Now, for a lot of people, you are what I call a disagreeable person. I'm disagreeable too. So I sympathize with disagreeableness. You want to be aggressive. You want to be taking the first shot. You want to go after our enemies openly and brazenly. You want to fucking rip off your shirt and run down the middle of the street waving the fucking scarlet standard and said, the socialists are here to kill the Democrats. That's what you want to do. I get that. That's my yearning. That's my heart is with you. I get it. Are you trying to win elections right now? I mean, are you trying to win elections right now? Do you think the majority of people are on your side? They're not, but they're coming in our direction. And so my opinion is Zoran is not ready to jump into this race yet. Let's make him do it by building the best campaign we can where Hakeem Jeffries looks like he's gonna fucking lose. If the polls are showing Hakeem Jeffries 5-10 points down or at 50-50, then Zoran will be under tremendous pressure to endorse against Jeffries. It's our job to build that campaign. Step one is to getting DSA to endorse that primary challenge. Step two is to build a volunteer network and a campaign finance system that gets as much money to him as possible. We need to make his videos against Hakeem Jeffries go viral. We need to build him up as a candidate, not run to AOC, not run to Bernie, not run to Zoran and be like, please make a campaign for us. Like they're the fucking great men of history, great people of history. We make the movement ourselves, and then that forces them to endorse, just like what happened with Zoran. Instead of running to Zoran and asking him, please, daddy, do the campaign for us, make our own campaign using the Zoran model. Stop asking them to be kingmakers. Stop asking them to intervene in everything right off the bat. It's bitch-made shit. It's bitch-made shit. I said, just don't expect AOC and Mamdani to be against Jeffries early. We don't need them. We don't need AOC or Bernie for Mamdani. They joined late when it looked like he might win. I expect the same. Why are you talking like Zogran, he misspelled, himself is not one of the people against it? I said what I said. He's very clearly interested in avoiding some sort of mutiny from National Dems. So Zogran, sorry, he's calling him Zogran. Sorry, Zogran has an opportunity. I thought it was a typo. Sorry. To yet again heighten the contradictions. Guys, all we have to do is heighten the contradictions. Bro, can you actually read the book? Can you actually read the books about contradictions heightened from material conditions, not from random guys doing things? That's called adventurism, dummy. Zoran going, fuck Hakeem Jeffries is not heightening the contradictions. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Read the book. Behind the popular populist wing. And this is your argument. Your argument is that Zoran could just endorse Che and that'll be it. That's not what will happen, dumb fuck. Every national Dem will be like, Zoran is attacking Democrats and distracting from the Epstein files. He's helping Trump. Read a fucking book. And regular people who are against Trump will be like, why are these people doing infighting right now? And they'll dislike it. And the hugely unpopular establishment apparatchiks of the party, but you think the right course of action is to be a cowardly sellout. That's not what I said. I said primary Jeffries. I said ignore Zoran and primary Jeffries anyway. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? I said, oh, I think you're having trouble reading between the lines. He said it wasn't time and didn't endorse Jeffries. This is him avoiding the question to keep national Dems from attacking him. I see what he's saying, and I'm working to primary Jeffries. That's constructive. Instead of tearing down Zoran, which does nothing for Che, I'm saying, okay, Zoran is very clearly signaling that he's not going to be running to the rescue of Che early in. Thank you for being open about it. I appreciate the honesty. Let's build our own campaign. And then if we get traction, Then we can go back and yell at him. That's exactly what Zoran did with AOC and Bernie. They weren't there early. They came right as he was building momentum and it looked like he could win. Then they came in. They weren't there at the beginning. They were the bandwagoners. They were like, oh shit, he might win this. And they jumped in to gain credit. That's what he's going to do here. We need to build our own institutions that are not dependent upon their whims. That's called power. And if we are winning, if we're knocking out people, and we're doing so without AOC and Bernie, that's how you pressure AOC and Bernie, is they start to get scared. Because they're seeing people go against DSA and get defeated. They see people like, that's how you build that power. You stop relying on these individuals. It's so funny that people call me like an AOC simp when I'm specifically saying she's not that powerful. She's an asset of ours. She pisses me off sometimes, but she's not the fucking queen. And we move on and we do our own shit. Stop trying to make everyone who won as a leftist your enemy because they're not doing exactly what you want at any given moment. It's very fucking, it gives child. It's no different when Hillary said people should vote for who they support when asked if she would vote for Zoran. Zoran is clearly signaling his dislike of Jeffries by not defending him. Exactly. He's not endorsing Jeffries. You could say, Mamdani refuses to endorse Jeffries after DSA member launches primary challenge. That's another way that you could look at it. Against endorsing Cheose. Okay, here's the right wing of the DSA. What are they saying? Okay. That endorsement showed our organization was ready to meet the political moment at NYC. The city had languished under years of an increasingly unpopular Democratic governance. Locally, Eric Adams put the city through a corrupt austerity regime. Nationally, the Democratic Party was proving it capable to address the rising right. Blah, 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 blah. Now that Zoran has been elected mayor, our orientation toward the political moment could account for this shift in the political terrain. To seize this moment, we must ensure that Zoran's affordability agenda succeeds by running campaigns that keep his volunteer base mobilized and securing state legislative power that could be the foundation for decades of New York-wide socialist power. The problem is Hakeem Jeffries is going to endorse against you guys. Hey, David, Hakeem Jeffries is going to be working to keep New York state power in the hands of the right of the Democrats. So you're ignoring the guy who's going to be focused against you. So you're wrong. Sorry. When Zoran's campaign launched, there was quite a bit of internal NYC DSA discussion about the stakes of the race. What others at the time often stressed was a concern about the lack of vision and plan for our organization if Zoran were to sit in Gracie Mansion. That reality has now forced our organization and the movement behind Zoran to suddenly think extremely hard about how city government works. What are the levers of power that could really be pulled? And what is the best way to manage the many contradictions that we will be faced with? We cannot let that weight paralyze us. Instead, it should make us strong tactical thinkers and force us to critically analyze how the campaigns we run align toward fulfilling Zoran's affordability agenda, empowering Zoran to be a successful mayor. I'm sorry, I completely disagree with David here. I completely disagree with David. Zoran is not DSA. DSA is not Zoran. AOC is not DSA. DSA is not AOC. They are members of DSA. They support some of the same policies as us, but fundamentally, they're not dictating what we, the grassroots, do in different districts to have politicians that are more socialist. If I lived in Hakeem Jeffries' district, I would want him out of office because he doesn't support the policies that I do, because he is against the policies that I do, because he is against the left. I have the right, if I lived in that district, to have a representative that is not against me. AOC's Democratic primary victory of Jay Crowley in late June 2018 sent shockwaves nationally, broadcasting the sudden emergence of a post-Bernie left. However, for NYDSA, the September victory of Julia Salazar in the New York State Senate was arguably more impactful. If you're wrong, if you're trying to be wrong, if you're trying to be incorrect, if you're trying to be wrong, if you're trying to be wrong, if you're trying to be incorrect, then it was more impactful. Now you could say it was also good. It was also good. I'm glad she won. I supported her at the time. But saying it's more impactful than AOC is laughable. Salazar's victory represented both the growth of the organization and a tenants movement that in the following year would help pass some of the most transformative housing laws in decades. Salazar's victory helped orient NYDSA firmly toward the pursuit of state power. Presently, we have 3 state senators and 6 assembly members, all of whom are invested in our Socialist in Office project. We're in the process of potentially endorsing a slate of more than a half dozen candidates for the assembly. Each of these races will show that communities across New York City want elected officials who will fight for Zoran's affordability agenda, and that the state must be forced to make it a reality. That's not enough. That's too small. How come you guys are only running 6 candidates? Why aren't you running 30? You guys are too slow. You're not reaching far enough. Zoran entering his second year of office with up to 15 DSA members in the New York State Assembly will only magnify the volume of his demands. I think I completely disagree with this strategy in general, which is they're trying to basically run all of these campaigns. So DSA is trying to basically run these campaigns, and therefore they don't have the capacity to run more. So they'd rather run 6 really good campaigns than overreach, is basically what I would guess is going on here. The national environment appears like it'll be strong for the left to make real gains. And you're only running 6 people? You're only running 6 state legislators? That's your fucking idea? I completely disagree. This is disappointing to say the least. That's disappointing to say the least. That is crazy. That's crazy. No. Why are they so cowardly? The national environment appears like it'll be strong for the left to make real gains. 2028 is a presidential year. We know the rumors of AOC running for president or Senate, either of which would help produce strong coattails for down ballot races in New York. We have 2 cycles, and you're going to only run 6 state legislators? That's your dream? Bro. The concrete power of a larger socialist bloc in Albany stands in contrast to a single House seat under a Republican presidency. I actually think this is disinformation. I not only do I disagree with this, I actually think this is dishonest. I don't think he actually thinks this. I honest to God think this is a lie. First of all, they're not in conflict. Can I just say that? Like, you can run your state legislators. This is not a conflict. The toppling of Jeffries would show that the Democratic base is rapid for change, which we could agree would be good. I want to be comradely. I don't want to be too harsh. I want to be comradely on this. I already said cowardly, which is a little bit harsh. So let me apologize for saying that. But you're saying that the House minority leader being turned out is going to be less impactful than 6 state legislators in New York. I think that what makes this argument so weak is that it's patently ridiculous on its face. And so it feels like they're trying to manipulate you. It feels patently ridiculous on its face, and it feels like they're trying to manipulate you because it's so ridiculous. However, a single congressional seat by itself wouldn't help further Zoran's agenda. Incorrect. In fact, I no longer trust this guy to make any political decisions because this is so wrong. Why is it wrong? The reason why it's wrong is every single Democratic politician in America will be shitting themselves. Because the House minority leader is one of the most powerful members of the Democratic Party in any office. If he were to be defeated by an insurgency from his left, it would be such a cacophony, a national moment of the Democratic Party turning left that it would absolutely frighten and intimidate every single Democratic politician in the entire country. You are so underselling it that it's actually absurd. It's an absurdity. Not only that, if Che were to win, it would almost certainly result in more left-wing legislators winning at the state level because it would represent a massive swing toward the left of the National Democratic Party. I don't even believe you believe this. I think this is, I don't believe he believes this. I don't believe he believes this. That's ridiculous. I think you're being ridiculous right now. Zoran himself seems to agree. All right, guys, I gotta close this. I gotta close this. I don't want to call another DSA member a liar, but at this point, this is uncomradely and putting words in Zoran's mouth to such an extreme degree that I think it's dishonest. I think it's dishonest. Zoran said the time is not ripe. Why is Zoran saying this? Zoran is saying this because he's worried that if he's seen to be endorsing a primary challenge of Hakeem Jeffries, it'll create existential necessity to check him by national Democrats. National Democrats will say Zoran is making a play for our seats and we need to knock him down a peg among Democratic voters, or else we're all under risk. So Zoran is doing this because he's trying to head off being targeted by the National Democratic Party and sabotaged. Okay, that's what's happening. He is like, Jeffries wouldn't endorse him against a Republican for weeks and weeks and weeks and months. So that's ridiculous. Some have taken Zoran's statement as evidence that Zoran has ingrained himself with the establishment as abandoning the insurgent movement that helped elect him. The issue is obviously not that Zoran is attempting to avoid confrontation with the establishment. Yes, he is. Zoran continues to mobilize his voters to pressure Democrats across the state to help him fulfill his agenda. While Zoran is willing to conflict with establishment Democrats, he's doing so under tactical strategies the NYDSA that helped put him in office. Strategy that puts fulfilling a radical affordability agenda over symbolic efforts. I think the main reason why I find this article to be so impoverished with imagination is that there's no contradiction between both. There's no contradiction between both. And I think it's a little odd to pretend that there is. Some within NYDSA have decried Che Osei as an opportunist. Weasel words, why is this sentence even there? Either call him an opportunist or don't. Uncomradely. I really don't like this. I really don't like this statement. I think you could have made these same arguments in a much more honest and forthright and comradely way, but I just find this to be completely unacceptable. Is this who leads this fucking group? Like, I've stayed out of caucus politics of the DSA, but like, this is such a bad, problematic article that I highly, why did you send me this? Are you trying to make me hate this group? That a politician sees our organization as a potential vehicle for advancement shouldn't necessarily be a cause for alarm on its face. It's a good thing. However, Che Osei has repeatedly failed to align with NYDSA over the years until our endorsement can help propel him to Congress. When given the chance to endorse Ian Huntley for state assembly in 2024 against an opponent backed by the real estate pro-Israel lobby, he decided to stay silent. He saw it didn't get DSA's endorsement back in 2020 during his initial city council run. Unlike Emily Gallagher, who ran without NYDSA that joined our Socialist in Office committee, Che declined to join our Socialist in Office. Compare this to Zoran, who received NYDSA endorsement after working his way through the organization and into the state assembly. Zoran built the trust for us to take a leap of faith for endorsing him for mayor. Che has not built the same level of internal commitment. When SMC members and NYDSA voted on if the caucus should vote for the chapter to endorse Che, the response was overwhelmingly against Che's endorsement. Zoran won Jeffries' district in the primary in general, but Che is not Zoran, and Jeffries is not Cuomo. Cuomo was a scandal-ridden and unpopular. While the establishment flocked to back him, many left-of-center Democrats did decry his candidacy and endorsed other options, including Zoran. Additionally, Jeffries remains popular in his district. What is he citing? Who is this so I can like make sure I never fuck with this guy? I don't fuck with this guy. Nobody who's in politics takes a primary a poll like that seriously. Hakeem Jeffries has some of the highest name recognition of the entire Democratic Party, and Che is a local politician. No shit, he's going to be behind before he even announces his campaign. This is like just a lie to trick groups. I don't think it's comradely to trick other socialists and teach them dumb stuff. Zoran was at 1%. It changed when he campaigned. Although he's incredibly media savvy, Jeffries is still the #2 Democratic fundraiser in the House. So he's a distant second to AOC. Speaking of AOC, because of his position as minority leader, he's taking bribes from Wall Street. That's a good campaign hit against him, that he just takes money from billionaires. You're arguing against primarying someone because they're good at taking bribes? Speaking of AOC, she is apparently reluctant to endorse. Yeah, we know why. He's the leader of the fucking caucus. And it would be unwise of her to piss him off this early because he could fuck her up. So she's staying out of it until it looks like there might actually be a chance to unseat him. I don't expect her to do that. Heading into 2026, the whole world will be looking at the success or failure of New York City. NYC-DSA will need to be a strong coalition with many of the same organizations and unions that put Zoran into office. However, the political project of NYDSA should be the one where we're fighting for tangible power that could pull people into our movement and materially improve lives. Fine. We've matured to build up enough strength that we should be using Zoran's victory to secure state-level presence that will fortify a socialist bloc, not a symbolic effort against a horrible Democrat. Okay, so, wow. I would say this guy lacks he lacks the ability to imagine good things can happen. He's incredibly conservative. And I say that derisively because it's like, we have the best anti-incumbent energy and you're aiming for 6 state legislative seats. That's fucking pathetic, dude. And yeah, maybe this isn't the race you want to go all in on, but the fact that you're going like, oh, we need to do state legislators, that's crazy. That's crazy. I could not disagree more with that. I could not disagree more with that. And as far as, you know, like, oh, he didn't endorse this one candidate. AOC didn't endorse Zoran until super late. Are we done with AOC now? He seems like this feels like an op. No, it's not an op. It's just Democrat coded. It's establishment Democrat coded is what I read. Does anybody have his Twitter? I want to see his Twitter. I'm curious. My general feeling is, wow, that was bad. Wow, that was bad. Socialist majority is when you don't aim for a socialist majority. You aim for a small block of state legislators in New York State. That sounds like socialist majority to you? SMC is a shit caucus, but they were right about Shea there. If that's their argument, they were unpersuasive. They were very, 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 very unpersuasive. And I understand. And the reason why they're unpersuasive is they're not saying what they really should be saying, which is we can't we should primary Jeffries because if we do, Jeffries will try to sabotage Zoran. And so Zoran has said to Jeffries that he's not backing a primary challenger of him to back him off. And so that he will not work to sabotage Zoran as mayor. That's what they should say. That's the truth. And they rightly, and by the way, they're right about this. They're right about if Zoran is a failure, it'll look bad for socialism. I agree with that. We should take risks with cadre candidates who we trust to be effective messengers for socialism. Okay, well, who is that running to primary Jeffries this cycle? There's a difference between a DSA candidate and a cadre candidate. Everybody understands a DSA member is not the same thing as like a person that DSA has decided to run. Those are different things. Assumption 1, we should not run a race with such long odds. Let's go back our way to October 5th when DSA comrades packed to the Church of the Village for a spirited forum on Zoran's mayoral run. When Zoran himself maintained he had a path to victory, few comrades echoed his confidence. Instead, pro-debaters made the argument that Zoran would need a miracle to win, but this race was worth running for a number of key strategic reasons. 1, it would bring DSA's socialist vision to millions of New Yorkers in a way we have never done before. 2, it would open up the opportunity to build DSA's membership and alliances in communities that have been left behind by NYC's political machines. 3, it would continue and escalate the fight for Palestinian rights during a period of intense repression of the anti-genocide movement. 4, it would massively boost recruitment into DSA by offering an accessible entry point into socialist politics for a large population of New Yorkers moving leftward. The fact is that every one of the above strategic considerations applies to Chi primarying Jeffries. Through this highest level of media interest, the race would bring DSA's message to millions more people. But I mean, of course, but our political opportunity is at its highest ever level. Of course, this is right. This is correct. If Jeffries is facing a primary challenge from the left, especially one that Zoran is not involved in, and he's being challenged, and it looks like he might have to fight for it, that's good. He'll have to go left. He'll have to go to the left. So we'll have the National Democratic Party leader going to the left. His only strategy will be to try to bear hug Zoran and bear hug AOC because he'll be scared. Like, what are you talking about? It would offer a pathway of recruiting many more black New Yorkers into DSA, a goal that has been often stated in the chapter but not aggressively pursued. It would take the fight for Palestinian rights and self-determination directly to the chief enablers of their genocide, Hakeem Jeffries and AIPAC. It would offer an on-ramp to DSA for thousands of people who desire profound change in this country but feel powerless to have any impact on federal politics. True, true, true. What? This is completely destroys the other article. Like, what? So Groundworks post here is completely right. I completely agree. This is good. I endorsed Groundworks post. This is completely true. All of the above is true, win or lose, but we should not be so quick to dismiss the possibility that he could win. Yes, he faced a powerful opponent with unlimited resources. Yes, he is not yet a household name. But Zoran's victory should teach us not to underestimate the combination of a massive field operation, a uniquely gifted messenger, a moment of historical political opportunity for the left. Jay actually starts out with better name recognition and more support relative to the field of voters in his district than Zoran had relative to the national citywide voter pool. To win, we would certainly need to climb a mountain, but we have done the impossible before. As Zoran himself likes to remind us, it's impossible until it's done. Yeah, this is totally right. It's a win-win. As long as Zoran and AOC are not, I want them to maintain strategic deniability and distance. I don't want them to jump in early. I don't want people to be like, oh, it was AOC and Bernie carrying them. I want them to win without them. And Jeffrey's primary will distract from winning Zoran's agenda. Comrade Grace is right to say the NYC DSA must deliver on the promises made through the Zoran campaign, which will entail a massive effort to tax the rich and overcome the oligarchs who are already organizing to stymie free childcare, fast and free buses, and a rent freeze. However, it does not necessarily follow that endorsing Che means we will be less able to win the reforms of working class New Yorkers deserve. On the contrary, the history of our chapter tells us that we win reforms by mounting aggressive primary campaigns that threaten oligarchs and the politicians they control. We passed the 2019 rent laws on the heel of Julia Salazar's primary of Martin Dillian and the broader anti-IDC wave, which swept out corrupt incumbents and shook the foundations of Albany's political order. We taxed the rich in 2021 on the heels of our insurgent assembly slate sweeping the races in 2020, all of which were primary challenges. We passed BPRA in 2023 on the heels of primaries against two legislators blocking climate progress in Albany. There's a reason primaries were needed to bring home these wins, despite our running elaborate legislative campaigns with strong field and calm components. Forcibly removing power from the establishment is the only thing they have been shown to fear, short of total social revolt. Although Zoran's mayoral race was not a primary, it was certainly an insurgent race, and the establishment fear created by that race is already paying dividends. From Governor Hochul signaling openness to raising the corporate tax to New York Power Authority doubling their plan for public renewables, including many projects in NYC that will create green union jobs, lower utility rates, and help close dangerous peaker plants. In short, we get what we want by keeping the establishment worried, not hoping they will cooperate. Do we really believe that if we don't primary Hakeem Jeffries, he will cease to be an obstacle to the Zoran's agenda? The man who could barely be bothered to endorse Zoran the day before the general, even though there was nothing but political upside for him. We need to stop thinking of Jeffries in relation to coalitional politics and remember who he really reports to: oligarchs, arms manufacturers, and the state of Israel. Some friendly meetings will not shift that. Okay, this is the DSA I want. This is the DSA we need. This is correct. I am declaring this correct because it's obviously true. This is what I'm thinking as I read this. The other one, I was like mauling and I was like trying not to insult the author. This one, I'm like, now I'm like, I'm this. This one is this. All right, let's keep going. Assumption 3, running Che is too big of a risk for our project. NYDSA has built a formidable political machinery that is beginning to play the role of a real left party. Part of our success stems from being highly selective in choosing which races to run to maximize our strengths and minimize our weaknesses, thereby avoiding the adventurism and opportunism that has led to so many failed left political efforts. However, our prudence has always been balanced by the need to take calculated risks to capitalize on political opportunities. Running Zoran for mayor was one of those calculated risks. At his endorsement forum, we heard many of the same arguments we're now hearing against primarying Jeffries. It's too soon. We're not ready. We will look weak. People outside of our usual membership demographics are comfortable yet with the socialist message. But in the end, comrades were swayed by the argument that this race of this candidate constituted a truly unusual opportunity that needed to be seized, risked, and all. The same could be said of the primary of Jeffries. We are in a moment of true political realignment in the U.S. where a wide spectrum of people from liberals to the hard left are looking to democratic socialism as a viable political alternative to a near-dead neoliberal consensus. Delivering on Zoran's agenda is a major part of establishing democratic socialism as a durable mass participation pole of American politics. But so too is directly confronting the democratic establishment that is leaving us to fend for ourselves against fascism, economic crisis, and a boiling, war-torn world. In this moment, we are seeing people who we never would have imagined rally to our red flag. Do we not want to take the initiative to transform it into a true mass movement that could incorporate all of them? When will we get another such opportunity? Never! Never! It is now or never, baby! we should be asking ourselves another question about risk. What is the risk of not running the race? What is the risk to our reputation as the entire left looks to us for leadership? What is the risk to our project of hitting the brakes when the masses are looking to go further? And what is the risk to millions of people targeted by the Trump administration who are left defenses, like people like Hakeem Jeffries? Yes, the campaign is a big risk, and it's one we should be willing to take. Fire. I just hope they run more people. Like, I don't want them to just run this guy. I want them to run multiple races for Congress. Go and find every Zionist and set someone up. They should be running a slate of congressional candidates. Spread out AIPAC. Don't let them concentrate on Jeffries. Spread them out. Go wide. Now is the time for defeat in detail. Like these people need to learn there's more than one strategy to defeating an enemy. Mass is great. Being locally strong is great. Concentrating your forces is great. But sometimes you need to strategically spread out, and then you make a tactical decision based on opportunities that present themselves. And what I worry about is that too many people at DSA are too conservative. They want to run like very, very incrementally. They're not going for breakout exponential growth. We need breakout existential growth in the socialist movement. It makes sense to go for incremental gains when you can. I'm in favor of that completely. All right, chat, you really need to boost this because this is correct. This is correct. Groundwork, I don't know about them in general, but in this post, they're right. I completely agree with them in this post. I want everyone here to join DSA to prove me wrong. I'm sorry, but like the socialist majority post was dog shit. It was bad. And it was kind of dishonest and poorly argued. All right, let's get back to more important news.
Any reaction to Leader Thune seeing the bill without adding amendments or changing it?
I'm deeply disappointed in this outcome. I think I'm told I've been at the state dinner. I don't know. I was just told that Chuck Schumer rushed it to the floor and put it out there preemptively. It needed amendments. I just spoke to the president about that. We'll see what happens.
So do you think he may veto it? You say you spoke to the president?
I'm not saying that.
Is he supportive of it?
Let me guess. The SMC people were all big Harris supporters, right? They were all like, we got to vote for Harris, right? Let me guess. Let me fucking guess.
Current form.
We both have concerns about it, so we'll see.
The DSA left doesn't want Che either, then they're wrong. They're wrong. They're fucking wrong. We should be taking shots against Hakeem Jeffries. You're allowed to be wrong.
I was standing there with the Crown Prince. We couldn't talk.
Are you frustrated in the majority leader? Are you upset with the majority leader?
Mike, you don't know what the things you're discussing. Please investigate before discussing. I'm investigated. I know more than enough. I know more than enough. You just disagree with me. You think that Hakeem Jeffries is going to play ball with Zoran. You're wrong. And how many times do you need to get pied in the face before you understand that these people are your enemy? As much they are Trump enablers. They're your enemy. They hate you. Hakeem Jeffries is specifically very much against DSA. You're not going to be brought in, guys. They're not going to cooperate. You're just wrong if you disagree. And the single best way, if you want Hakeem Jeffries to capitulate, you have to beat his fucking ass and intimidate him. And Zoran, I mean, Chuck Schumer didn't even endorse Zoran ever. They're going to try to ruin his time in office. You need to accept that. Now, I have no problem with Zoran and AOC maintaining strategic ambiguity. I'm not mad at them for doing strategic ambiguity at this point. But as far as us, the grassroots, we should be going after Hakeem Jeffries with everything we've got.
Any reaction to Leader Thune seeing the bill without adding amendments or changing it?
I'm deeply disappointed in this outcome. I think I'm told I've been at the state dinner. I don't know. I was just told that Chuck Schumer rushed it to the floor and put it out there preemptively. It needed amendments. I just spoke to the president about that. We'll see what happens.
So do you think he may veto it? You say you spoke to the president?
I'm not saying that.
Is he supportive of it in its current form?
We both have concerns about it, so we'll see. I was standing there with the Crown Prince. We couldn't talk.
Are you frustrated in the majority leader? Are you upset with the majority leader?
Mike is freaking out. In what way am I freaking out? I'm just arguing how I always do. The same passion and intensity as I always do. I'm not freaking out at all. I just find the right-wingers to be wrong yet again. In fact, I think I know who these people are because they were like, I can't believe you're saying don't vote for Harris. Oh, you mean the Mike Johnson? Oh, I thought you said me.
We both have concerns about it, so we'll see. I was standing there with the Crown Prince. We couldn't talk.
Are you frustrated in the majority leader? Are you upset with the majority leader?
Speaker Johnson tells me he's deeply disappointed the Senate approved the Epstein files without making changes. He said he spoke to Trump about it tonight. We both have concerns. I asked if Trump may veto it. I'm not saying that. I don't know. Oh, they're so fucking mad, dude. They're so fucking mad, dude. And it's funny because, like, I hold a position of I like Zoran. I support them in general. I'm giving him grace. I'm not there to critique every move he makes and call him a sellout, but I'm also not going to follow his lead on everything. And I want the National Democratic Party to change. If you're in New York City and your only concern is how the mayor's perceived, congratulations on your new job in his administration, okay? But that's not politics for socialism nationwide. I am a national socialist political figure. I want the socialist movement to take every opportunity it can. And if you're going to pass up primarying Hakeem Jeffries with a very talented challenger, National Socialist. Oh no, phrasing. Sorry, chat. Not National Socialist. Not Nazi. Pause. Not National Socialist. Pause. A socialist movement in America. God damn it. A socialist movement for the entire nation, okay? Of DSA. Uh-oh. I misspoke. I knew it. I knew it. It's over for Mike. I misspoke. Do you think the Senate voted unanimously because basically to tell Johnson to stay in his fucking lane and stop trying to tell the Senate what to do? As well as the signal to Trump they have power? No, I think every senator was like, I'm not going to be seen as voting. I saw what happened to Clay Higgins and I don't want to be called a pedophile. So can we just say it's unanimous? Did you see this? DSA endorsed. Oh?
405 pack.
Crisis is brewing at City Hall.
Hey!
LA is stuck. The city is unaffordable and our leaders are unaccountable. We've been promised solutions on housing, transit, and affordability, but every year, it's the same excuses, the same gridlock, the same results. The system's stuck, but we're still moving. I'm Reverend Ray Huang. I'm a mother, a pastor, and a community organizer. I'm running to make Los Angeles affordable and healthy, to lower our rent and deliver housing for all, to create an economy for the people, not the billionaires, to finally transition to renewable energy and guarantee fast and free transit, to keep small businesses open and achieve real public safety through mental health care and crisis outreach. We're going to make sure every dollar in City Hall serves the people who need it most. We need a new kind of leadership, free from the tired establishment and the billionaire class. Mayor Bass failed to deliver the housing we need and wasted taxpayer dollars with little to show for it. Voters approved millions for homelessness, but the mayor only invested in Band-Aid programs and tried to sabotage real solutions. And the result? 6 people a day continue to die on our streets. I've seen the city move together through existential crises. When workers stood on picket lines, we showed up. When masked ICE agents came for our families, we showed up. When fires raged for miles in LA's worst climate disaster ever, we showed up. That's the Los Angeles I believe in. We're moved to action through struggle, in community, with love. This campaign isn't about me. It's about us. It's about what happens when we rise up together. We can't tolerate corruption, we don't take corporate cash, and we will not wait for permission. Let's get on our way.
Ray for LA, okay. So you guys say she's DSA endorsed or she's just running as a left candidate? She looks cool. I will learn more and get back to you, chat. Looks pretty good. She looks pretty cool. I'll meet her. I'll see if she wants to I'll let you know. I'll be pushing her, chat. If she's the one, then we'll push her. Seems pretty cool. I liked what she was saying. And I agree with her calling out the wasted money on the fucking like public-private partnership bullshit. By the way, chat, can I just say thank you for having these difficult conversations, and you're allowed to disagree with me on shit. You're allowed to be like, Mike, I think that the best thing for DSA is for Zoran to have a really good mayoral, and I think this would be a distraction, and I'm not really passionate about Che, Ose, or whatever. That's fine. That's a position you're allowed to have, okay? I'm not gonna tell you have to work on everything I'm working on. But I gotta tell you, I think you're being way too conservative. I think you're wrong, and I think we should reach for the stars. I think we should be reaching for a lot more than 6 state legislative seats. Is a DSA stamp a guarantee that a good leftist candidate and not an opportunist in any fashion? Here's what I want you to understand about politics, guys. There's no guarantee. Sometimes I get things wrong. Sometimes people betray us. Sometimes opportunists slip in. Sometimes a compromise we should have made is a compromise we shouldn't have made. Sometimes the compromise we made is a compromise we shouldn't have made, if that made sense. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is you need to learn to be able to handle bumps and bruises. The path to a glorious future is not straight and laid with golden bricks. It's a jungle, and we're slashing our way through with a machete. And sometimes we're going to have to double back. Sometimes we're going to be led down a false path. Sometimes we're going to need to double back. It is what it is. You can't allow your fear of betrayal, of somebody not living up to our expectations, of even failure to discourage you and stop you from pushing on. Come on. Haven't you ever learned about determination? 2026 is going to be about the idea as Jeffries as the Speaker of the House. That's why the primary is so important, because Hakeem Jeffries will probably win. Hakeem Jeffries will probably win. But if he's being challenged from the left, he'll be forced to go left. And the National Democratic Party will be forced to go left.
COVID-19, you can do
Justin Trudeau gets to touch a panda, but I can't? Are you kidding me?
That is the son of Castro, okay? That is the son of Castro, all right? Of course China's going to let him touch a panda. Of course he's going to be allowed to touch a panda. If you're the son of one of the world's most foremost socialist leaders, then you will be able to touch a panda. Mike, do you think China grabbed hair of his and did a DNA match? That does sound like something they would do.
Kidding me? He did blackface.
Oh, that's a good clip. They're on fire in the trip. They're having blast, huh? Here's how Larry Summers opened class today. Bro, guys, it's a gen ed class. I think Harvard will be okay if you stop teaching it. And that, ladies and gentlemen, brings me to a video that I've been saving. Taylor Lorenz with Brace Belden.
I've been using True Social like every day for a while. That is a site that will drive you mad if you look at it long enough.
The Jeffrey Epstein saga is back in the news again after a large new cache of tens of thousands of Epstein's emails and text messages was recently released. The whole drama of what files should be released, when, and how has become this messy political fight that's causing chaos in the MAGA movement and warping the right-wing internet. Trump, who previously said he didn't want the files released, has now started calling for them to be made public, which is a big shift in how he was talking about this whole issue just even 48 hours ago. No one knows the whole Epstein saga better than my friend Brace Belden, co-host of the TrueAnon podcast and one of the internet's foremost experts on Epstein and MAGA influencers. Today, we are going to be dissecting what this latest Epstein cache reveals, the truth of what really happened between Donald Trump and Bill Clinton, and how all of this might impact Trump and the influencers in his movement going forward. Brace, welcome to Power User.
It's a pleasure to be here. And I'm noticing my camera on my little MacBook here kind of makes it look like I have a goatee. I'm in a deeply shadowed room as well.
That's a good place to be because we're going to talk about some real shadowy figures and, creeps here today. I feel like a lot of people have seen the Bill Clinton, Donald Trump memes online. We're going to get into that. But can you talk about sort of this big email release? What is the latest development in the Epstein saga? And why is it all back in the news?
So there are a couple of things going on with the Epstein files for those clowns in Congress are doing. One of them involves the release of documents to the House Oversight Committee, which is where these came from. And I believe this is the second or maybe third release of documents that they've done. It's sort of a slow trickle. And frankly, I'm not really sure how they're figuring out which gets released when or anything like that. This kind of came out with very little notice. And then there's also a bill co-sponsored by Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna, the famous Roger Khanna, and that is going to call for a full release of the Epstein files, which whatever those may be, I mean, those as far as we know, that's just whatever the DOJ specifically has that is related to the investigation. And this seems to be a big chunk of Epstein's emails and iMessage conversations and a couple other messaging app conversations with various people, mostly older men and a couple older women.
Yeah, so let's dive in. What is in all these emails? Because I know there's like tens of thousands of them. People are going through, I think Bloomberg and some other places have made like these searchable databases. What have we learned from these emails? What are some big takeaways?
I think one thing that piqued my interest at first, and I'm still looking through these. I don't think anybody's seen all of them yet. And they're a little sometimes difficult to parse because they'll have this sender's name, or not the senders, but they'll have the person that Epstein's talking to, their email address and their name will be withheld. And so you have to sort of figure out from context clues or from the many places where the email address is just still in there. It seems a little haphazard how they did it. The main thing that I immediately piqued my interest were the pages and pages and pages of text message conversations between Jeffrey Epstein and the one and only Steve Bannon, the host of Steve Bannon's War Room, and known for one or two other things. It was known that Steve Bannon was advising Epstein. He sort of hurriedly put together a fake trailer for a documentary that he says he was doing to expose Epstein. Released the trailer 4 years ago. We've heard hide nor hair of it since. And this shows the level of closeness that they had. I mean, they were much closer than even I imagined. At the same time, it appears that journalist Michael Wolff was fulfilling the same role and was a lot closer to Epstein than he let on. The big thing, of course, is all the Trump stuff, and it seems like this was a very Trump-centric release. And unfortunately, to disappoint a lot of people, there's been no, I don't know, disappoint a lot of people is the right way to put it, but you know what I'm saying? There actually have never been allegations relating to Trump in terms of Epstein. There was that lawsuit from someone purporting to represent someone who was when they were 13. There was a lot of really weird backstory stuff with that, and it kind of seems like that really wasn't real. But the way that Trump has acted during his presidency this time around this has been the most suspicious that you could possibly ever act. And so I think a lot of people are
Clay Higgins is assaulting people outside the Capitol? Okay, hold on. We got to pop into this real quick, chat. People are saying you're a pedophile.
You're out. You're out.
You're out what?
Get off me. No, you're out. You're out. You're out. You're out. You're out. Aren't you a congressperson? Get off me.
Someone video this. Get this on video.
Get off me.
Get this on video. This is assault.
Get off me.
This is assault.
Clay Higgins. You're a U.S. congressman touching a person. You can't get him off the street. Get off me.
Let go of him. Let him move.
That is definitely battery. Oh, chat, Vio has dropped off lunch. We have a Thai curry. A Thai curry. Yummy. On rice. Okay, let's keep going.
You need to calm down. Calm down.
Was that guy... What campaign shirt was he wearing? He was wearing a campaign shirt for Bernie Sanders.
Aren't you a congressperson?
Someone video this. Get this on video. Get this on video.
By the way, if somebody is grabbing you like this, I mean, they are committing assault and battery against you. Battery is unprivileged, harmful, or offensive touching. You're not allowed to touch people. You're not allowed to grab them. That's not okay. It is harmful. It is offensive. Have someone grabbing you and moving you around. Wait, Chad, I'm sorry. This bot is still existing? Che Osei isn't fighting for New York. He's auditioning for Mamdani's circus. The same DSA radicals who cheered Mamdani's rent freezes, collapsing housing markets, now on a primary Jeffries, spare me. Mamdani's success is a myth. Crime's up, services are failing, and his own allies are turning on him. He's not in office yet! The ChatGPT bot! He's not in office yet! They just make shit up! Schumer and Jeffries warned this would happen. They knew Mamdani's incompetence would fracture the city. Now even his puppets are eating their own. Primaries would fix what Mamdani broke. Adams kept the city functional. Cuomo delivered order. Mamdani, he's too busy cosplaying revolutionary while New York burns. What are you talking about? First of all, if New York was burning, that would not be cosplaying. That would be doing it. Come on, AI. This fucking rules, dude. Did I see this? I don't trust this motherfucker. I don't trust this motherfucker. I don't know why. His vibes are terrible. His vibes are fucking terrible.
New Yorkers are always on the move. reaching new heights and rushing towards the future. But today's leaders just can't keep up. My name is Cameron Kasky, and I'm running for Congress because there's no real path forward for most Americans. You and your family.
I'm sorry, guys. There's no way. There's no way. He was on Hassan's stream a couple months ago. Yeah, I know. And I've hated him ever since. No, in all seriousness, I don't like the guy because he's on Bulwark, which is like the Never Trump Republican channel. I guess he's decided that he's left wing now.
Really primed to figure out, or to try to figure out what exactly he's trying to hide here.
Well, yeah, how is he being suspicious? And also, like, wasn't there the thing in the emails where, like, they were saying, like, Trump was, like, upstairs with a girl?
Chinese reaction to Hassan's basketball skills. We will use all the bricks that Hassan gave us to build a new Great Wall. Was he playing poorly? Was he playing poorly?
Or was that, there was like some sort of...
Yeah, it was Epstein telling somebody, I think this was during Trump's first term. I mean, most of this takes place during Trump's first term or before. That Trump had been in Epstein's house along with Virginia Giuffre, who was recruited, who was a victim, sort of the most prominent of the Epstein victims, recruited by Ghislaine Maxwell from Mar-a-Lago when she was a teenager. And I have no doubt that Trump knew what was going on there. I mean, you don't have to be a damn rocket scientist. Actually, frankly, if you're a rocket scientist, you're probably hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein, but you don't have to be, you don't have to be Inspector Clouseau to figure out, oh, I'm going over to this weird old guy's house that I'm friends with. Oh, look at that 16-year-old girl that's like chilling here in a bikini. They're probably just friends. I'm sure that Trump knew what was going on, but frankly, probably a lot of guys that Trump knows are like this.
Yeah. So let's talk about the Trump and Clinton stuff, because there was this line in one of the emails where I think it's talking about Trump and then Bubba. Bubba is like, I guess, Clinton's nickname. Also, maybe Ghislaine had a horse named Bubba. So can you kind of like give us the background and also like, what do you think happened?
I'll talk about that in a second, because I don't think anyone's actually really grappled with the implications of what that means. But the email is Epstein talking to his brother, who I guess would also be Epstein.
By the way, I want to put my marker down. This is a certified Mike from PA moment. I think that it is more probable than not. I don't have complete certainty, but I think it's more probable than not that Donald Trump did in fact suck Bill Clinton's penis. I am saying I think it's real.
Jeffrey Epstein talking to Mark Epstein, and they're just around,
Donald
you know
Trump
what I mean?
Bubba.
However, it is really funny because, yes, Bill Clinton's nickname was Bubba, although now Mark Epstein is saying that wasn't a reference to him. Who was that a reference to then? Maybe the horse? But I want you to imagine, you don't have to do this, somebody out there has to imagine, there is no way that Bill Clinton, and don't let your personal feelings judge or cloud this, Bill Clinton is not getting fucking trash ass head from Donald Trump. I'm sorry. I don't like Bill Clinton. I'm not
I disagree completely. Donald Trump is a rich guy. Bill Clinton gets off on power. I 100 quadrillion 1000% think he would take the trash ass head.
Defending Bill Clinton whatsoever. I think Bill Clinton is a disgusting pervert. However, I don't think Bill Clinton would accept that. Because Donald Trump is not, I mean, and if I'm misremembering, it's the other way around. Neither of those guys are sucking good. And both of them, I think, would demand something better than the other was able to provide.
Okay, this is where Brace and I disagree. I think Brace is wrong. I think Donald Trump is hungry for it. Have you seen the way Donald Trump talks about men? I think he's absolutely thirsty. So what he might not have in mechanical skill, he has in oomph. He has in desire.
So I think it's
which is why we're adding wide Trump nodders to the channel.
Just them jesting.
I know, it's so funny because like obviously it's a meme and like it's like clearly a joke, but I have this other Instagram page where it's just like full of all these like resistance people. You could not convince them that this is not real.
Yes.
Like,
yeah.
What is that with their brains? Because I feel like there's so many people whose brains just sort of like
the reason why, okay, first of all, like I get how they're trying to do this like disavowal of resistance libs and how so cool these guys are. How, Taylor and Bryce are just too cool to engage with the resistance libs. But I'm sorry, but Donald Trump loves men. He does. I can see him being hungry for it. I can see him saying he wants to show Bubba he has some tips for Monica. I could see him saying that. Let me tell you, Monica Lewinsky, she doesn't know that you have to use your hands and your mouth. You can't just do the mouth. You've gotta spit on that thing and use your hands. I'll show Monica a thing or two. And then Bill going, your tiny hands make it look huge. All right, let's keep going.
Permanently broke in 2017, and they thought like Trump is in love with Putin or whatever, but they're obsessed with these like homoerotic fantasies around Trump. Is it just like homophobia at the end of the day?
I don't even know if it's like identifiable. I mean, you could trace it back to homophobia, I'm sure, but like, yeah, because you remember there was like Trump and Putin making out and all that. Like they would like have these like pictures and stuff. And Putin, funnily enough, actually, the email was like Putin has a picture of like Trump sucking Bubba's dick or whatever. I honestly kind of feel like Jeffrey Epstein would be one of those guys, like posting like Donald Trump's gay for Putin or whatever, if he had been allowed to have a public Facebook and not been canceled, but which he does float at a certain point. He asks Michael Wolff if he should start a social media, which I wish Michael Wolff had advised him to. I'm not going to mince words here. It's funny to imagine Donald Trump having gay sex. Am I saying gay sex as itself is funny? No, I'm not. It's not funny to imagine Donald Trump having straight sex because it feels like Donald Trump wants to punish women. However, him having gay sex, I feel like would give you the same sort of strangely delightful feeling as one gets seeing Donald Trump at like the McDonald's or something, where you're like, I feel like I see a glimpse of another world where you're a different person and maybe more complete or something like that. But I really also just think that like for a certain people of a certain age, someone doing something gay is the funniest thing that they can think of. And, I can't argue with them. I'm not sure I could imagine Donald Trump doing something funnier, but I'm not also really in the business.
I think I gotta say these guys they're party poopers because they're not getting it. Part of what makes it funny is because Trump has the psychological concept known as disavowal. Okay, Donald Trump is a gay man, but because to him being gay is bad because he's old and that's how it was when he grew up, he had to disavow those feelings and become an over-the-top, aggressive, masculine man. He doesn't like women, and he's bitter against not being attracted to beautiful women, right? He's fucking mad that he's not attracted to these women, so he takes it out on them. And what makes it funny for us to imagine him having gay sex is that we know he's a gay man, like, and his disavowal of being gay is a sign of his moral weakness, because to us being gay is totally normal, and you have to be a pathetic coward to disavow being gay. You should come out and be out and proud. Donald Trump, what's wrong with you? Now, I'm not saying that if there's people in the closet now that they're cowardly. I'm saying Donald Trump would be cowardly because he's a billionaire. No one is going to, he's not going to be thrown out on the street. He's not going to go broke if he was gay. And people could sense that he has a lot of interest in culture and the elements of culture that have traditionally been part of the gay experience. He sings show tunes. He loves cats. That's not, say what it is, it's not traditionally masculine. And there's plenty of straight men who like those things. But they are people that are not performing traditional masculinity. Donald Trump tries to go out there and perform traditional masculinity and disavow gayness. And like, that's what's funny. Catching him as his, in these contradictions. That's what's funny about it. It's not that him being gay is funny. I don't care. It's more like the guy is so obviously at war with himself, and that's funny because he's in pain, and I hate the guy. So that's what's funny about it.
And, I can't argue with them. I'm not sure I could imagine Donald Trump doing something funnier, but I'm not also really in the business of imagining.
Resident theater kid here. There's not a single straight man that likes cats, even theater kids. Are you sure? There's got to be one.
Donald Trump doing funny stuff. I guess I was just imagining that. I don't know, but there is this obsession with Donald Trump being gay.
I know, it's so weird. And it came up recently too, because people were talking about how it's like JD Vance with the eyeliner. Like there's just something. And the thing is, Donald Trump is a queen. Like he seems like there's that aspect to it too. So a bunch of the MAGA influencers, I was looking at sort of like how they were responding and like, how is the MAGA world taking all of this? Because so far what I've seen is them mostly focus on this like redacted name somewhere. It seems like it's increasingly coming crashing crashing down around them.
The MAGA response to this entire thing has been kind of stupendous to watch. And like, it is one of the things that's damaged Trump kind of more than anything, like more than like those fucked up, insane, like John Wick ICE raids they're doing in fucking Chicago and like all this like kind of like brutality and the stupid tariffs bullshit. I think that's fucking Trump up too. But this shit is like, it was such an important part of his base's like viewpoint towards Trump for a while, and then had to have him do that weird like abrupt heel turn after the release of the first tranche. It was supposed to be the only tranche to like libs of TikTok and Jack Posobiec.
When they all like stood outside the White House, like holding the binders, like we've got the Epstein files, and it was actually like nothing.
It was just like shit that had been released during the Ghislaine trial, and then like whole pages of redacted names. Trump's weird focus on it being a hoax. Maybe he has PTSD from the Russiagate stuff, and he's like, they're doing Russiagate to me again. I think part of it's that, but I don't understand how he doesn't he doesn't see how badly this is playing to large parts of the base. And the thing with Trump is you really kind of got to be all or nothing if you're one of like the MAGA influencers. So like, I think Cat Turd is sort of the best one because the minute the wind changes direction, he will tweet in support of whatever the president's doing. There's been a sort of rupture within the ranks of like the kind of three most MAGA ladies, 2.5 of the most MAGA ladies in Congress, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Lauren Boebert, and the estimable and beautiful Nancy Mace. You know, Marjorie Taylor Greene, I think, is like the like platonic ideal of like a certain kind of MAGA person. Lauren Boebert is like slightly different ideal, but also like the kind of MAGA person. And they've signed on to that Ro Khanna Massey bill to push for the release of the Epstein files. It's over the line by one vote, and Trump has really been focused on taking them out. What he did is he brought Boebert to the Situation Room with Kash Patel, and had Kash Patel, I'm sure, look at everything in the room except for her. Well, it's not his fault. It's his eyes are like that, kind of frog-like in many ways. And Pam Bondi, I'm sure, sort of like, muttered until she fell asleep because she took too many benzodiazepine. But that didn't seem to work. Lauren Boebert's signature is staying on the petition. And Marjorie Taylor Greene, they're doing the carrot with Boebert, and they're doing the stick with Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yeah, I saw people like posting on Truth Social of her like woke as like a blue-haired barista because he did some like tirade against her on there. He's been testing out new nicknames, and now you have certain MAGA personalities. One, a strange-looking woman from Florida who I'm too afraid to name in case she sort of is summoned, but I think everyone knows who I'm talking about, and like Cat Turd are immediately like, we gotta go after Marjorie Taylor Greene. And so this is kind of like dividing parts of the like lumpen dumb MAGA base. As for like the more sophisticated ones like Rufo or something, they recognize like they're like, this is a distraction from like that Donald Trump is doing to immigrants. And so like we have to like keep the focus on like they want Trump's presidency to be a little more serious and based or whatever than it actually is. And so I think they're running up against this stuff. And like, I'm sure, I pity them in a way, like for a guy like Rufo, all of the soldiers in his army are fucking stupid and think that JFK Jr. is alive. Just for people that don't know, Chris Rufo is this like reactionary right-wing, like
Chris Rufo is one of those evil guys who wants to do evil. And he has swords in his name on Twitter, and he's like, I'm doing evil. Completely cringe.
DEI guy who's just super basically like virulently racist and
and he's like a Manhattan Institute guy. He's like an institutional based
he's like writing for the Wall Street Journal.
Exactly.
He's like mainstream. And
I think that they're like, for guys like that, the Epstein stuff has never really been he wasn't like a QAnon believer or whatever.
Well, that's what like QAnon seems to have evolved into the Epstein stuff.
Well, it came out of that a little bit and then like kind of ended up there a little bit. And now to have Trump be like, it's fake. I mean, like, I don't know what that's like the equivalent to like the Khrushchev speech or something. Like, what do you do? And they don't know what to do. And so they're kind of just like going in all different directions and being like, well, look, this actually exonerates Trump. And the crazy thing is like, none of these emails are that bad for Trump. Like, I wish they were, but like, there's nothing in here where Epstein is like, yeah, me and Donald Trump are together. Like, if you know anything about like Trump's sort of sordid history, like this stuff is just like par for the course, and like kind of
the emails are not the files. I don't know if they don't know this, but the emails are not the files. The files are a lot more than emails. Okay, the emails are like just a bit of the files. They're not the files. The files are going to have all sorts of shit. Investigative reports. They're going to be interviews. There's going to be possibly even like videos. There's going to be like God knows what's in there. Not just emails.
It's kind of like not that much on Trump. And so like I don't understand why he's so crazy about not letting this stuff get out, and that makes it look so suspicious.
Do you think that this like next trove of stuff, like say Ro Khanna is successful and they do sort of declassify whatever else they have, like is there anything that we don't know? To me it seems like we have heard so much about Epstein for so many years. As somebody that doesn't follow it that closely, I'm just like, okay, how much is enough? Like, first of all, I love reading the stupid emails sent from an iPad, or like it's funny that he had like an entire like email that was like his Jeffrey vacation email or something. Like this stuff is like funny.
You find out that Larry Summers is cheating on his wife from the emails, which can you imagine Larry Summers' wife? I mean, who is also, by the way, good friends with Epstein, like hits him up for money in the emails, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But like, could you imagine being Larry Summers' wife and like the House Oversight Committee releases 20,000 Jeffrey Epstein emails and you find out your wife has been cheating on you, or excuse me, your husband's been cheating on you with a beautiful younger Chinese economist who there's rumors also linking to Tony Blair. And same with Jonathan Farkas. He's cheating on his wife in these emails as well. And like, I would give anything to see the conversation that comes out of that.
Well, I love the like messiness and how much also just like these emails just continually reveal like how much, very much like in one big club, all of these people are. Like they're all like going to the same parties. They're all 1 degree away from each other. They're all like glad handing each other in various ways. But like how much more can we get? Like I want to read it all. But like say this like Ro Khanna stuff does come out. Like when will we have sort of everything that they need? Or is this kind of like QAnon where it's just like endless conspiracies and conspiracies and conspiracies no matter how much they release? Like you
guys, they're gonna okay. Here's what I don't think people understand is that the Epstein files are gonna include the stuff that was taken from Epstein's house. Like it's not just gonna be emails. It's going to be, there might even be recordings. There might be all sorts of shit. You are not imagining things.
Can't change people's mind that there's more.
I think that at the end of the day, like no matter what you believe that Epstein was up to, there's no way they're releasing like, you know what I mean? Like I was at the Ghislaine trial. They took like boxes of hard drives from his house. That's not the shit that's in these files. You know what I mean? And like JD Vance has mentioned that. He mentions 15,000 something. I can't remember if it's pictures or gigabytes of pictures. I can't remember, but it's some absurd amount of child porn, which is like, we've never actually heard of Epstein like being a consumer of child pornography or anything. I mean,
well, now they're trying to litigate like who's a child. Like I saw Megyn Kelly trying to be like, well, you know, is a 15-year-old a child really?
I think they're gonna kind of be forced to go with like, these are children who were like, ironically, they're originally, it's like Epstein's original defense that he did in Florida with like, well, I didn't know they were 15, and like the age of consent or whatever in Florida, I think the age of consent actually in Florida is 18, but like whatever, like the age of consent in like a lot of states is 16 or 17. They'll be like, well, it's like not that, he's not a pedophile, technically he's an ephebophile. And like the problem is I don't think that they really have another argument. Conversely, or like on continuing from that, like, I mean, this is, again, the DOJ files alone, and it's at the DOJ's discretion what gets released. Like, I think they have veto power on what gets released here. And I think if there's anything that would truly, like, bring everything down, that's not going to be released. Like, why would they do that? If the government did that, why would they release it? And, like, also, that's just the DOJ's files. I think there is sort of a looming scandal here about some massive financial crimes that Epstein might have been involved with, but I also don't think that those are going to be investigated because what the fuck, Kash Patel is going to look into that, and I will see if some of that gets released. I have no idea, but like as for like the child trafficking stuff, I feel, I don't know, the feeling I get is like that certainly is, there's been no focus of that, and Epstein is he's a call me guy. If anything like crazy comes up where he doesn't want it to be on text, he says in emails and text, this happens over and over and over and over again, call me at this number right now.
I saw Dropsite News reporting earlier too that he had like ties to Israeli intelligence, and I feel like this has been this like thing that people have been wondering since the jump is like, was he some sort of U.S. intelligence asset? What are his weird ties to Israel? There's that picture of him in the plane with the IDF shit on. I mean, I feel like if you're in this upper echelon of rich billionaires already, like in American government power, you have some weird ties to Israel just because they are such a, intertwined with our government. But like, do you think he was this like Mossad spy? Like, what information do we have on any of that stuff?
We don't know, but I don't think I think it's sort of reductive to call him like Mossad. Like I don't think that he like is in Mossad. I mean, he was like seemingly best friends and business partners in like a sort of transnational money-making, intelligence sharing, whatever thing with Ehud Barak, who was former prime minister of Israel and former intelligence officer, like bigwig in the IDF. I think Epstein kind of like, especially these emails are really useful actually for seeing how he did that. Like his fingers are in a lot of pies that would be something that like a high level operator would be involved in, but that doesn't mean he's like operating unnecessarily like 100% on behalf of Israel. And in fact, like, I mean, I'm just calling it as I see it so far, it seems like he was kind of on his own shit. Like he had like groups of people from different countries that he had this sort of network. Like there's an interesting exchange, a series of exchanges really. And actually this reminds me, I need to look at the Ehud Barak emails to see if this comes up there. But there's an interesting series of exchanges that he has with Steve Bannon about the foreign minister of the Slovak Republic. And you can see Epstein sort of grooming the foreign minister, who is the UN General Assembly president in the year that this is happening, and to like kind of draw him into like Epstein, like to become sort of one of Epstein's boys. And so like none of this, like they don't mention Israel. There's a lot of like shit that's going down with them in Gulf state countries and with the Israelis as well. But like, it's not explicit, like we're doing this for Israel. It's almost like they're operating with Israelis, with certain Gulf guys, with certain Americans, with certain Europeans, and they have this kind of network. And now whether that is like at the direction of somebody somewhere else, it's unclear. It just isn't, we don't see that here. But it really, really, really seems very similar to Ghislaine Maxwell's father, Robert Maxwell, and his kind of like transnational dealings. And he was buried with full, basically military honors in Israel. So,
oh, wait, he was given more than that. He was given, as we said before, he was given a personal speech by Israel's president saying that we will not be able to know all the good he did for Israel. Like, what the fuck? Like, no, he was probably one of Israel's most important spies.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, it's
well, it's so weird. Like, I feel like once you're in these upper echelons of society, like these emails are just such a good peek into it. And it does seem to just sort of like indict the whole system. And it's bad. And also just like, it's interesting how much of a Democrat he was too.
No, he gets red pilled. So he goes from like all his 2016 emails are like straight up boomer, like forward slop. Like he is like forwarding Daily Beast articles that are being like, Trump is Trump psychotic or whatever? Like, does Trump have BPD? And like he's sending them to like his lawyer. But as he like is like chilling with Bannon more, he congratulates Bannon at one point on the Sweden Democrats like getting a larger vote share in an election. Like that's like a far right party in Sweden. And like
the Sweden Democrats are the Nazis of Sweden.
He's talking about like, he's hanging out with Sebastian Kurz, the right-wing Austrian prime minister who was in a coalition at the time with like the far right Austrian party.
Oh, really? Oh boy. Oh God. Sebastian Kurz, the far right Austrian chancellor. Holy shit. Holy fuck. Maximum years. He's young. He was young. But the party that he serves in was founded by former Nazis. Oh, I'm sorry. That's the OVP. It's the FPO that is the one that was founded by the Nazis. They were founded to be a centrist party by former Nazis. Its first leader, Anton Reinthaler, was a former Nazi functionary and SS officer. But the FPO did not advocate far-right policies and presented itself as a centrist party. The Freedom Party of Austria is a far-right extremist, right-wing populist, and Eurosceptic.
He's talking Bannon's with Le Pen. And he's like, you know, like, tell her what's up. He doesn't say tell her what's up, but like, you know, he's slowly like kind of getting more into it. He's like making black jokes about Obama with Bannon. Like, you can see this kind of evolution, and whether that's him, like, you know, code switching from New York, you know, Jewish liberal to talk to Bannon and be like,
no, it's because he's an Israeli spy. He's an Israeli spy. So his interest is to be in contact with as many senior people of any party as they can. He's a fucking spy. He's a chameleon. That's the point.
You know, what's up? I don't know. But like, it is really interesting because, yeah, from prior to like 2016, Epstein, it fully seems, or 2017, Epstein's just full lib. Like, you know, he's sort of rejected by the Dems, although I guess they did still send him fundraising emails, so you can never get out of that. But he kind of like gets into Bannon, and Bannon and him are like talking about trying to put one of their people in as the European head of the European Parliament, which they're both under the impression has like a lot of power, which it does not. And like, he seems to really kind of like relish in this skullduggery with Bannon. And at the same time, he's also connecting, like, Bannon is at an Alternative for Deutschland, like he's speaking for them at this Bundestag event. And then at the same time, Epstein is hooking him up with some Saudis that are coming to Berlin that day. And so it's like, he's like working all of these angles here. And what he actually believes, I don't know, but he's certainly amenable to a lot of big right-wing stuff and then he gets arrested.
Right. And then it all comes crashing down. I just want to talk about like sort of the influencer aspect. I mean, I don't know if Bannon's fair to classify him as like an influencer, but like, why isn't this stuff blown back on Bannon? Like, why aren't Marjorie Taylor Greene and all these other people?
Because Steve Bannon is a fucking criminal. They don't give a shit. That's the answer.
People like coming for Bannon.
It's so weird. I feel like, I mean, I kind of get the impression that Bannon is just like maybe not as big a player anymore. Like, he seems a little like outpaced by like on one side Chris Rufo kind of people, and then on the other side like based like Tucker Fuentes.
Stephen Miller is the person you're thinking of, my friend. Stephen Miller has replaced Bannon, and Bannon was only relevant because of his proximity to Trump, and he hasn't been able to get back in. So it's Stephen Miller that's replaced Bannon.
Kind of people. I mean, Bannon's whole thing is like, he's not only, you know, the Breitbart heir, but he's also like this, you know, like brilliant dark Leninist, you know, organizer. I don't know. I think a lot of that maybe his smoke, but like, he really got isolated when he sort of got iced out by Trump people in his own telling, because he supported Roy Moore, a famous ephebophile, against, I guess, Ivanka's wishes. And so I think that it's good. I don't know. It's interesting though, because I feel like Bannon is just like continuing on. I'm actually gonna try to get his number tonight and text him and ask.
Leo wants you to know she bought a Persian violet, and it's in some sort of weird like medium. It's like a gel. It's an agar. Yeah, there are violets in Iran. I know, that's what I said. I see you mean about Bannon being a distance from Trump for a while. I don't know if Miller has replaced it, but I see the argument. My hang-up is that Bannon is still consistently brought up by the media, constantly boasts about proximity to Trump, some remaining proximity. I'm sure they talk on the phone once in a while.
The war room chugs on.
It really does. Like, I'm also just kind of just super curious. Like, you mentioned the Fuentes and the Tucker Carlson. Have you been seeing Candace's numbers lately? They're crazy.
I mean, I hate to say it, and what an irony. The last time I looked at her YouTube, 6 million.
She's on a generational run. Like, it's insane. It's just shocking how ascendant she's been, and also how...
Because YouTube loves promoting fascists. YouTube loves promoting fascists. It's a fascist fucking website. I swear to God. They love promoting fascists.
How many normie people she is reaching? Democrats, she is reaching everyone. And I feel like she, Fuentes, Carlson, like they've all become these like kind of powerful voices in culture. Like, how are they navigating all of this stuff? And like, what is their take on it? Because it seems like they're increasingly distancing themselves from Trump too.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, Fuentes has always had this like kind of smart position where he in sort of the parlance of the dissident or whatever alt-right, he counter signals Trump, because Trump, I think Fuentes is smart enough to know, always kind of lets his base down in whatever ways. And so Fuentes can kind of like boost himself up by being like, look, I called it, or like, you know, he wasn't hardcore enough for me. Tucker is interesting because I feel like Tucker has kind of gone this metamorphosis, and like he kind of sees himself being left behind by like Candace and Fuentes. And he seems, I hate to say it, to be playing catch up a little bit. I don't know what's in his heart, but I'm just saying from a purely media market perspective. And if Tucker, if he wants to talk about it, I'd love to talk about it with him. Candace, however, I think is genuinely, there's something wrong with that lady. I think Candace is like Tucker and Fuentes are pretty smart. I mean, not like genius level, but like, I think that like, they're probably aware enough. Like, sometimes you see it break through with Fuentes where he's like, I hate everybody who watches my show. Like, you're also fucking stupid. Tucker, I don't know. But like, I think Candace really believes every word that she's saying and is like maybe like severely mentally ill and undiagnosed. Because like, I watch Candace. I consistently watch Candace Owens. I find her to be very beautiful. And of course, as a Jew, the forbidden.
Oh, that reminds me, chat. Did I ever show you this? Brace put out a board game and I bought it. So I have Brace's board game, Storm the Capitol. Is it relevant to note that Candace being conventionally attractive definitely does help her appeal, but we don't need to go further than that? He's just being Brace.
Fruit. But I have kind of watched her develop this like cosmology of like politics, which is like the Jews, the Freemasons, which is kind of throwback, the Rothschild, which also obviously overlap with the Jews, and Satanists and various other people. And sort of every one of her storylines starts to connect. And so she does remind me of, there's a great book called Dementia Praecox that is sort of these case studies of schizophrenics. She reminds me of many people from that book. I'm not saying that Candace Owens has undiagnosed extreme schizophrenia. I'm just saying that I find her affect in the way that she describes things very familiar after having read this book, which is entirely about people with schizophrenia.
I feel like Candace Owens appeals to people that have never taken magic mushrooms and really need to. Like, I'm not saying that you should be hitting psychedelics all the time, but I do feel like everybody should hit a psychedelic at least once. And I feel like Candace Owens is a group of people that really need the insight of ego death right now. I unfortunately am my narcissism is so powerful. I'm so firmly rooted. Psychedelics do not knock me in a tizzy. Unfortunately. I mean, I do get fucked up. I'm not saying I don't, but I haven't achieved true ego death yet. I need to up the dose. Chat, when I last did psychedelics, one of the people who took the same dose as me was sitting there in the fetal position, hugging a pillow and non-verbal. Take more. I will definitely need to take more. I definitely need to take more. For sure. My ego is too strong, though. Take 500 mics of LSD? No.
I see her content as an outgrowth of the like Marjorie Taylor Greene, QAnon, like kind of thing. Like to me, because every single like conspiracy theory has this kernel of truth. And like there is a kernel of truth in a lot of this stuff. And you see it on display in these Epstein files, right? Is that there are these like billionaires that sort of cross party lines and sort of like operate on this like.
I tried the astronaut dose. It cured my depression, but I didn't have an ego death either. Maybe your ego is already dead.
Stage that's like they're not beholden by laws and governments and things.
It is interesting because like I feel like QAnon stuff got too crazy. Like listen, I spent a lot of time with Q people and there's still like Q.
Honestly, you might be right. I think I already have, like, I've already ascended to a next plane. You know, you're so right, chatter. Thank you for that interpretation. I've already achieved full ego death and I am in touch with the universe and my life purpose. You're so right, chatter.
This stuff is kind of just diffuse and like basically all MAGA people kind of just believe some parts of Q now. But it's like ever since they retired the original Q poster, like it's gone downhill. You know what I mean? Like it's faded in relevance. And then
yes, VO?
Cope.
The path to enlightenment leads through Mike from PA thought. You two could achieve oneness with all the universe. All you need to do to achieve the first stage of Mike from PA thought is to give subs, give money or through direct donations, or give bits, or use your Twitch Prime. Okay, let's keep going.
Then you kind of have this new breed of like MAGA influencers. Like Candace Owens isn't new, but she's new in the position that she had, newly has the position that she has. Kind of create this new mythos
Dark animal, dark animal, you have achieved the first stage. Dark animal.
Was off the back of the QAnon stuff. And I think that where Q went wrong, it was very millenarian. Like there was a day that was coming, there was a storm that was coming. These streets will be washed away of these Democratic pedophiles. And then that never happened. In fact, Joe Biden became president. That was tough for Q. Because
Mike, how can left-wing streamers get as many views as her? Well, the billionaires don't like us, but I don't know, bro. I mean, seems like things are going good. Like, you know, that's a pretty good line. I survived a cancellation attempt. Hassan survived a cancellation attempt. Like, you know, they were pretty bad. Like the caller, things are looking pretty good. He's closing in on 3 million. Hassan is at 436 million hours watched. That's pretty good. I mean, he's really like, he's holding presidential year level numbers. Pretty good stuff.
Joe Biden was supposed to be, you know, in Guantanamo Bay for having a baby or whatever. And so I think that like these new ones are like more grounded, I guess, not grounded in like reality really, but like grounded in current events. Like it's not about JFK Jr. You know what I mean? And like, yes, Candace Owens talks about the Rothschilds and Baphomet, but that's because that's who's doing the 2024 Olympic opening ceremony is the elderly transgender wife of Emmanuel Macron. And so I don't know. I think it's now QAnon is just like, it's just like one of those things that like it kind of became like how a lot of people just like still have like abolish the police in their bios or whatever, but like they just forgot to like whatever change it in like 5 years, you know what I mean? And so like you'll still see people with like where we go one, we go all, but on Truth Social, on the other hand, it is, I've been using Truth Social like every day for a while. It is just fully back then. Like it is, I mean, I'm sure it's all bots or whatever, but like that is a site that will drive you mad if you look at it long enough. It's still all like eagles with where, you know, like refill your popcorn. You'll love this next part. And yeah. And so I've refilled my popcorn so many times and don't get me wrong. I've loved this next part every time this next part has happened, but it's like, they're still kind of waiting for the Trump Messiah thing.
What do you think is going to happen with like libs of TikTok? Hate again to say her name, but like, or these other influencers, Jessica Reed Krause, others that stood up that were, you know, I'm here with the Epstein binder. Like what happened to any of them? I feel like a lot of those people have gone very quiet on all of this.
I mean, off the top of my head, who was there?
Rogan O'Handley, DC Drano.
He's a fucking, no disrespect, because DC needs some Drano. And so I'm not going to hate on the guy for doing it, but he's a non-entity. You know what I mean? Like, he's not a power player in the MAGA sphere. He just has a lot of Twitter followers.
It's interesting when you think about power in the MAGA sphere, because I actually think looking at, like, I think that was the peak of a lot of those influencers' power.
Absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. I think Rogan I mean, that guy, I think emblematic of that, right? Like, he is just so outflanked on every level. I mean, you have who's the Elvin gay guy? He's like the get out the vote gay guy that they have. I don't know how else to describe him. I'm sorry. I'm not being whatever about it. It's just he's long. He's really Scott Pressler. Scott Pressler was there. He somehow is wiggled out of everything. But to be fair, he was probably just like, they invited me to the White House. Like he seems kind of like that guy. Jessica Reed Krause has done an amazing thing, which is just become a full Epstein apologist, basically.
Yeah, she's pro Epstein.
Yes, I mean I would say almost beyond a shot. I mean maybe she'll attack me again. She really with TrueAnon before, but like Jesus. I mean I don't know how to describe it. Like she has this guy Jay Beecher on who like I'm pretty sure was working for Ghislaine Maxwell at one point. He threatened to sue me. He also lives in Kiev, so I don't know, maybe, well, whatever. I will finish that thought in my own head. And then Cernovich, but Cernovich is like, he's like kind of Johnny come lately. He tries to be everything to everyone. And so like, I feel like if you're not live streaming or having a regular broadcast, it's like, that's really what you need to have.
Well, that's why I think like libs of TikTok has fallen off. I feel like the whole MAGA influencer world pivoted to video. She couldn't get that video deal and she's atrocious on camera.
I will give her that video deal. I'll give her whatever, 25 shekels a fucking week, you know, say something to a camera, baby. Do a cameo or two. Dolezal was doing it.
She just can't. I think she's so, I don't know if it's her upbringing or what, but she's so awkward. Like she can't, she's not even on Fox regularly.
I can say it. Due to her upbringing, there's a high possibility that she can't read. So it's possible that she is illiterate. And I'm just, all my empathy towards her for that. But it is possible. It's just, if you look at the rates, there's a big New York Times article about it. But yeah, I feel like she doesn't pop. Posobiec, on the other hand, has, I find him to be an odious individual in many ways, but he is a hustler. And so he's really, since Charlie Kirk had an accident, he has been really like kind of taking the reins of a lot of that side of the sort of 1 foot in the based, 1 foot in like the Con Inc. side of everything. Like he is like the based Con Inc. guy.
And what is his stance on Epstein?
God, I mean, he is such a he takes every stance on everything. He was like, he flirted with QAnon at one point. He was hanging out with fucking Richard Spencer at one point. He like takes every stance at every point. And so like whatever it is right now, it'll be something else tomorrow. I'm pretty sure. No, that was Charlie Kirk that said it. He said, "I trust my friends in government to figure this out." I'm pretty sure that he's just like, whatever Kash Patel wants to do, he can do.
Well, still the worst take of all, I don't even know if it's fair to call him an influencer, but it was like Ezra Klein's post. Obviously not.
Ezra Klein is like, I think he was a horrible predator, but he kept it mostly separate from all his famous friends that also coincidentally fund me.
Not right wing. That was like, he wrote something in the New York Times like right before all this stuff came out, and it was like, I think Epstein's a powerful guy and probably had some powerful friends, and it ends right there or something. It was something that was like, everyone was like, whoa.
If you force me to give you my best guess, I think this guy had a lot of powerful friends and that he was a predator and a pedophile, and those sides of his life were mostly separate. There are people who think Ezra Klein is someone we should want on our side. It is persuadable. Mostly is such a powerful choice. Yeah. They were mostly separate, except for everybody who opposes Israel's genocide. Those were all the guys who were guilty. But everyone who supports Israel is innocent. He had Israeli prime ministers over to his house, and they were just friends.
Whoa.
I actually have great pity for a guy like Klein because, listen, if I had to give my like prognostication and like whatever in the newspaper once a week, I would get so many things wrong. And he certainly has got a lot of things wrong. Like, the reality is the Dems are being like very opportunistic about this, right? Like like the right wing complaint about the Democrats not releasing any of this during Biden is true. Like, the reason that this is happening right now is to attack Trump. I'm sorry, it just is what it is. But the reason that you can't attack Trump with it is because while he didn't necessarily run on releasing the Epstein files, a lot of people in his sort of cabinet did. And so like the whole reason the Epstein files are even like on the table right now is because of Trump. And so like, I don't think that the Democrats would be like clamoring to release it because they're not that smart if Trump hadn't been the one to like make this fuck up heel turn kind of right at the beginning of his second term. And so like Kash Patel was like a release the files guy. J.D. Vance told Theo Vaughn that like, oh, there's some bad guys in there. I don't know what accent that is. But he's like, there's some bad guys in there. We're going to release it. Pam Bondi said she had this disgusting, sick binder on her desk, which I guess was just like the redacted binder they gave to libs of TikTok. And so like they were all like so, gung-ho about it. And then, yeah, they kind of, it's a real, and I got to say it, hoisted by your own petard kind of situation.
So what do you see things going? Like, do you think that we'll get this release with Ro Khanna?
Ezra Klein with the 2.2 GPA in high school is so fucking funny. It's so fucking funny. Like, the Democratic Party is led by a guy. It's supposed to be the like meritocracy party, right? By a guy who couldn't read a book, but he speaks softly with an NPR pitch. So apparently that means he should be listened to. And the only thing he ever says is exactly what the establishment Dems want him to say. You can predict exactly what he's going to say based on what establishment Dems want him to say every time. You don't even have to really, I don't even really need to know what he's saying because I can predict it with 100% accuracy. Oh, sorry, 2.2 GPA. Did I say 2.7? No. International chatter, could you give context? So in America, we have the grades A, B, C, D, or F. And each grade, so a D gives you 1 grade point, a C gives you 2 grade points, a B gives you 3 grade points, and an A gives you 4 grade points. All right? His average grades in high school was a 2.2, which means he barely passed.
And how do you see the next kind of phase of all this playing out?
Well, Trump suddenly switched tack last night. I don't know when this is coming out, but last night on Sunday.
Now, by the way, I'm not saying if there are chatters in here who had bad, GPAs in high school because of untreated ADHD, or they weren't, lack of maturity or whatever. I'm not saying you're dumb. Okay. I'm not saying you're dumb. What I'm saying, though, is that Ezra Klein never earned his spot through journalism or doing really well academically, or having some sort of political campaign that he worked on, or he didn't earn his spot through some sort of growth and maturity as an adult. He started writing blogs saying that Obama was God. That's it. And we could go back and look at the old Ezra Klein shit. You'll see how mediocre it really is. But he kept getting promoted along the way because he said exactly what they wanted. And blogging was new. And because he was the pro-Dem blogger, he got lifted all the way up to the fucking New York Times. And he has the aspect of someone you think is learned. He looks like a nerd, but he's actually pretty dim.
Night, he had a change of heart. He's like, fuck it, release the Epstein files, or I think that Republicans should vote for this. The kind of the smart money is on it being killed in the Senate. I think that Trump really just doesn't want to have to veto it, because he's smart enough to know how bad those optics are, and they're sort of scrambling around to try to get this not even to a vote has been a blow. And so maybe someone showed him some numbers, because the polling on this is not favorable for Trump. It's really bad for him. It's one of the issues where his base is so divergent. It's, I think, maybe the most divergent issue. And so I think maybe he's making some deals with some guys in the Senate and be like, I know this will hurt you, but you got to kill this bill. Or maybe they'll just release it, but with it's fucking Pam Bondi and Kash Patel at the helm here. So we already know that they went through the files and highlighted everything with Trump's name and send it to whatever, I'm sure one of his people. Because Trump kind of can't read too. And I know I sound like Bluin on there, but I know that for a fact that Trump kind of can't read.
Yeah, they could just redact it all, basically.
Or just not release it. It'd be because the DOJ has, I believe, and I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure the DOJ, even in the release the files bill, has the discretion to be if this is involved in a current investigation, we're not releasing it. And so they kind of have this this sort of trapdoor there.
It all just seems so ridiculous, and I'm kind of just I want it to end. I'm let's move on to the next thing. How many more times? I feel the longer it goes on, the more fatigue everyone gets.
This will never end. Nothing ever ends.
Nothing ever ends. I do love the drama that comes out of it. I love the Bill Clinton conspiracy theories. Is there anything else that was really surprising to you in the files that we didn't touch on that was hilarious?
Really, the interesting stuff is almost kind of boring to talk about, but it's a lot of Epstein's international dealings. I mean, particularly with the Norwegians, but the Gulf stuff is really interesting. And at a certain point, he's really trying to market himself to Putin, who doesn't seem to take the bait. But he's trying to get to Lavrov to get to Putin. And he's we saw with some of the Ehud Barak leaked emails that happening. And I think Barak can get to Putin. I mean, he was the prime minister of Israel. But Epstein is he's oh, if he ever needs any advice, yeah, just hit my cell or whatever. But I think that we are going to find out more stuff in that vein, which I think is we already know that Epstein was we might find out that he was more of one. I'm not really sure how, but and I'm pretty sure he probably, it seems at least with Jeff Staley, for instance, he was hooking these guys up with unnamed individuals. I don't know how old they were, That seems to be one of his services that he could provide, but not the totality of what he did, which is multifaceted in its criminality. I mean, at least that's what we're learning from this. And again, this could also just be a weird, as they call it, a limited hangout of just them showing us some stuff. I don't know how these emails were picked. Maybe they said, I haven't been able to find that. And so, yeah, it just kind of remains to be seen.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Brace, for breaking it all down with me.
No problem.
All right, that's it for this week's episode. If you like the show, don't forget to support me on Patreon via the link below, or by buying a paid subscription to User Magazine at usermag.co. That's usermag.co, where I send out a bi-weekly internet culture newsletter of news roundups, what I'm reading, and more. As always, I want to remind people I have 0 brand deals right now, okay? 0. So every single dollar of your support matters so much, and it ensures that I can keep this podcast and my channel going. If you're listening on any audio platforms, please give us a rating and review.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff from Brace Belden. Donald Trump
The bill to force the Justice Department.
Okay, has he signed the bill yet? Has Donald Trump signed the bill yet?
With the bill to force the release of the Epstein files now cleared through the House, going through the Senate, and on its way.
Okay, before we make fun of Hakeem Jeffries, these are the types of posts that made Ezra Klein a household name. His post on Barbara Boxer being Wellstone's heir apparent is a good one. But her reinforced backbone did pop out of thin air. Not only did she get more votes nationwide than anyone not named Bush or Kerry, but in California, she got more votes, period. She beat Kerry by 200, Bush by quite a few more, and absolutely demolished the Arnold-approved Bill Jones. With that achieved, she's got 6 clear years and a true mandate backing her. So expect big things. How many of you would say that Barbara Boxer became Senator Paul Wellstone's heir apparent and became a national Democratic leader of the left? How many of you have ever heard the name Barbara Boxer? What a complete hack. God, he's dumb as fuck. Politics makes me sad. You know, it makes a sort of cosmic sense that Orwell is dead, but I don't think he could exist on the same planet as Frank Luntz. You've really got to listen to this Air America clip. I mean, just wow. First time I could confidently call Orwellian an understatement. And sadly, the private account's personal media switch happening in full sight with total cooperation from the media. Keith Opperman or some enterprising program shared a special on the manipulation of political language of this administration's verbal contortions on Social Security being the backbone. That'd be must-see TV, not to mention a service to their viewers. But be honest, can you really see such an informative piece airing outside Jon Stewart's studio? Yeah, me neither. All I know is I see this and I go, fuck the 2.0 GPA. Get this man a New York Times fucking show and deal. He should be leading the Democratic Party.
Way to President Trump's desk soon. Tonight, a Republican effort to punish a Democratic colleague over her contact with Jeffrey Epstein failed inside of the House. That's because moments ago, lawmakers rejected a resolution to censure Democratic delegate Stacey Plaskett, she represents the Virgin Islands, for texting with Jeffrey Epstein during a 2019 hearing that featured Donald Trump's former fixer, Michael Cohen. These were texts that were among the 20,000 pages of documents the House released last week, and they show that Epstein texted Stacey Plaskett saying, quote, Cohen brought up Rona, keeper of the secrets, referring to Trump's longtime assistant, Rona Graff. Plaskett responded, quote, Rona, and then asked, quick, I'm up next. Is that an acronym? Epstein replied, that's his assistant. A few minutes later, Plaskett asked this.
As Miss Rona, what is Miss Rona's position?
Rona Graff is Mr. Trump's executive assistant.
And would she be able to corroborate many of the statements that you've made here?
Yes, her office is directly next to his, and she's involved in a lot that went on.
A minute after Plaskett wrapped up her questioning there, Epstein texted her, quote, good work. The text exchange comes just 3 months after the Miami Herald published its investigation detailing Epstein's abuse of young girls. And tonight, House Democrats are fiercely defending Stacey Plaskett, with the leader, Hakeem Jeffries, calling the censure vote a political stunt, as Plaskett is echoing that defense and denying that Epstein had any influence on her questions.
They've taken a text exchange which shows no participation, no assistance, no involvement in any illegal activity, and weaponized it for political theater, because that's what this is.
And my source tonight is the Democratic leader in the House, Hakeem Jeffries. And thank you, sir, for being here. Obviously, a lot of movement up on Capitol Hill today. And you heard Stacey Plaskett there. She was arguing her texts with Jeffrey Epstein were not illegal. But in your view, were they appropriate?
Well, Stacey Plaskett is not accused of violating any House rule, any law, any statute, and clearly and unequivocally denounced Jeffrey Epstein. And I think what the survivors fought for today is the type of transparency that came out of the House, went through the Senate, and is now on its way to Donald Trump's desk, where hopefully he'll sign it into law. Because at the end of the day, all the American people are asking for is just the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, which is why these Epstein files that Donald Trump and his administration has been hiding for months need to be released.
But do you think it was appropriate for her to be texting with Jeffrey Epstein 11 years after he pleaded guilty?
I mean, I have not had a conversation with Stacey Plaskett to discuss this issue because we've been focused today on making sure that there was a decisive vote.
By the way, the idea that we don't The fact that the idea we shouldn't primary this guy, like, you are dumber than dirt. I'm sorry I'm sorry, guys, but socialist majority guys, like, really? You don't want to primary this guy? And he's leading the party. By the way, he despises the left. I know you want to cope that we're in some sort of coalition and we got to be practical. He hates you. He's trying to destroy you. They gerrymandered Jamal Bowman's district and put a lot of Zionist populations into, like, where they're strongly AIPAC oriented precincts, and they took away parts of his district that were you know, black and brown communities, so they could gerrymander him out of his seat. And he took tens of millions of dollars of AIPAC money was spread against him in a primary. Who do you think fucking did that? Hakeem Jeffries did that, dummy. So get your shit together.
Related to the Epstein files and the release, I'm thankful for the work, Representative Massey of Ro Khanna, but most importantly, the survivors.
Do you plan to talk to her about it?
I think that we successfully defeated a resolution that lacked any basis, was not credible, and was being brought by an individual who was trying to weaponize this issue to reinvigorate his own failed gubernatorial campaign in South Carolina. It was rejected on a bipartisan basis on the floor today. That's the end of the story.
Yeah, I was just asking if you personally believe messaging with Jeffrey Epstein, who is at that point a registered sex offender, is appropriate for a member of the House Democratic Caucus.
That's the third time you've asked me this question, and I'm going to give you the same exact answer. Our focus today is on making sure that the Jeffrey Epstein files were released. If you want to have a conversation with Stacey Plaskett about it, I'm sure she'd be willing to talk to you. It was an illegitimate effort to try to remove her from the House Committee on Intelligence, and that was defeated in a bipartisan way.
Well, let me ask you about you, because the White House has been highlighting an email that I'm sure you've seen today that Jeffrey Epstein got in 2013. They say it shows you were soliciting money and dinner from an Epstein. The email was not sent from you. It was sent from a political consulting firm called Dynamic SRG that says, "We are thrilled to announce we are working with Congressman Hakeem Jeffries. Shoot us an email or give us a call if you would like to get involved." What's your response? Do you recall that email being sent to Jeffrey Epstein from that team?
Yeah, of course, I have no recollection of the email. I've never had a conversation with him, never met him, know nothing about him other than the extreme things that he's been convicted of doing. And that's why, I'm just strongly supportive of the effort, backing the survivors to make sure that everything can come out, whatever is in those Department of Justice files.
So you never got a donation from Jeffrey Epstein or anything like that?
Certainly not.
And just on this passing today, to this point, I mean, this is something that even Ro Khanna told me just a few moments ago, he never even thought it would get to this point today. I wonder what it says to you that the House Speaker, Mike Johnson, fought this so much and had a concern over, he was saying this discharge petition would create new victims, as he argued, because it was requiring the DOJ to release information where maybe the FBI hadn't reviewed it and determined it's not credible. I wonder what you made of how this culminated tonight.
Well, I think it was a decisive bipartisan vote that, I think clearly, despite all of the efforts, 7 weeks of Republicans being on a paid vacation and refusing to swear in Representative Adelita Grijalva. Why was that done? Because they didn't want her to become the 218th signature on the discharge petition that ultimately resulted in the vote today. And so I don't think the Speaker has any credibility as it relates to this issue, but I'm thankful for the outcome today, thankful for the decisive vote and now it's on its way to President Trump's desk.
And the Plaskett censure did not pass. There was a resolution rebuking Congressman Chuy Garcia. He had timed the announcement of his retirement shortly after the state's filing deadline, and that was after his chief of staff had declared her own candidacy for that position, basically leaving her as the only Democrat able to run for that seat. There are 23 Democrats who joined Republicans on the disapproval resolution. You urged members to oppose it. How come?
I think that it's an issue to be worked out by the people back in the great state of Illinois. Chuy Garcia has been a consistent progressive champion for the disenfranchised, a voice for the voiceless. He's done a lot of good.
This is good. This is good because it was a centrist plot. Basically, they're trying to run an independent and they tried to get a bunch of Democrats to condemn her and it failed. So this is good. This is Hakeem Jeffries bending the knee to the left. And if you have a problem with this, you're a fucking dumbass. Who gives a shit if a progressive does? He didn't say he was running for re-election. He also said he was. He didn't say he wasn't. His campaign, his chief of staff had to go around and collect thousands of signatures to get on the ballot. If there's nobody in the district who has their ears on the ground and can hear that somebody's collecting signatures, they shouldn't run. If they didn't see that his chief of staff was collecting signatures, then they have no connection to the district whatsoever. You're having people walk around and go talk to the most active Democrats in a district, thousands of them, and nobody told you that Chewy's chief of staff was running, and you're saying that's anti-democratic? Nah, that ain't anti-democratic. That's you not being able to sit in DC, hitting refresh, and then going, wait a minute, oh fuck, because you couldn't send your carpetbagger right-wing Democrats to take AIPAC money. Oops.
And I think that it was a resolution of disapproval that I did not support, that there are a lot of issues, I think, of importance to the American people, including the failed Trump economy, the Trump tariffs that are crushing people, the Republican healthcare crisis, the refusal by my Republican colleagues to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, the fact that that is going to result in tens of millions of people experiencing dramatically increased premiums, copays, and deductibles. People are going to be unable to go and afford to see a doctor when they need one. There are a whole host of issues that the American people just made clear 2 weeks ago during the general election that they want to see addressed. It's the reason why Republicans were decisively defeated across the country and up and down the ballot, and yet we continue to come to the floor of the House of Representatives and they play partisan political games as opposed to dealing with the issues that matter relative to driving down the high cost of living and making life better for the American people.
I think it's fair to say there's bigger issues people care about, but even some Democrats have said this is why people don't like politics. This is slimy, and it disenfranchises voters by not letting them pick who they want to be running in that race. Did they have a point?
I think they can speak for themselves, and certainly, my view on the situation was that there are things that we should be focused on in terms of solving problems for the American people, that the American people just decisively told us 2 weeks ago during the general election they wanted us to work on.
House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, thank you for
he's so uncharismatic. It's crazy to not try to primary him. You're fucking nuts to not try to primary him.
For joining us again tonight. Really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
All right, chat. Now that a centrist Democrats told us that the key to approval with black and brown voters was to adopt Trump's far-right policy. P-Blues, thank you for the 5 tier 1s. Was to adopt Trump's far-right policy on immigration. How is that working out for Trump?
Through the results from those 2025 elections in New Jersey and Virginia. And one of the big questions that has been asked is, where are Latino voters? A Latino voting shift toward Donald Trump in 2024 helped propel him to victory. So what do the results in New Jersey and Virginia show us now? What might it tell us about what U.S. opinions are on the president's immigration policy? With us now, CNN chief data analyst Harry, a lot going on constantly on the issue of immigration and immigration crackdowns. The Latino vote, what are we seeing among the polls there?
Yeah, what are we seeing? One of the big shifts in 2024 from 2020 was that shift towards Donald Trump, right? Immigration played a key role in that. I want to start off with Latinos on Trump and immigration. Back a year ago, what did we see on the issue of immigration? Latino voters trusted Kamala Harris more than Donald Trump, but by just 2 points. 1, 2. Look now at Donald Trump's net approval rating on immigration among Latinos. He is 38 points underwater. That is a 36-point shift, essentially, from where we were a year ago on immigration. Kamala Harris.
Holy Toledo!
And Donald Trump are basically tied on the issue of immigration. And now on the issue of immigration, Latinos despise, hate Donald Trump. 38 points underwater. In their mind, he is doing something absolutely wrong when it comes to immigration.
What about the Latino vote overall?
What about the Latino vote overall? All right, how do Latinos feel about Donald Trump overall? Let's take a look here. This, I think, sort of gives the game away. Yeah, oh my goodness. I mean, that is the phrase of the day. Trump's net approval rating among Latinos. In early February, again, he was just 2 points underwater. Look at where he is now. Late October, Minus 34 points, 34 points underwater. A shift that's 32 points over the course of this year. I should point out this is the CBS News YouGov poll, but I was looking at the average of polls. I was looking at our own poll. Very similar shift. 20, 25, 30-point shifts on the net approval rating away from Donald Trump among Latinos overall. Again, whatever Donald Trump is doing in office, in the minds of Latinos, it is not working. They have turned against him in massive, massive numbers.
I was in New Jersey a couple weeks ago on election night there. People were watching certain counties with high Latino populations very closely. What did we learn?
Yeah, what did we learn from the 2025 elections? I took the highest Latino percentage area in both New Jersey and Virginia. New Jersey, it was Union City. Look at this, 2024 president, 2025 governorship. There was a 52... I'm laughing because you never see any numbers like this. A 52-point shift towards Mikey Sherrill from how Kamala Harris did on the margin. Mikey Sherrill ran away with this. Kamala Harris did win that vote, but by a small margin. Mikey Sherrill did 52 points better. How about in Virginia, Manassas Park? Look at that.
And by the way, chat, like, I think one of the things that happens in American political discussions is they try to turn every racial minority into a monolith. And I can tell you, Hispanic voters in Southern Florida are different than Hispanic voters in Los Angeles, right? Like, Hispanic includes white people. It is a category that includes a lot more people than it eliminates, honestly. And I think all of us understand, like, you intuitively understand that a white person from Vermont is different than a white person from Alabama politically. The same is true as among other minorities. But yet, our political media loves to talk about religious, ethnic, sexual minorities as if they're monoliths. And it's it makes you worse at politics.
22-point shift towards Abigail Spanberger from how Kamala Harris did back in 2024. We saw huge Latino shifts in both New Jersey and Virginia. The idea of what happens to Donald Trump won't impact down ballot. If you're a Republican, you believe that, that is fantasy land. What is happening to Donald Trump absolutely impacted what happened down ballot. Part of it is turnout, but part of it is persuasion. Latinos running away from Republicans, running to the Democrats, a big reversion of the mean. Latinos back in the Democratic camp in 2025 in a way they simply put we're not in 2024, and it's because of Donald John Trump.
Look, a lot can change between now and next November, the 2026, but if you start sort of extrapolating this and overlaying it on places like Texas.
Yes, we're going to be having lots of discussion about Texas. That redistricting may not work out the way that a lot of Texas Republicans and Donald Trump would.
Harriet, great to see you.
Nice to see you, my friend.
Sarah.
All right. North Carolina's governor is responding to the immigration raids you heard them talking about. Governor Josh Stein is urging people to document encounters with Border Patrol agents. He warns that agents are targeting people of color and arresting them in churches and stores.
And the Supreme Court said it's okay to target people based on their race. Like, they literally said it. Doesn't matter if you're an American citizen or not. They're allowed to target you based on your race.
We've seen masked, heavily armed agents in paramilitary garb driving unmarked cars, targeting American citizens based on their skin color, racially profiling and picking up random people in parking lots. This is not making us safer. It's stoking fear and dividing our community.
Joining me now is Manuel Manolo Betancourt. He owns the popular Manolo's Bakery there in Charlotte. First, let me ask you, what happened, Manuel, at your bakery or outside your bakery?
This past Saturday, I was walking here on this avenue, and then these unmarked cars just approach. The four guys jump out from the car and threw pedestrians down to the floor, and all of these people could be customers from my bakery. And then these cars start coming here to my parking lot as well.
We're seeing some of the video taken by a bystander who is showing, the agents running, people falling on the ground, them trying to nab and pick up people. What have you done with Manolo's Bakery? What have you decided to do with your business because of this?
It's the first time in 28 years that we closed the bakery. The only time that we had closed it was a few hours when the founder passed away in 2014. So I decided not to risk my customers, not to risk my employees, and not risk myself and my family. That could be myself, my wife, or my kids who were walking on the streets, and they just turned down to the floor like what I saw. So it's too risky, and I don't want to carry in my shoulders the heaviness of maybe a kid to lose their father or their mother because they were on their way to the bakery to get a cake.
You're an American citizen, and you've been in this country for many years as an entrepreneur. Are you yourself doing something different because of these ICE raids? Are you afraid?
Yeah, I've been carrying my passport all this year. And nowhere in the Constitution says that as an American citizen I had to carry my passport to show that I'm an American citizen. But because the color of my skin, my race, my accent, and I feel that they're profiling me, and I don't want to go through all this process like we have seen and like what I saw, getting hit on the floor and 10, 20 minutes later, threw me to the street when they realized that they found out I'm an American citizen.
I want you to respond to what we've been hearing from the Trump administration and the Border Patrol folks saying that this is all about following the rule of law and getting criminals off the streets. How do you see it?
If they are renewed and there is like some criminals, why they didn't send the information to the CMPD and to the cops here? Saturday they picked 81 people from the street, and just like certain of them had like some criminal issues. Why they didn't send the information to our local police enforcement? I think, and I feel this is more just like intimidation and trying to scare us, and a family separation is the biggest thing here. Our children losing their parents or their mothers.
Manuel Manolo Betancourt, I know that you're closing your business, you said, for the first time in 28 years. Thank you for taking the time this morning to speak with us, and we'll be checking back in with you to see how things are going in the days ahead. Appreciate your time.
Lemonbro BB posting is paying off. Wait, what happened?
United States of Israel. Donald Trump forced a Coca-Cola company to use real sugar in Coca-Cola. Meanwhile, China built another 7,000 new bridges. I heard it from Hassan Abi. He's traveling in China right now. But I mean, who cares about the fucking bridges? It's so boring. The great people in United States of Israel, after they paying a lot of tax, when they're hungry, they can just drink a bottle of Coca-Cola and watch Netflix. That is democracy. That's how fancy it is. That's capitalism. When you compare to capitalism, compare to democracy, China just look like an old nerd. Oh my God, so boring bridges. I hate China.
Donald Trump. Our country is absolutely fucked. This story we watched yesterday, but Hassan covered it too, and he actually found the original video. We just watched the clip. So I wanted to watch this to show you that, like, this is Barack Obama's or Michelle Obama's main speechwriter. I want you to understand, and this has been part of my message, is that until the Democratic Party fully turns away from Obama, we are fucked. And Obama has been basically one of the most influential politicians in creating fascism in America, because he has cut off every time a left-wing movement in this country starts to grow, demanding reform. He's been there to cut it off at the knees. And I want you to understand, this is what his inner circle looks like.
Is absolutely essential. But I think it may be confusing some of our young people about anti-Semitism because they learn about big, strong Nazis hurting weak, emaciated Jews. And they think, oh, anti-Semitism is like anti-black racism, right? Powerful white people against powerless black people. So when on TikTok all day long they see powerful Israelis hurting weak, skinny Palestinians, it's not surprising that they think, oh, I know, the lesson of the Holocaust is you fight Israel. You fight the big, powerful people hurting the weak people.
Bro, that's bar for bar what I have talked about, except I think it's good to do Holocaust education and also learn those lessons. She thinks it's bad. Former Obama speechwriter Sarah Hurwitz laments to Jewish Federation that people are finding content from Al Jazeera and Nick Fuentes on social media and seeing the videos of the carnage in Gaza. And she basically says something that I've been saying for the longest time. This is something that I've brought up quite a bit. But the difference is for her, it's basically saying the quiet part out loud, because like you know what my perspective on Israel Palestine is. You know what my perspective on Gaza is. Let's take a look.
Since October 7th, but really before then, there have been huge shifts in America on how people think about Jews and Israel. And I think that is especially true of young people. So we are now wrestling with a new, I think, generational divide here. And I think that's particularly true in that social media is now our source of media. And this, it used to be that the media you got in America was American media, and it was pretty mainstream. It generally didn't express extreme anti-Israel views. You had to go to a pretty weird bookstore to find global media.
Holy fuck. I mean, the mask is off. I didn't realize it was this bad. It was, Americans used to be under our control. They could never hear anyone else's perspective but ours. What the fuck? This kind of virulent Zionism is... I can't believe they say this kind of shit. Like, can you imagine the arrogance of saying this type of shit out loud?
Media and fringe media. Today, we have social media, which is a global medium, right? Its algorithms are shaped by billions of people worldwide who don't really love Jews. And so while in the 1990s, a young person probably wasn't going to find Al Jazeera or someone like Nick Fuentes, today, those media outlets find them. They find them on their phones. It's also this increasingly post-literate media.
First of all, aside from the fact that she said it's like weird bookstores or whatever, like what she's saying is not wrong, right? The energy that she's putting to it is obviously negative, but what she's saying is correct. The pro-Israel narrative was dominant in mainstream discourse. However, nowadays with the democratization of the media, with the invention of social media and information that you can find easily online, especially with the algorithm.
Well, now it doesn't take, here's something that this is the reason why it's changing is materialism, which it's disappointing that Hassan is not discussing, because it's important for you to be, as Marxists or as leftists, you should understand this. Basically, in order for us to get coverage from Palestine 25 years ago, you needed to have satellites. You needed to have a subscription with satellite transmission. If you're going to have a live coverage from Gaza Strip, you needed to have a fucking van with a giant satellite dish, and you had to transmit to a satellite in orbit to beam it down. And it cost millions of dollars to set up the infrastructure. And you had to have all sorts of getting live coverage across the world was difficult. If you wanted to broadcast that coverage to the country, you needed to have broadcasting licenses, and you needed to own stations, or you had to have a major cable channel. That took tens of millions of dollars in order to actually even be competitive, and that's no guarantee that it would be successful or profitable. Now, anybody with a phone can record something and broadcast and send it onto the social media site and broadcast it. So the bar for transmitting and covering information, especially live video, has gone from tens to hundreds of millions of dollars to a couple hundred. So it has been completely democratized. We all can see the perspectives of Palestinians as they are bombed. That is what she's lamenting.
No, I don't think Al Jazeera hates Jews, chatters. Of course not. But the point is, what she's saying is true as far as how much the outlets, how many new outlets there exists, right? And how much that has factored into discourse shifting on.
By the way, this is why concentration of power is so dangerous. Why having only a couple big websites is so dangerous is because Zionists like her can take over trusted safety departments and censor the algorithms and force their perspective, or else you get banned. So we need to have a diverse, internet is not concentrated so that she cannot manipulate what's being said. Fucking authoritarian fascist. Jesus fuck. This is Obama's speechwriter? God damn, it's terrible. Holy shit, the Democratic Party sucks.
Israel. That part is correct. She's basically saying the correct thing, but has the exact opposite opinion that I do, with one exception. Nick Fuentes is anti-Semitic. She thinks foreign news is inherently expressing extreme views against Israel. Lamau just admitted the U.S. media runs cover for everything they do. Exactly. That's exactly what it is. As far as her saying, nowadays people are getting information, extreme information. When she says extreme information about Israel, she's wrong. It's not extreme information. It's just true. It's just the correct information on Israel. She's obviously upset about it. But hold on. Let's continue. Yeah, Al Jazeera Jazeera equals Fuentes is the crazy one. One is a Nazi, the other one's a respected international news outlet. Exactly. But from where she's standing, there is no difference between Al Jazeera and Nick Fuentes. And I assume there would not be a lot of difference between Al Jazeera and Nick Fuentes and someone like myself either.
Less and less text, more and more videos. So you have TikTok just smashing our young people's brains all day long with video of carnage in Gaza. And this is why so many of us can't have a sane conversation with younger Jews, because anything that we try to say to them, they are hearing it through this wall of carnage. So I want to give data.
So she's trying to say that I want to give data. What is more accurate? A true representation of the reality on the ground, or your fucking chart?
Yeah. Oh, we're trying to have data-backed conversations. We're trying to have honest conversations with younger Jews, but we can't because all they see is the real carnage that Israel is doing in Gaza. It's like, no, you're just upset that you can't brainwash young Jews anymore because they know the truth about Israel. They see the reality that Israel is committing, the carnage. I'm sorry, but the wall of carnage, which is the reality of what Israel is doing, is exactly the reason why people are no longer with Israel, because there's no way to control the flow of information and contextualize that violence, or at least shelter the population from that violence. And that's precisely the reason why, yes, people are not believing bullshit coming out of Israel any longer. But wait, there's more.
Data and information and facts and arguments, and they are just seeing in their minds carnage, and I sound obscene. And, you know,
by the way, it's because you are obscene. You are literally trying to do genocide defense. It's so funny. She's like, I come across as obscene when I try to defend my favorite fascist ethno-state that's currently committing a genocide. It's really fucked up.
Well, I think, unfortunately, the very smart, bet that we made on Holocaust education to serve as anti-Semitism education, in this new media environment, I think that is beginning to break down a little bit.
This is why I said this is like literally what I talk about a lot. She just has the opposite opinion of me on this issue.
Because, Holocaust education is absolutely essential. But I think it may be confusing some of our young people about anti-Semitism because they learn about big, strong Nazis hurting weak, emaciated Jews. And they think, oh, anti-Semitism is like anti-black racism, right? Powerful white people against powerless black people. So when on TikTok all day long they see powerful Israelis hurting weak, skinny Palestinians, it's not surprising that they think, oh, I know, the lesson of the Holocaust is you fight Israel. You fight the big, powerful people hurting the weak people.
Bro, that's bar for bar what I have talked about, except I think it's good to do Holocaust education and also learn those lessons. She thinks it's bad. That's the difference between never again means never again for everyone versus never again means never again just for Jews. If your attitude is never again means never again just for Jews, what the did you think? Like, no, the Holocaust happened. It was a uniquely evil incident and it must never happen again, which is why we have to be as violent as we want to be in Israel. And you can't say a damn thing about it. That's the education, or that's the understanding that she has over this. Whereas, as I have explained over and over again, never again means never again for everybody. And of course, like the entire point of the Holocaust and Holocaust education is so that we learn from the evils of the Holocaust, the evils of the Nazi regime. Even the mention of like the weak, emaciated Jew is like, I think, a not so subtle reference to the anti-Semitism that you often hear from Zionists. The anger and resentment that some Zionists feel towards victims of the Holocaust as like weak Jews. The notion that like Zionism means you are a strong Jew, a powerful Jew, a violent one that does not find violence to be repugnant. Of course, I jokingly referenced this. I said, Holocaust education is too successful. It made the kids anti-Holocaust while Israel is trying to do one. Because that's basically the perspective here. And what's crazier about this is that like this position is Kahanis. It's like an ultra Zionist position. It's not supposed to be a normal position. This is such a unique insight. I mean, it's not so unique if you use the translate button that no longer exists on Twitter for Hebrew, but it is actually.
Somebody asked why they took away the Hebrew translator is because the percentage of messages that were like genocidal or pro-murder or celebrating child death were so high. Like, it was crazy.
Almost refreshing in how open this is. Jeet here says, pro-Israel advocates argues that her side is losing public opinion among young people because 1, the wide circulation of horrific images from Gaza, and 2, Holocaust education creating anti-racist worldview. This does not lead her to question her worldview. It's just crazy. It's crazy to just like openly state that the Holocaust education that we correctly tied to anti-Semitism was a brilliant move, except for when that Holocaust education also moved beyond just anti-Semitism and moved in the direction
By the way, can I just say this? The idea that we're going to do Holocaust education and then the conclusion at the end is like, well, Jewish people should never be targeted again. Jewish people should never be weak again. If you think that's going to create safe Jews, you're fucking nuts. That'll just breed unbelievable resentment as America is a country of pluralism. And there are a lot of people here who have, their nation went through a horrible atrocity, genocide, starvation, where a lot of people came to this country fleeing war as refugees, and to say, oh yeah, all your guys is like suffering, that's meh. Now, this is the suffering that really matters, just this one. And the thing to learn is only Jews should be protected. What? That's crazy. The far right in Israel is nuts. Nuts. The lesson I learned from the Holocaust is the banality of evil. How institutions can be set up and commit unbelievable crimes, and the population will participate. Whenever a group is dehumanized, there is a risk that it escalates to complete and utter annihilation of innocence, which is why we should never again allow any nation, any religion, any group of people to be targeted for extermination based on their membership of the group. Never again means never again for any group. That's what I learned. It is batshit crazy to have any other less than that. Like, what the fuck are they talking about?
Teaching Americans about anti-black racism and teaching Westerners about the dynamic between the oppressed and the oppressor. And understandably, many people who weren't brainwashed early on and successfully into having a firm commitment of loyalty to the state of Israel looked at that, learned the right lessons, and realized that never again means never again for all. And then the lesson is that Israel is currently doing a genocide, and that is also unacceptable. This is also crazy because, like, she's supposed to be a progressive. She's a speechwriter for Obama. This is an unimaginably racist statement, you know, because Zionism is a racist ideology. It's so crazy that this is a major contradiction in the minds of like otherwise quote unquote progressive people. This is a purely evil statement. Nobody reads it in the same way, or at least more and more people are starting to read it in the same way, but there's still tremendous amounts of pushback. What are we doing? What are we doing here? Like, you're Obama speechwriter. If you talk this way about the Klan versus black people, people would understand that you are a white supremacist. But when you talk about Israel versus Palestinians, people still have not reached a level of understanding that you are operating on the same exact supremacist, fascist belief system. Do you understand?
You also don't really learn about Islamist anti-Semitism and Soviet anti-Zionism, which is so much of what I'm seeing, especially on campus with young people today. And I think that zooming back...
I don't know why the chatter said give us her full quote, because this literally makes it worse. She then follows it up with all of the anti-Israel sentiment comes from Islamist anti-Semitism and Soviet anti-Zionism, which again, inherently white supremacist construct. Why? Because the Soviets are white. I assume she has like some kind of Eastern European heritage, Ashkenazi Jew, and therefore it's different. The Soviet anti-Zionism, still bad, just different than Islamist anti-Semitism. Like as though Muslims only oppose Israel because of some...
I gotta tell you, chat, honestly, the reason why Israel exists is because the Eastern powers were not resolutely against it. And in fact, they assisted its formation as a misguided reparation for the Holocaust. Like, it was a major mistake. Major mistake.
ancient anti-Semitic tendencies, and not because post-1948 Israel has been an incredibly violent entity in the region that was specifically designed as a settler colonial apparatus to destabilize the entire region and kill a ton of Palestinians, both Muslims and Christians alike. Allowing anti-Zionism into the convo, but only through a non-Arab lens. Yes. No, for sure. For sure. That is also by design, for the record. That is also deliberate. Make no mistake. It's so goddamn annoying. Crazy part of this is at 140 when she backhandedly argues against Holocaust education because it can lead people to sympathize with American black people and Palestinians. The reason why I find this to be illuminating is because I say this all the time. The reason why Americans are so knowledgeable, it all ties back to American foreign policy, okay? Israel played a formative role as a Cold War ally to the United States of America. It's played an incredibly important role throughout numerous different forms of American foreign policy, okay? And as a bulwark against socialism in the region when pan-Arabic nationalism was moving in the direction of offering sympathies and loyalties to the USSR with, anti-imperialist ideology.
Yeah. I consider the failure of pan-Arab nationalism to be one of humanity's worst blunders of the 20th century. Huge failure. Now the Middle East is just all these fragmented despots who are all just gangsters, and it's all dictatorial. It's fucking terrible, man. And they were all, comprador, what's the word? American and European corporations. It fucking sucks, dude.
Anti-colonialist ideology. Israel was still the very same destabilizing factor that it plays today. Israel also played a formative role in espionage in the region. It was a forward operating base, an unsinkable aircraft.
Bitcoin's below 90,000. Holy
carrier, yada, yada, yada. But because it was such a profoundly important aspect of American foreign policy at the time, and still is seen even in modernity as like a very important part of American foreign policy, which I think is changing a little bit as well, because it's like kind of outliving its usefulness, but that's a totally separate point. All of that importance is the reason why Zionist education was basically allowed on American soil and was as successful as it was on U.S. soil, because America looked at the situation and was like, no, it's great. It's great. You can have as much pro-Israel sympathies as you'd like. This is a very important ally. And the ways in which Zionist education was paired up with anti-Semitism education was also successful. This is why I say that as far as marginalized identities goes, especially in modern day when there is no systematic discrimination towards Jews in the United States of America, while there is racism, like anti-Semitism towards Jews, the persecution of Jews is not the same as it used to be historically, and it's certainly different than the persecution of black people, brown people at the systematic level in the United States of America. Anti-Semitism seemingly is the only type of bigotry that has no institutional permission whatsoever. It's the one type of bigotry that like you just cannot engage with, and that's part of the reason why Nick Fuentes and many other right-wingers who are anti-Semitic actually exhaust this contradiction and exhaust this hypocrisy to their own benefit. But the real reason for that is not because Jews are magical people with the power of hypnosis, or as Nick Fuentes says, organized Jewry.
I am saying that the problem is organized Jewry.
The real reason for that is because, like I described, the American government broadly considered Israel to be an important part of their foreign policy apparatus, and therefore all of this Zionist education was encouraged. Not just allowed, but encouraged, as the chatter also correctly pointed out. This way, Americans could also feel comfortable about this allegiance and sending hundreds of billions of dollars to tiny state the size of New Jersey over the course of 80 years. That's also the reason why AIPAC does not get hit with a FARA restriction, doesn't have to register as a foreign agent. That's the same reason why there are not only lobbying initiatives, but also educational initiatives that play a formative role in changing people's consciousness or changing people's attitudes about Israel early on. And that's the reason why anti-Semitism, even if it's being cynically deployed against critics of Israel, or especially when it's deployed against critics of Israel cynically, is seen as the only type of bigotry that is not allowed. There's a bipartisan consensus on censorship and deplatforming, cancellations, whatever you want to call it, for critics of Israel. And here is former Obama speechwriter Sarah Hurwitz saying the quiet part out loud. The reason why the Holocaust education was so good, especially when tied against anti-Semitism education, was because we could have made a positive argument towards Israel and why Israel must exist and why Israel must be a violent country. But now people are looking at the Holocaust education and going, well, never again means never again for all, especially if it's not paired up with a ton of Zionist propaganda early on and social conditioning, brainwashing, and the like. That's the problem. Young Jews are not buying it. They're not buying the pro-Israel arguments. They're not buying the pro-Israel arguments, and they're encountering the truth about Israel far before they actually go on that birthright trip by college, you know, or by high school, whenever people do birthright. That is a major issue. That is the issue. And that is, I suspect, a big part of the reason why there is this attitude towards anyone who's a loud and proud and outspoken critic of Israel. There is this universalization of like anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism, which is a dangerous conflation that actually does not serve the interests of Jews in general, but it's being done regardless. And here's Barry Weiss doing that. Chris Menahan says, well said, Hassan. Did you see that Barry Weiss took aim at you at the Jewish Leadership Conference on Sunday? They're not releasing any of the videos from the event, or else I'd clip them. Barry Weiss told the Jewish Leadership Conference she'll use her position at CBS News to counter voices like Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson, Andrew Tate, and Hassan Piker. One of these things is not like the others. Can you tell who's different than the rest of these guys? Think about that. Think about how primarily invested you must be in Israel to look at 4 individuals, popular in very different ways, okay? 3 of them virtually identical worldviews, or at least are on the same side politically. The other is on the exact opposite side politically. But what is the reason why Barry Weiss says these guys are all the same? How schizophrenic do you have to be to look at Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson, Andrew Tate, and then add Hassan Piker into that equation? I'm sorry, but if you look to that mention by Barry Weiss and you go, that's right, this is dangerous. That's right, this is a dangerous prospect. All of these guys are the same. You are not living in the same universe that we are all living in. Anyway, Yusuf Munayer says, so the lesson people are supposed to take from the Holocaust education is that genocide, mass killing, and war crimes are actually okay. What is really remarkable about this is that they still don't understand how absurd this sounds and how many people will turn away from it in disgust. This is especially stunning considering the Holocaust is mandated to be taught in some 30 states as a result of state laws, which have been the product of important work done by American Jewish communities. I am not sure any other historical world history episode is so broadly taught in the U.S. Her comments about the weak, feeble Jew and young Jews are now seeing themselves Palestinians is bar for bar Jabotinsky. Yeah, to take the typical Yid of today and to imagine his diametrical opposite in his tribute to Theodore Herzl, said Jabotinsky.
Wow, Jesus. Holy anti-Semitism. What the fuck? Holy Jesus.
Point is to take the typical Yid of today and to imagine his diametrical opposite, because the Yid is ugly, sickly, lacks decorum. We shall endow the ideal image. By the way, Jabotinsky is literally the OG Jewish fascist. Theodor Herzl aside, like, he was the other OG godfather of Zionism and was like a straight up Jewish Nazi. Like the type of attitude that you hear from, you know, the average Israeli ultranationalist. Yid is shortened for Yiddish, and probably a slur, as a matter of fact, right? I don't know, but I assume it's he means it as a pejorative. I have a question. How can you be a socialist but also have the control of all the world's capital banks? Didn't the Nazis see the contradiction? What are you talking about? This is just pure hatred. Okay, you need to understand, you need a good villain, okay? And for the Nazis, it was the Jews. And it was anything that was woke, really, but definitely the Jews. And at this point, you have to realize, like, when people hate you, they just make it up. There's no need for contradiction. There's no need to understand contradictions. It's no different than the way people operate towards me, for example. There's a lot of people out there that just, like, despise me and have decided, there's a lot of fascists that have decided, like, I am their number one op. So no matter what I do, they will find a way to just say, like, oh, you are both simultaneously powerful and weak at the same time. I'm incredibly gay, woke, and weak, but also in control of Twitch, for example, you know? But also, Twitch bans me because I'm dangerous and worthy of being banned. The Yid is trodden upon and easily frightened, and therefore the Hebrew ought to be proud and independent. The Yiddish is despised by all, and therefore the Hebrew ought to charm all. The Yiddish has accepted submission, and therefore the Hebrew ought to learn how to command. The Yiddish want to conceal his identity from strangers, and therefore the Hebrew should look to the world straight in the eye and declare, I am a Hebrew. The dynamic between Yiddish and Hebrew, by the way, is not only a reflection of Jews that lived in Eastern Europe and whatnot, or Jews that lived in Germany, and Hebrew being is.
What's funny is Jabotinsky was sickly looking individual. He's like the Stephen Miller of the Zionist movement. It's just, there's some weird like internalized anti-Semitism about, like, Zionism is such a product of the 19th century. It's crazy that it actually happened in the 20th. Like, it literally does read like something you would see and like the scramble for Africa. Fucking awful. What's up?
Israelis, okay?
Fantano.
The point is, that attitude won, okay? That attitude won. That is the common attitude now. That is now the common attitude in Israel. That is the common attitude of the Zionist.
All right, chat. I'm going to call it early today. Thanks so much for hanging with me. Although it's not early. We went late. We actually went late, so you're welcome. 6 hours of streaming. Thanks so much for hanging out with me today. I really appreciate it. Here's all my links. What a frustrating day. What a frustrating day for me. I think that it kind of shows me that there's a lot of people that have really fuzzy thinking when it comes to politics. Really fuzzy thinking when it comes to politics. And it's like, oh boy. The primary of Hakeem Jeffries is one of those places where the incentives of social media are not good. The incentives of social media are always to put the most inflammatory statement ever. And I am a person who does inflammatory statements. I'm not against it. But for example, this breaking point, AOC, Zorad bend the knee on Hakeem Jeffries' primary challenger. They didn't bend the knee. They didn't endorse Jeffries. They just said, I'm not really supporting that right now. That is their equivalent of when Schumer or Hillary Clinton didn't endorse Zoran before the general election. Which is, it's a signal. They're not going all in against him, but it's a signal that they don't really mind. All right, chat. I guess we're gonna call it. No VO stream today. So, honestly, we've been watching a lot of Hassan stuff, but excuse me, lately. So on to the mothership. I've been fish hooking off Hassan all week that he's been in China, and it's been working really well. So I should show some gratitude. Motherfuckers, you're going there anyway. You might as well go with the raid. All right, everybody, stay safe. Solidarity forever. And I'll see you all tomorrow, 7 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific, 10 a.m. Eastern. See you tomorrow. Solidarity forever. Socialism will win. Primary Jeffries.